You guys, the reason why NATO gets involved and why Europe is so worried about this is because Russia wants it back to how it was in the 1900s. They want the USSR, right? That came later. They want the USSR. They want to control Europe, Eastern Europe, and spread north farther. So I actually have to go. So, thank you for letting me speak.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course.
I was in the United States Marine Corps.
Yeah.
For 4 years, 0331. To make the long story short.
And can I just say I worked for the government, international and domestic, and I was a hostage negotiator. So just want to let you know. Okay, go on.
I'm sorry that happened to you. I really am. I was actually, me and a group of guys from when I used to serve, we actually went to Ukraine.
Yeah.
We paid for our own flights there. I actually was there when the start of the fighting took place. We was actually there fighting with the Ukrainians. So if anybody understands.
Why do I not believe that? Because that was not a thing then. The U.S. We did not have boots on ground.
We were not sanctioned.
Sides, we just don't know it.
Yeah, we were just.
We're gonna just believe. People are sharing it. We're gonna try to. Go ahead. Tell us about your experience, please.
So we were there, not sanctioned by the United States. In fact, we had to pull out because they've sent wording out that if any Americans were over there fighting, they had to come back. We actually had to come back when this originally started off. And that's why I say I understand both sides of the coin here. But on the one side, I understand that people are actually fighting for what they believe in. There's people who are actually dying because they want to see a free country. There's also things that they can't control that happened, which initiated this and escalated to the point where it is now. There's a lot of times the innocent people are the ones that suffers the most because of acts that they don't even know that's going on behind closed doors.
So I'm probably going to be a little bit.
What we got to saw yesterday was what actually takes place behind closed doors. We don't. Hated Ukraine. That's why we went. We went because we went because that's what was put out. But that's not entirely. Now looking back at it, there's a lot more to the story that is not just black and white. It's not just that they invaded. There was a lot that went into this that led to that point. And that's what I'm saying. We cannot just look at the results and just base it off of all of that. We have to look at the whole thing. So before jumping to conclusions, let's look at the facts and then make a sound decision. At that time, look, I had nothing to live for. I got a baby, I got a wife, I got kids. So now I'm a little bit more paying attention to what I'm getting myself involved with. But at the time, I thought I was doing what I felt was right.
All right, so let me. I want to start introducing some people here, but before I do, you can stay on the panel if you're 18 or over. I don't want anyone to talk over anyone else. I know that's going to happen from time to time because that's how conversations work. No personal attacks. Let the person finish their thought, and then know that you will be able to finish your thought as well. So I'm not going to favor one side because I believe this or that. In fact, I would challenge anyone to know where I actually stand on this stuff. So I want to give an opportunity for Tom to speak, and then we'll kind of go down the line.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was trying to ask it because the question that the woman who was on here before, the question that she was asking is actually my same question. If people were coming into the United States and they tried to take over California and Texas, which is what Russia's done, is they've taken two major cities from Ukraine. If they did that, I don't think that we would accept a leader saying, well, we should just be peaceful. We just want peace. We just don't want people to die anymore. No, we wouldn't accept them like just kidnapping entire states from us and taking them away from being Americans anymore. And it's the Ukrainians feel the same way. They don't want Russia to be able to just take Ukrainians away and say, no, these are part of Russia now. And so I'm wondering the same thing. Is that something that you're okay with? Do you feel comfortable with them just coming in and taking away American cities? Because you answered the question before, but you didn't really answer what she's asking, which is, would you be comfortable just saying we're going to be peaceful after the course of 3 years?
Before you respond, I just want to say that was a fantastic illustration to put it in a context that we can understand like that. That was really, really well done. And then, yeah, do you care to
Opinion swinging contest. Let's put the pride to the side and let's talk about peace. If that's what we were trying to accomplish.
Go ahead. Would you like to respond, Khalil? And then I want to introduce Thomas right after that.
Yeah, my thing is that really peace, or is that an illusion? Or is that peace by fear? Is that rule by fear? Is that the same thing that kept us slaves?
Is it peace by fear or okay, so we don't know. That's all the assumptions. All we can do is this is what we lay out in black and white. And if you don't choose to follow
it,
that's the
same thing that kept us slaves.
But you have to please let me finish. If you're going to follow you got to be a man of your word. You have to have some type of honor. So if you give me your word that you're going to do something, I'm looking towards you to keep your word. And if you keep your word, I'll keep my word. That's it. It's not that complicated. So if you keep your word that you're not going to invade and continue to invade, then I won't get involved. But if you do, just know that this is what comes behind. There's consequences for every action. So you have to be willing to accept that.
Zelensky mentioned this yesterday, that Russia has broken their agreement 21, or I think he said 25 times, where each time they're signing an agreement that's saying that they're not going to invade anymore. They're agreeing to peace. And then they break that agreement again. They just invaded in 2014 and took over, Crimea. Now they're invading again, taking over more cities. Like, these are people who have been paying taxes. They feel like Ukrainians. They feel attached to the to the country. They've been paying into, they voted for Zelensky, they voted for representation, and now they're just being taken away from all of the investment and all of the time that they've put into being a Ukrainian. That's just being taken away from these people, and they're literally being kidnapped by Russia by saying, no, we're just taking you away from your country without you having any option in this. I think that we would expect somebody to fight for us if that was happening to any of us.
Can I please add something?
Let me introduce Thomas. If Thomas are you there, Thomas?
Yeah, I'm here.
Would you flesh out your point of view on this topic? What went wrong here? Did anything go wrong here? And maybe if you want to keep in mind, does the threat of violence actually have peace as a result? Because it seems like both sides are kind of using that. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on it.
So my thoughts are that how the situation was handled yesterday in the Oval Office was absolutely atrocious. Trump's behavior was abhorrent, and how he handled that situation. So was Vance. They ambushed who was actually an actual leader who was standing for the liberal. Argued for appeasement
Sorry,
in
it just times out every
beginning
once
of
in a
World
while,
War
but
II, right? The same people who will just say
I'll
that
keep
if
trying
you
to
give
fix it.
the violent dictator has proven time and time again that he can't be trusted. What he wants, he's just going to stop, right? If we give in to the bully, he's just going to stop. But you have to stand up, and although it may be risky to do so, you have to fight back.
Jamal, I know you've been very patient, and I appreciate that. Would you give us your point of view, and you could even take a couple minutes to just flesh that out. As long as you as long as you're able to land it, we'll be good.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much. And to be honest, I don't clearly know where to start because there were so many points that I would like to address. Like I do remember that there was a point made that Ukraine was once part of the Russia, and therefore Russia has the right to invade Ukraine. And by that logic, Europe has the right to invade Africa. And the fact that Ukraine was part of medieval Russia, which was called Kiev and Rus, it doesn't really give the Russia to go and get territorial and given to the idea of expansionism and keep expanding. And since 1991, when Ukraine became independent, forget that. Russia did it with Chechnya. Russia did it with Georgia. Russia repeated the same trait with Moldova. So it's not about NATO, because also Finland, which is the next door neighbor to Russia, is also part of the NATO. It's because Russia acts like a big brother that I should be in charge here, and no one has the right to move beyond what I order. What Russia did with Central Asian countries is installed a puppet dictator that has been in power for over 13 and 20 years. So, I was just going through the comments, and there was a comment that U.S. is giving money to Ukraine and all of our money. It's not. It's less than 1% of federal budget, to be honest. And you can go and Google that and research on that.
5% of GDP, yeah.
Yeah, and it's when we look into that, it's there have been a lot of propaganda into that. And Trump yesterday, Trump and GD Vance. I think I'm also Russian, so you know, a Russian refugee living abroad. So I can say that this was disparaging, premeditated, and it feels like they were exactly working by Kremlin scenario. It's you look in that, to me it was that Putin was popping champagne in Kremlin because this time Russian media was allowed, but not American media. And it was just designed so they could see how Zelensky gets trashed, basically. Yeah, and that's what I just wanted to say.
Well, you have a unique you might have a unique point of view if you're willing to hang out for a little bit. Hopefully you can maybe give us some insights, some of your experiences.
Absolutely, I will be more than happy to sit here and listen.
Trump Wina, would you care to point out to kind of tell us what your thoughts are on what happened here, and then also just keep in mind what the stakes are. I think if we remember what the stakes are or what we think the stakes are, if we could flesh that out, it might help us to understand each other more.
Oh my God. I don't know what to say much, but what Trump was actually saying yesterday by ceasefire is actually most of the stuff that was going on. I really don't like the response they responded to the Russian president, but the most important part that I picked from out of the conversation was, are you hearing me?
I'm not able to hear you that well. If you can maybe get closer to the mic, if that's possible.
Okay. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. My language is kind of different. I'm a Liberian. But Trump is one of my supporters. I supported him during the election time. But actually, I felt bad, like the way they really talked to the Russian president. I felt bad. But the most important thing that I took from out of the conversation was Trump saying ceasefire. He wanted them to ceasefire because the American soldier are going to Russia to go fight. And I don't think Trump really want that to happen. So he really want them to cease fire. That's the main important part I took from out of the conversation because of the ceasefire. What Trump was saying, it made a lot of sense though, because people are dying. And second of all, the previous president that was in power are no longer there. So whatever agreement they made, this is his own turn. In his turn, he's saying that he don't want war. And I think it makes a lot of sense because people fighting, killing each other in America are spending a lot of money for war. It's not good. It's better to just cease fire and just build the country with the money that America would give. That's how I see it to be. I support.
Do you mind?
Whoever's compelled to respond.
Yeah, so I don't think that Americans haven't been fighting against Russia, and we haven't been fighting with Ukraine. We have been giving money, but this is part of our responsibility that we've taken with like promises to a lot of these countries, and even with like being the superpower and being the ones who have been the world police for a while. These are the responsibilities that we've taken on, especially after World War II, and kind of saying that we're going to stop imperialism from here on out. And we've made a lot of promises to NATO. Like this is kind of the promise that we've made to Ukraine, and to eventually just say, oh, this isn't going your way, so now we should back out. It's costing a lot of money, but it's not really a lot for us as Americans. Our taxes haven't gone up because of it, and most of what we've given is just old artillery and old military equipment that is just sitting in warehouses that we're never going to use, because it's just outdated. And so when we're talking about Trump wanting this to end, it doesn't seem as though there is a real motivation there for Americans. He talks up about that how much money it costs, but it doesn't really cost us money, and we don't have soldiers over there fighting against Russians.
Exactly.
Let me welcome Ryan here.
Hello, thank you. I was just curious about the Midnight Stalker fella who is perhaps active military, but went on his own dime to.
No, I'm retired.
Serve. Okay, you're retired, and you sought out to leave the country, your family, to defend, protect, and kill. Did you receive any monies for that?
No, we did not.
No, not we. You.
No.
You chose to decide to leave the country.
I did not receive any money for that.
You did it all for free,
Yes.
and you had all the arms that you could afford to do that
I spent almost $10,000 on gear.
on gear, ammunitions.
Ammunition,
What about that?
rifles.
I'm just so curious if you didn't receive any monies to go on the front to protect, defend. Why would you do that?
Great question. Would you answer that for us? That's a great question.
Yes, I will. Like I said previously, when it first broke out that the fighting was starting up in Ukraine, me and a group of guys, we decided, it was like, you know what, this is wrong. They shouldn't have invaded. So we made a decision saying that we know we're not going to get paid for this, but we're war horses, and every day I battle with trying to not be aggressive. Listen, I spent my better years of my life doing something that I felt proud of. I would never ever take back the experiences that I learned in the military. I would never disrespect the military. I became the best part of me in the military. So every day it's a struggle. We went there because, hell, if we're gonna die for something, we're gonna die for what we believe in. And at the time, we was only told what was on the media. We didn't know the back behind the scenes because we're not politicians. We don't go sit in those rooms. We get to look our enemies. Every single time we go into battle, we know what we're going up against. It was not for pay. We don't do, hell, if I didn't have my family to worry about right now and trouble came, I would be the first person to run into danger. My wife gets on me all the time about that. All the time. I'm not a person that sits back and can watch somebody do somebody wrong and not say something. So when it first started, that's what the assumption was, that this was an unprovoked war. Now, as we've learned, more and more stuff started coming out. That's when it was like, now I'm sitting back out. I don't regret my decision going because I believe I was in the right. I felt in my heart that this was something that I needed to do. But now looking back at it, to prevent catastrophic death, let's come to the table. It's all I'm saying. Like, I don't care about your pride. I don't care what you feel like as a man or woman or any other thing. Put your pride to the side, and if we can accomplish peace, let's accomplish peace. If we can't, then, hey, it's all out war. Let's continue.
Is that, since you asked the question, was there any kind of follow-up that you had in mind, or anything that you wanted to say as far as that goes?
But now that you brought me up, I'm just going to give out.
Oh, no. Oh, not you, Jim. Could you mute for just a second?
Hugs are free.
What's that?
Free hugs.
Okay.
Josh, I had a question.
Really quickly, he had a question. He asked Midnight, and I'm curious because you asked. I wasn't sure if you had anything in mind that you wanted to know beyond that. Do you have any other comments about that before we move on?
No, not really. I mean, if I were to go forth and defend and kill, It'd be for our own country first, not a bullying nation. The world is what it is. We all walk the mile of life. We all share. We're all gonna, meet our end. You know, but if I were to freely be able to go forth and defend or wipe out, I don't have the finances to do so. But if I were
It's kind
to
of
be
sick that that guy
recruited,
just went and fought.
I would do so.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your point of view. Appreciate that. I would like to give Jamal a chance to. I think you had something you were wanting to say a moment ago.
Yeah, so I had a question to all the American folks.
Yeah,
Given the history
it's
of
weird.
America,
He's like giving him
that
shit.
you know, to be more specific, isolationism stance. The World War II, when the Nazi Germany
Interesting
was
accent.
going to attack, and then the Imperial Japan attacked American soil. And then I'm very surprised that there are many Americans who say America should be isolationist. America should not really take a stance or be proactive what is going on in the world, where America actually benefits, be it when it comes to economical benefits like a dollar's strength, for example, that very much depends on the
Very true.
global reputation, so to say, or maintaining soft power in the world, and how because what I'm seeing in the comment section, everyone is like, we should let the Europe alone, or we should let them be there. But do they know that if Europe gets invaded, US will be the next, and they're like Iran, Russia, and China. They're actively now trying to diminish the power of USD. And the more countries are joining. I think Saudi Arabia recently joined, and I don't exactly know off the top of my head, but there are more than 20 countries that has been joining to promote what was the currency that they're trying to promote, but nobody is talking about that. And all of a sudden, these things have been forgotten. BRICS, yeah. I know that it's not going nowhere, but the more countries are being pushed by China, for example, to join BRICS, because certainly if the countries have power over other countries, they can be forced or imposed to join BRICS. And let's imagine that America has no stance in the global trade, and obviously it will lose the power.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gilbert, I'm not sure if you had a chance to introduce yourself at all. Tom, if you want to respond to that, and then
I was going to say I
Gilbert. I'm not sure
totally
if you had a
agree with
chance
everything
to
you're saying, and
flesh
I
out his
think
idea.
that something that a lot of people don't take into consideration is that we as Americans are very privileged, that we're not really ever being invaded, that we never really have wars being fought on our land in any of our lifetimes, and it is because we are the world superpower. But the reason that we're the superpower and that nobody messes with us is because we've been taking care of everybody else. We've consistently built tons of allies and tons of relationships with other countries, even smaller countries, to make sure that everybody is happy with
with the
other
United States
countries,
being the
even
superpower.
smaller
Normally, if
countries,
you're at the
to
top,
make sure that
everybody's gunning for
everybody
you.
is happy
Everybody
with
wants
the
to come
United
after you.
States being the
Everybody wants
superpower.
to take you
Normally,
down.
if you're
But
at the
while the
top,
United States has
everybody's
been in
gunning
power,
for you. Everybody
nobody's really
wants to come
coming
after
after
you.
us. Nobody's
Everybody
trying
wants
us
to take you
because
down. But
we
while the
have
United
been
States has been in
a
power, nobody's really
a
coming
very
after us.
good
Nobody's
leader, a
trying
very
us
nice
because
leader. We're somebody
we
who
have
has been
been
taking care of all of these other countries.
a very
And
good
if
leader, a
we
very nice
stop
leader.
helping
We're
all these
somebody
other
who has
countries,
been
like
taking care of all
with
of these
things
other
like
countries.
USAID or
And
whatever,
if we stop helping all these other
obviously
countries, like
countries
with
like
things
China,
like
countries
USAID or
like
whatever,
Russia, all these other countries who have money
obviously
are going to go
countries
in
like
there
China,
and start
countries
taking
like
care
Russia,
of
all these
these smaller countries
who have
instead.
money
They are going
gonna
to
go
start
in there
grabbing
and
all of
start
those
taking
allies
care of
instead
these
and
smaller
make it to
countries
where
instead.
we are
They are going to start grabbing all
more
of those
likely to be
allies
in danger.
instead
And
and
so
make it
it
to where
is kind
we
of
are
in all of our
we are
best
more
interest
likely
as
to be in danger.
Americans
And
to
so
make sure
it
that
is
we
kind of
are taking
in
care of
all
other
of our
countries,
best
that we are
interests as
continuing to help
Americans
our
to
allies,
make sure
and that
that
if
we
we do
are
become
taking care of other
isolationists,
countries,
we
that we are
are
continuing
just
to help our
guaranteeing
allies,
the
and that if we do become
our own doom
isolationists,
at
we
that point.
are just guaranteeing the our own doom at that point.
Gilbert, would you care to flesh out your point of view, or if you want to, if you can, you do that for us? Well, then Jamal, would you respond to that? And also, really quickly, you know who you are. Can you try to request again? Because I didn't see you in there. Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Jamal, did you want to respond to that?
Could you please rephrase the question once again, just in a very short manner?
Yeah, it wasn't
No, I
really
wasn't
much
sure
of a
because I think he
question.
was
I was saying
responding
that
to
I
you, and I was
agree with
trying
you,
to.
and then just kind of
Yeah,
like furthering that point to say
it
that
wasn't
we
really much
have
of a
to,
question. I
we
was saying
can't
that
become
I agree with you,
isolationists.
and then just kind of like
no,
furthering that point to say
it's
that we have
like
to.
no,
we can't
sorry,
become
I was
isolationists.
I was just very engaged in comment section. I was just reading, and then there one comment was like, Russia is not strong enough for EU. Well, it's not only about Russia, but North Korean troops, which was reported to be on the border, in fact more than 10,000, and Iran has been actively supporting Russia, and China as well, although China doesn't really admit that. Let's say it's much of about the alliance, but not about being a warmongering. We don't really want the war to be in the state of the war. Has never been wrong, and in fact, in 2022, when the war started, the West shouldn't have pushed Ukraine to start the war, but should have more diplomatic measures. And at this point now, just leaving Ukraine alone, it's just not acceptable.
Could you, whatever the sound's coming from, could you try to mute? I don't know if it's. Where's it? Where's that? Oh, Gilbert. Sorry about that. Tyron, would you care to flesh out your point of view?
When it comes to Ukraine and the situation that's there, I think the West has a lot to answer for in terms of destabilizing Ukraine and creating kind of the hostile situation that there is with Ukraine and Russia. There was not very many people know that the Western-backed non-governmental organizations violently overthrew the democratically elected president of Ukraine back in 2014. And that democratically elected president had much of his support was coming from Eastern Ukraine, which is dominated by a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians that had really good ties with Russia. And so that precipitated essentially a civil war, a civil conflict, a war in Ukraine. And under those circumstances, Russia took over Crimea because they had a military base there. They gave them access to the Black Sea, and they were just trying to maintain their position within the instability that was caused by Western funding and direction, and with non-governmental organizations that were undermining the presidency and overthrowing it. And so that's like the cause for this current process. There's been like essentially a civil war since 2014 in Ukraine with the eastern parts in the Donbass regions. Right before Putin invaded, there were over 2,000 Putin's involvement to protect those regions and try to get Ukraine to be more neutral and demilitarized. So, I think that's the part of the equation that a lot of people aren't seeing, is that the West destabilized Ukraine. Ukraine is assessed, and that it's not all like it's not just this completely unprovoked thing that caused Russia to go in there. I think I just told you. We destabilized Ukraine. Ukraine was destabilized Ukraine. Ukraine was
revolting against them because they wanted to be part of the EU. That has nothing to do with the United States.
Of course, it has. Of course, it has to do with the West in general and the United States, because we were the ones trying to induce them into that trade deal to bring them in closer and closer ties with the EU and NATO and so on and so forth. And we were funding organizations within Ukraine, making it look like it was like purely grassroots efforts. We were funding them, and as if it had nothing to do with outside sources. In order to motivate them to take action against the president. I mean, Ukrainians voted for that president. Ukrainians voted for and advocated for closer ties with Russia. Some Ukrainians didn't, right? And so there was effectively a civil war. And so like that's what happened. And so that instability was caused by the West. It was peaceful. Russia was peacefully, diplomatically creating closer ties with Ukraine, and then we decided to overturn a chessboard and undermine that government, and there's been conflict and strife ever since.
I don't disagree that we funded one side, but that side chose to fight because they were unhappy with their government. And where you are correct that there was like 20% of Ukraine said that they wanted to stay with Russia. The other 80% didn't want to stay with Russia. They were the ones that were overthrowing their government, and we just funded that side that was fighting.
To Tom,
that's not how revolutions work, right? It's always like an active, 5%, 10%, or whatever. They're actually willing to go to blows and try to do things. And also you have the situation where there's no evidence that there would have been an overthrow without the Western involvement, Western paying and Western and all that kind of stuff. And so when we weren't able to get the diplomatic solution that we wanted, we wrecked Ukraine. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen evidence that was like preemptive.
If I can, can I?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Moderator, can I jump in a little bit if you don't mind?
Then you can.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. There was agreement. There was signed.
Oh man, I think
Oh
she
man.
dropped off. I think it was Tyrone the other person.
Yeah, Tyrone.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No. Tom, go ahead and respond.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Let me, if you don't mind, let me respond. That okay?
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So since the 1990s, the West and Russia have been working together and trying to make Ukraine neutral. They even convinced Ukraine to remove the warheads, nuclear warheads that were there, even if Ukraine had no capacity actually to use it, to deploy it. So there's been back and forth. There was cooperation at the beginning, but essentially the strategic vision of some members in NATO, I can't say everybody, some members in NATO was to move Ukraine into NATO. And normally the way they were doing it is normally they get the country into the EU, they align it with the European Union first, then after that, then they give it NATO membership. So and Russia had been saying, no, we can't allow Ukraine to be into NATO. First of all, Ukraine is a very big country. Two, Ukraine and Russians and Belarusians are essentially technically same people. It's almost like the Americans, the British, the Australians, the Canadians. You see there, that is the kind of closeness you have between Russians, Belarusians, and the Ukrainians. So in 2013, actually, there was that European association package agreement that was supposed to be signed between Yanukovych, the former, and then Ukrainian president, and the EU. So the Russians went and talked to Yanukovych and say, hey, if you're signing this agreement, then that means we have to reevaluate the agreement we have with the Ukrainians, because at that time, Ukraine was having, I think, probably 80% of its trade with the Russians. Because they, according to the Russians, they will not know from where some of the goods that enter Ukraine and coming to Russia is coming from. They say we need to reevaluate this because we don't have agreement, free trade zone with the European Union. And then Yanukovych went to, that was I think around October, November, I don't know the exact dates, in 2013, went to European Union, say, hey, give me time. Let me try to reevaluate this, and also I need to align it with what the Russians are saying. Then we come into agreement, maybe the three of us, the Russians, Ukrainians, and European Union officials, we sit down and we try to iron this together. But the problem was some members at that time during Obama's administration, as officials like Victoria Nuland and some EU people were very impatient. They actually had agreement when that rioting, I mean, when that demonstration was happening. A lot of the demonstrators were coming from North America and European Union, who went and joined that demonstration. I can guarantee you, we had even conference when I was a student here in Chicago. We had conferences in 2013, January. A lot of Ukrainians came there. A lot of students came from Canada, joined us. We had a lot of big conference there at the university. And a lot of those guys were going back and coming and recruiting more demonstrators to go there, to go to that Maidan. So when they went there, actually the demonstration was peaceful.
Would you be able to land it in about 30?
Yes. So the demonstration was peaceful. And then what happened was when they signed the agreement now with the demonstrators, Yanukovych signed agreement with demonstrators, and then they were still impatient. So there was some operation, military operation. The Georgians, there were some mercenaries trained by Georgians, trained by the Slovakians, the Czechs, They came there and started shooting people so that to cause chaos there. So that's what happened. Otherwise, we would not be in this position. The issue is NATO expansion. That is the real cause of this tragedy. Ukraine that got caught in the middle. Otherwise, Ukraine would benefit a lot from both sides. Would be friends with the European Union, the Americans, everybody, and also friends with the Russians. They would make money. There's no need of this some zero game with the Ukrainian. That's the way I look at it. Thank you.
I don't think it can be because of NATO.
We're really quick. I want to give Tyrone a chance to respond. Can you do it? If you could do it in 1 minute, that'd be awesome. And then I want to try to also allow Alma to have an opportunity.
So what I heard Kima do was just basically back up a lot of what I was describing, the different players that are involved, and trying to get a deal done with the EU with eventual pathway to NATO membership, and the impatience that caused the like he describes, like basically a military operation to overthrow that president. And what happened in the wake of that was essentially a building of an anti-Russian project in Ukraine. They started banning the Russian language, which like most people in Eastern Ukraine spoke, including Zelensky himself is a native Russian speaker. They started persecuting, kind of Russian culture and stuff in Ukraine, and they started killing their own people. And so this is all was precipitated. Russia's taking over Crimea, and Russia taking over and eventually invading Ukraine.
All right, welcome, Alma. Would you like to give us your point of view, and you can take a minute or so, a couple minutes to just try to flesh that out.
Of course, thank you. For the record, Joshua, I'm not giving opinion. I'm going to give you facts. This what Tyrone said, it's not fact. Fact is that there was something called Budapest Memorandum that was signed on December of 1994 to provide security assurance by UK, America, and Russia. And France, the four biggest power sat down at the table and signed the agreement for Ukraine, Kazakhstan to give away their nuclear, and Belarus to give their nuclear weapons. They are one of the leading in the world. So the agreement was, okay, you give us your nukes and we're going to protect you. You don't need to join the NATO. We promise by this agreement that we're going to protect you. That's why aid was provided to Ukraine after Putin breached the deal and didn't stick with the plan, and then tried to blame Ukraine that they are the one that breached the deal, where, as a matter of fact, and this is, you can do all searches and see that this is fact, that Ukraine actually was the one that breached the deal, which is nonsense. So then they invaded Ukraine, occupied Crimea, took Crimea, and basically named it Russia. Currently, there's 1.9 million Russians living in Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia always collaborate between the two countries because they are same people, just different countries. I know this firsthand because same thing happened to my country. That's why I'm here in America. So that's the fact. Not NATO came, yes, now because Ukraine wants to join NATO, because Putin is fearing that the most, because if they do, he's not going to be able to touch them because legally then weapons can be used because they are protected by NATO. Right now, it's all assistance. I'm talking about boots on the ground, right? Where right now, only thing we can do is provide the military, the funds, and send the weaponry and machinery and so on and so forth. That's the biggest problem. Why currently is invasion of sovereign country, because Ukraine became a sovereign country.
Anyone who's compelled to respond.
Yeah, let me respond. Yeah, Alma, you are right. That 1994 Budapest Agreement. So the 1994 Budapest Agreement actually removed all the Soviet nuclear warheads that were in Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Ukraine. Ukraine was the largest after United States to have those nuclear warheads, but they had no capacity to deploy them. Secondly, there was this proliferation treaty for nuclear weapons. So that was a very good agreement. Now the problem came. I'm not saying Ukraine violated that agreement. They didn't. The problem came from the EU trying to push Ukraine into NATO. You see there, Ukraine actually wanted to be neutral, but because also at the same time they wanted cooperation with the EU in trade and all that. But the EU gave them either or choices. You either completely with us, or if you cooperate with the Russians, you are not going to be in EU. You see that was a very difficult choice they gave to Ukrainians.
No,
Yeah.
wrong.
Kima, do you have any information about that specific thing that you're talking about? No. You check it.
Check the EU agreement in 2013 that Yanukovych was going to sign. Check that.
Yeah, but the USA and the EU both urged Yanukovych to sue for peace with during the revolution. They both told him to come to a peace agreement with them.
True,
they were not
signed
trying
that
to get
peace.
him to leave. They were not trying to get him to run away. They were not trying to get them to have like a full revolution. They wanted him to come to a peace agreement with them. So that doesn't make sense.
No. Let me tell you
Exactly, Tom.
what happened. No, let me respond to him. I'm giving facts. I'm not giving my opinion. So what happened was that agreement was actually signed in the evening of when then the following day the shooting started. So when the agreement was signed, actually between Yanukovych government,
let him flesh it out.
between Yanukovych government and the demonstrators. The agreements were signed. Who were the guarantors? The European Union, France, and the Germans and the UK. They were there. When was that? You remember that phone recording that Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary, the Department of State for European, for the EU and European affairs. That's a F the EU. You remember that? There's a recording about that. So when it was signed, then that's what I was saying. They were very impatient to actually follow because the next election was only in 2 years. The Yanukovych was actually going to lose the election. You see that? So they were very impatient, and then they carry out the coup. There's the problem. Yes, you're right. The agreement was there.
I know that Alma wanted to say something there.
Yes, thank you, Joshua.
Well, if you could do that within a minute, I want to give Susie a chance because Susie's been very, very patient. So.
Yes, absolutely. You can defend undefendable. If you have a sovereign country being attacked and peace trying to be taken away by aggression and genocide, the only option they have is to fight back. Ukraine vigorously protests the action of violation of Article 1 of Budapest Memorandum that was signed because Russia breached the Budapest Memorandum in 2014, which started the war of 2022. So after annexion of the Crimea, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, and USA stated that Russia involvement was a breach of Budapest Memorandum, and their obligation was to protect the Ukraine because that's the treaty signed. So you can give the power aggressor and say it's a coup, it's all the BS. Of course, people are fighting for their freedom. I walk the shoe. I know what happened in my country, same thing. So if you have sovereign country being attacked, the only option they have is to fight and to protect. So all this other nonsense you're talking about is just that. You have a sovereign country that's being invaded for purpose of collecting the majority of the Black Sea. That's why Crimea was taken. And now he's trying to go to creation of SSR. That's the ultimate goal. NATO is just a player who will have to step in because of the breach of the contract. NATO was out because the contract was signed. Since that didn't happen, now Ukraine is saying, okay, let's go and try to become part of NATO because that's the only option to have a support.
You keep saying that Ukraine is a sovereign country, But how can you be a sovereign country when you can't when you can't keep your president remaining the president? When your
What are you
president that
talking
you
about?
elected, when your
What are you
president that
talking
you
about?
Well,
the
he's going to
president
probably
that
say
you
it.
Yeah,
the
but
president
Joshua,
that you
he's not
the
saying
president
facts here.
the president that you elected gets violently overthrown with Western backing. That's what happened in 2014 with the Maidan coup, right? And so Ukraine is no longer fully a sovereign country, right? A sovereign, sane Ukrainian
Oh, I
country
got kicked.
would try to maintain neutrality as much and peace with the East and the West as much as possible. You know, there wasn't this antagonism between the East and the West in the Civil War that basically broke out in the region because the president was overthrown in 2014. And so you keep calling it a sovereign country, but it lost its sovereignty when the West decided to back regime change because the president there didn't move fast enough on the deal they wanted to be made.
Yeah, it looks like I got kicked.
You know, we were trying to create stronger ties with Mexico, and China decided that that's not good enough. We're going to go ahead and fund a revolution in Mexico, overthrow that president, get someone installed that's more U.S. patriots in Mexico, right? We wouldn't like that at all. And so,
would you be able to
the chat was mass reporting me
in 30 seconds?
Well, that's it. That's it. I mean, that's the
Fucking
situation.
dude.
You keep saying it's a sovereign country, and it lost its sovereignty when it lost its president.
Joshua,
Okay.
do me a favor and fact check quickly. What was
Dude.
Ukraine sovereign?
They were all flagging me, and eventually TikTok sent a report saying that I was like a dangerous panelist, and so he had to kick me off. And there's no way I'll be able to get onto another panel now. I'm flagged now. That is so gay, dude. What the fuck, bro? These people are such pussies, dude. They are such pussies, dude. Well, fucking shit. Why would they do that? Because I don't agree with them. Because I'm arguing facts, because I'm not just pushing propaganda. Like, dude, what the fuck, bro? What fucking bitches? All right, well, why just you? The people in the audience were reporting me. So that they all just kept fucking reporting me over and over. And then eventually it popped up with a thing that said, some of the panelists are not safe. And I saw it. It popped up on my screen as well. It popped up and said, some of the panelists on this live are not safe. And as soon as it said that, he kicked me. You should send an email to the government saying TikTok censored you. Yeah, I'm getting censored by the Chinese. Wow, dude. I can try to find like another panel, but I feel like there's almost no chance that I'm going to be able to get onto another panel now. I feel like anybody who I click on is they're not going to want to let me on. But we'll see. Isn't it Trump's TikTok? Maybe, I don't know. We'll try another one. We'll try one more. All right, let's see. Oh, this one's actually in Russian and Ukrainian shit. let's see. Yeah, all of these panels are full. All right, we'll see if I can get on this one. What's his name? BBS News.
Green light to invade Taiwan with no repercussions.
No, that's not
That
true.
tells China to go ahead. Go ahead, do what you want to do. Exactly. This ally,
Maybe even North
why would
Korea.
we defend them?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me say
I
one more
always
thing.
forget
I'll
you can't watch on both. You can only watch on either your phone or your computer, so I made another account on my on here on my other browser. Okay. BBS News.
Trump and Vance start pushing back, and he says, I do not want a ceasefire. I want money and bullets, basically what he said. He wants to fight the war. Zelensky does not want to end this war. Trump is trying to save every little bit.
But look,
Go ahead.
I don't even think Zelensky even said that he didn't want a ceasefire. But if he
said
did,
on what assurances? He said they
but if he did,
violated
look,
the last agreement. What
Russia has
stopped them from
continuously
violating
broken
again?
ceasefire. Continuously.
With
Time now,
other
broken ceasefire
countries,
over
yes.
and over and over and over and over.
I don't think he's broken anything with the United States. I mean, but here's my point, and I'm going to leave because I've had a good time. This has been fun. I believe if he really wanted to end the war, he would have said, "Hey, where's this paper at? And let's sign it." And what he wants is free money. He does not want. Matter of fact, the UK just
be clear,
him
the
money.
United
He
States
wants
also
all this
loaned money.
from the United
US
States.
and the
Really
UK
rather
both and the
soldiers
EU both
to be
loaned
there back.
money.
Just be clear, the
And
United
the
States
EU
also
has actually
loaned
paid
money.
more than the United
US
States
and
by
the UK both, and the EU
about
both
20
loaned
billion
money.
at this point.
And the EU has actually paid more than the United States by about 20 billion at this point.
All right, but most of
France.
the loans, the guy from, was it Germany or UK said, 60%. 60% of it.
What he said was we've done grants
I think he
and
said it was
loans
loan,
and
like
hard
60%
cash,
or
just like the
40% was
United
loans.
States. That's what he said. And so both the United States and the EU have both done grants, loans,
just
and
like the
hard
United
cash.
States. That's what he said. And so both the United States and the EU have both done grants, loans, and hard cash.
Comment. Do you believe that Trump should ask Russia for a guarantee of some sort if they invade?
The problem is, I don't know if there is much of a, while I agree that they need,
tell him what he told Kim Jong-un.
they need some security guarantees. I don't know what those could even be outside of just sanctions and crap, because we can't put boots on the ground. We can't have nuclear powers versus nuclear powers. We're kind of,
versus nuclear powers.
Yes, we
why
can't.
not?
We can't do
That's
it.
the only thing. That's the only
Yeah, but bro, we're still in a Cold War.
Because they gave up in 2014.
His live keeps freezing, and so I keep trying to turn it off or turn the audio back on, but then he unfreezes. I don't know what. Okay, it's back. Okay, it's down again.
Yeah, they're not making a lot of money right
Exactly.
now. They're losing a lot,
Well,
and their assets are being
Russian
seized.
citizens are basically prisoners of that country.
Yeah,
The oligarchs have been.
nationality because he's heard of rumors that there are people going into Russian embassies to get their passports renewed, and they're getting conscripted and being sent back to Russia. So, like, he had to get his Irish citizenship very, very quickly to avoid that.
Well, guys, I'm going to dip. I had a great time. I thank you for listening to me, and it was fun to disagree with things. And I think that's what makes it great. Open communication and disagreement and talking to each other is everything. And I had fun. Thank you so much.
You too. Have a good night. Keep safe.
See ya.
It was a very good contribution, I have to say.
The host keeps going down. Is that
the connection? I think.
No, I'm just scrolling off here and there.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah. I have my audience watching on your channel, and every time you go down, they can't hear anything anymore. So
oh, my bad. I'll stop.
It's okay.
You know, I'm reading a lot of people writing in the comments right now. You know, why should the U.S. be doing this? Again, I mentioned it briefly there. You know, the U.S. is the protector of Western ideology, and at this point, it's not even a case of, you know, I know a lot of money's getting spent, and I did say before, there was, you know, nobody wants to see their government money that could be spent in their own country. We don't want to see that. I mean, people struggle in my country too. Our health service is on its knees, but even us, we're like, hold on, if Russia gets a foothold in Ukraine, that's saying to the rest of the world, if you're a dictator and if you want something enough, you can just go get it. You know,
exactly.
And that's the way it's not the way that it should be. And I'm scared that Trump's going to pull out of NATO.
Or if it's close enough, because I think it's about close, like proximity right now. Because Ukraine is so close to Russia, that's exactly why United States hasn't even stepped in already.
You have to understand Trump's mentality. He's always had a propensity to go towards dictator type idealism, and it's just in his personality. He'd love to be one of them. It's sad.
For some Americans to understand what this is, the equivalence of what is happening here. This would be the equivalent right now if Canada decided that, you know what, we don't like Trump because he's too dangerous. He comes across as a bit of a dictator, even though he was democratically elected.
Exactly.
No, we don't care. He's a dictator. We're going to protect American interests by invading America. So Canada invades America and starts taking it state by state. If that happened in America, Americans would be very pissed off that someone has just invaded their land. And that's the equivalent.
It's lunacy.
It would then be crying wolf, like oh my god, like what's going on?
Even though he was elected, only 50% of the populace, you know, still voted for him. It's sad that he's representing the founding fathers of American history major. You know,
he's nothing like them.
They're turning over the grave every time he opens his mouth.
He's representing like past American presidents as well. Like America has agreed to these like promises. And be us, and they will be if Donald Trump continues to move in an isolationist direction.
The European Union is on the brink of being the leader of the West soon. They're on the brink of it. They really are.
I don't even think so. They don't even seem to want to step up.
His mentality has always been a businessman mentality. What can I make? How much money can I make on a deal? Art of the deal.
The thing with the EU, you need to understand is they take a step back.
Turn it into a resort. He's lunatic. His mind isn't sound.
The one thing you don't understand about the EU when it comes to wanting to step up, they're quiet at first. They don't go out and do big public statements like like politicians do in America. They gather their leaders together and say, right, let's see what we can do here. And that's what they're doing at the moment. And very soon they'll come up with some idea. It'll be bashed around, a bit of bureaucracy, and then it will be put into motion.
Unless it's boots on the ground in Ukraine, then it's not going to help at all.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, my opinion is, and I'm ex-army myself. If you got the UK, Germany, France, and hell, even Italy or one of the other countries, Poland would actually be a good one for this. You sent them into Ukraine and sent the Russian troops back to the border, the war would be over in 2 weeks. 100% would be over in 2 weeks. And then I think negotiations for peace would be optional.
I think so.
But
I think that may be the only cure.
I think that would escalate it.
Yeah, we can't put boots on the ground with a nuclear power.
But
there's no
but
way
it's
we
the
could
only
do that.
way that's going
I
to
mean,
get
that
people
would
to wake up and
escalate.
realize.
I don't think Russia would use nukes, but
They might. Don't put it past them.
I don't think so.
Because
I think he
you guys
has.
understand that's the only reason we
He
haven't done
has
it
that-
already is because
he's
we
already
believe they
used
will
that
use
weapon,
nukes.
that rod of God weapon, which is
Just
just
Never
as
say never.
destructive.
That's not the same
Without-
thing. Like,
without
nuclear
penetration.
weapons are so different, like so horrible for our environment and everything. Do you think that we would just allow another country to use a nuclear war without us using a nuclear war?
If Putin uses a nuke, he knows his country is done for good. He's not that stupid.
Right, but he has just as powerful of a weapon with that rod of God weapon, which is devastating.
Look, we've all
That
got
thing is
nukes. They've got
devastating.
nukes. They've got nukes. Everyone's got nukes. The question is, who's going to have the balls to actually stand up and actually say?
Well,
"You know,
nobody's
definitely."
gonna have the balls to use them.
And we better hope not, because that's the end of the free world. Everyone's going to be every man for themselves at the end of the day.
Well, it's the end of the northern hemisphere. Yes, that's what will happen.
That's assuming you're dealing with rational people. North Korea is not, and I believe Putin is right behind him with his mental state. Read some of the stuff.
I don't buy into that.
We have North
I don't.
Korea, we have China, we have Russia, we have a bunch of other nuclear powers that we have to worry about. It's not just Putin by himself.
Exactly.
They have other alliances. They have other countries that are
But
already
honestly,
funding
it looks
them
like Trump's
currently.
going to
Countries and the European Union. I don't need Russia. Screw them. They don't pay their bills on time.
Exactly.
So that'll be the end of that. So I mean, China may have a bigger influence in this, and we'll have to just I think
China's right now just sitting back and watching what happens, for real.
Yeah, they're being smart.
Just see what
China
they
is
can
being
probably
smart.
do.
Yeah.
So, Freelance, you think the BRIC countries will step up?
I think they'll say we're stepping up, and at the last minute they won't.
Got it.
I think that's what will happen.
Fearful of what Russia will do? Cut off oil supply?
Fearful what Russia
They'll
will
go
do,
bankrupt.
but common sense will then tell them if we back the bad guy here, we'll be remembered for that.
Right.
And at the moment, the likes of India, they do not want to lose the trade deals they have with the Western world because that would set them back quite
So ultimately, how do you see it playing out? That basically Russia will be, that Ukraine will be part of Russia again? That's how I see it.
I don't see that.
I think they will lose a little bit of land.
I think that, yes, I don't want them to lose land, but I think the peace deal will be they'll keep the land that they've already taken and then that'll be it. I think that will be what will happen. And then I could foresee some form of political
And that should be
upheaval
taken over just
in
the war
Russia.
continuing, people just dying and them still advancing. Like, it's just better to stop the killing and give up some land than.
Yeah, I think if they give the minerals away, I think Russia's in a compromised position. They're not saying it, but they are. And that could play out that way.
Russia's
Both sides are
compromise is their
looking for war.
military is not as strong as they've perceived. That's
It's not anymore.
I mean, see right now, like I said, if some European countries backed Ukraine, put boots on the ground, they could push those Russian forces back to the border.
And I hope that
no
isn't
problem.
backing Putin into a corner and saying like he has to do extreme things. And
I think he needs to be put into a corner. I think he needs to sweat, because if the people in Russia find out that they've lost all their troops in Ukraine, they're going to turn around and say, this guy who's been speaking this bullshit for the last 3 years is telling us that we're going to win Ukraine, and now we've lost Ukraine. Okay, time for a new leader. You know, I think it'll be a more powerful message than you realize.
Yeah, the push is there now. 60% of all American companies have gone out of there the last 10 years. They're gone.
Well, yeah. So what's happening is, yeah, like people were saying, well, just go tell them that you're getting mass reported. I'm not getting mass reported on each stream. I got mass reported. Now I am just labeled a dangerous. I'm just labeled a dangerous contributor. And so now whatever show I go onto, they will get a notification saying your TikTok stream has been limited to viewers. And so I get it as well. I get the notification, meaning that I think anybody who's below the age of 18 or something won't be allowed to watch, probably. That's what I'm assuming. What's up, Tia? And so, yeah, I think that's the case, but I'm not sure. That's nuts. Yeah. And so people keep letting me know that I'm on a delay. So yeah, so every time I go onto their shows, the only way that I can make it so that you guys can hear what I hear is if I just cut off my audio through stream, and then I just share. I just pull up that TikTok stream on my computer and just let you watch it on my computer. And so that's the only way that I can actually show you what's going on. So yeah, I'll try one more. These have been, TikTok streams are normally pretty crappy. So I just requested to join another one. We'll see if this one works. He's got a good bit of people watching, but it doesn't seem, I don't know if they're debating.
Hello, Tom Foolery.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Are you a Putin supporter?
No, I am not a Putin supporter.
So did you support what Trump did yesterday?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I just tuned in and saw you guys were talking about this topic and kind of going from one stream to another, going to talk to people about it. Are there any Putin supporters here?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh,
well, I'm sure they're around. I had this guy up here before, and yeah. So American views on Putin favorable 11%. 11%. 11% of the people in the United States think that they're
so Milwaukee or whoever you are, no caps.
Without funding their end of this war, we're broke. You're fucking dumb. Listen, dude. I don't understand why people don't understand how important it is to fucking protect freedom around the world.
Well, even outside of that, it's not even just that. One, it is in our best interest. Like, we're protecting the United States as well. And we're also we're only using like 0.5 of the GDP. We're using using less than 1% of the federal budget. But they're acting like if we stop supporting Ukraine, we're all of a sudden going to like have way less taxes charged to us, and that's definitely not the case. It won't make a difference to us if we get rid of all of U.S. aid and all of the Ukraine money. It's not going to make a difference to how much we're paying in taxes.
Yeah. If you support, actually, let's do it this way. If you support Ukraine, put yellow blue hearts. If you support Putin, put a red heart.
Do they not understand that the funding for the Ukraine comes out of our military fund? Do they not understand that?
They don't understand
Well, some
anything.
of it's military fund. So the majority of what we send over there is old military equipment that we can't
Exactly.
use anymore. It's
Exactly.
outdated. But then that's about like 60% of what we've sent so far. Then the rest of it is like outside of the budget. It's discretionary spending from Congress. And so, but like even a lot of people are arguing about like, oh, well, the EU needs to step up. The EU has spent like almost like 30, I think it's 30 billion more than the United States has on funding Ukraine. And they don't get their money back, like Trump said. They get the same amount of money back as we do. We've also loaned money. Not everything that we've given is just like purely giving.
First of all, hold on. Most of that money stayed in the United States because we used it to build new equipment. So the money that was allocated stayed in the United States. We opened up factories. They built new equipment for our soldiers while we were sending them our old stuff. So that money went to Americans to give them salaries to build equipment for our country.
For those of you down there in the chat that think that we're giving them our brand new high-techy tech stuff, you're dead ass wrong, because this shit would have been over 3 years ago if they did give us if we gave them our new stuff.
It's stuff we literally can't use anymore.
Yeah, so we're keeping the good stuff, giving them the other stuff, and they're wiping the fuck out of Russia. They're fucking destroying them.
Yeah, and this isn't something that Biden did either, because that's like a big talking point. Is Biden is the one who started giving them all of this stuff, but that's not true. If you remember, Donald Trump's first impeachment was when he was withholding javelins from Ukraine to try to get them to investigate Joe Biden, and he was on the phone with Zelensky.
Yo, this is fucking. I want my money. Do you think that fucking the money that is allocated for Ukraine would actually be given back to the fucking American people? That's how fucking dumb this fucking asshole is. You people are fucking stupid, yo.
Yeah,
you
it's not going to make a change.
Somehow that money's gonna come back to you if they don't fucking send it to help you. Are you fucking that stupid? God, people are fucking dumb, man. They think she thinks it's gonna come back to her. Man, you're stupid. You guys are so dumb. These people are the same people that say these are the same people that say put America first, and then they vote for fucking red governors, and then when there's money allocated for people in their state, like children that need food, they fucking block it. They block it. Put America first. Here's money to help feed people that are poor. No, we don't want that. Don't help the American people that need the fucking help.
Minnesota was high on there. They had a lot of revenue they had gotten back. So our governor gave us checks back for the amount of money that we had in our surplus.
That's good. Well, if you had a surplus, then they should. Feeding kids should be the most important. Exactly. Well, no, they'll be like, I'm against AB. It's disgusting. It's horrible. Oh my God. And then they're like, oh, you're gonna give children? We're not giving money for children to eat. How dare us have to fucking? That's my money.
But yet they don't say. We had the little bit of a surplus, and we got our driver's license free 1 year.
Well, yeah, it's always blue states that are spending the most money on like homeless people. They're spending the most money on like getting kids lunches. They're the ones spending the most money on actually feeding. even on veterans, if you look at the last couple of votes in Congress on giving veterans more benefits, it's been Republicans who have been voting to decrease benefits for veterans, and it's been Democrats who have been voting to give them more money. It's been Democrats who have been giving better, programs for homeless people and better programs for getting them jobs, better programs getting them off of drugs, better programs for psychiatric help. It has been Republicans who have been stopping all of this. So if you think money should be going to homeless people or be going to Americans, you're voting for the wrong people.
I talk to you from Ireland, my brother. Come on up.
I'm very curious.
I always like bringing people up from other countries to see how fucking.
I'll tell you right now, in my state, for my free lunches and breakfast for kids, there are a couple.
Sparky, don't be scared, man. Just hit the button. Come on up, man.
There's a couple schools that said, I don't want that, and they opted out of it. They're like, we'll pay out of pocket.
Just click that little button, Sparky.
So if they don't want to use the money to feed kids or shelter the homeless or do any of the things for American people, help with their health care, where exactly do they want to spend all of the tax dollars? Where is it that they want all that money to go? In their pockets? Should Congress get a raise?
No, fuck no. All right, guys.
So what do they want to do with it?
Listen, they just don't want to help people.
But we have all these people bitching down here about, oh, they're spending money on kids and on this and on that. Well, where the fuck do you idiots want
First of all,
the money to go?
So this lady goes, we're 36 trillion in debt. Here you go, cuckoo bird. Let me show you something. I got something for you. Hold on. Here you go, buddy. So yeah, see all the debt that Trump added? You see all that debt? Trump added
And that includes
20, COVID. Yeah, but even without the COVID.
Yes, even without the COVID.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so he added all of that debt. He added like a quarter of the United States debt. That's under Trump. You see that? Trump added more fucking debt to almost more than Obama did in 8 years, and he did it in 4 years. So yeah, save that bullshit, all right? Save that bullshit.
And for the people saying that Democrats supported illegal, Biden deported more illegal immigrants than Donald Trump did in his 2016 presidency. Joe Biden deported more illegals in his presidency. So it is where you guys talk about open borders. I don't think you know what open borders means. If you think setting records and deportations through Obama and Biden are number 1 and 2, like if you think that's
It's crazy. Can't remember without understanding. Okay, so all right. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. If you could share it live and tap the screen, I would appreciate it. I want to try to get to 100,000 taps tonight. We got 200 people in here. Let me see. I was trying. So guys, if you're from, I want to see if there's anybody from a different country in here. If you're from a different country, put a blue heart. If you're from outside the United States, put a blue heart.
Coyote Katie, not only did Biden not do mass deportation, he didn't have to. Do you know what's happening right now? There are people that are actual U.S. citizens that were born and raised here generationally, and they're getting detained with this mass bullshit.
I just watched a whole bunch of people standing by ICE and had a blowhorn or megaphone screaming, if they don't have a warrant signed by a judge, do not let them in. Do not open your door.
Yeah. What's up, Coyote Kid? What's up there? Doobie, what's up, bro? Doobie, where'd you go? Doobie, doo.
Hello.
Hey,
Tom Foolery, you can put your camera on. Go ahead if you want.
So what country are you from?
I'm from Norway.
It doesn't have an option.
You're from Norway. So what are you guys, from your perspective, looking at what happened to Zelensky and Trump?
We think it was a horrible thing to watch.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, everybody think that it's really painful to watch what happened.
Yep.
And we are so sad that we have lost our biggest allied, through so many years. And our leaders are telling us every day that we cannot trust the USA. And I think they are very, how to put it in English? They're very confused about the whole thing, what to do now, because you have military bases all over our country.
Yep.
And what do we do?
I know. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
and knowing that
You should ask us to leave. That's what I would do.
half of your population is not MAGA people. So it's like
More than
it
half.
feels so unfair.
More than half. I mean, we
Yeah.
have like 340 million Americans, and only 77 million people voted for him. So I mean, they're like maybe
Tom debating on
25,
TikTok.
like 25.
Let's go.
Yeah, like 35% of the population, maybe.
Yeah.
And there's more people against him.
Here,
Thank you,
C.
Mike, for
His
the
name is
donation.
C. Can't trust Zelensky. Tell you.
29%. Thank you, Dale. Yeah, about 29% of Americans are for him. So there's over 71% that don't buy this shit. I'm telling you, I just saw the poll. They said 11% of people are okay with Putin. The rest of the Americans they don't trust him. They don't want nothing to do with him. So yeah,
Yeah, well,
I think
basically,
we need to see a lot of pushback. That's what I think we need.
yeah, well, Putin is nobody's friend, but his own.
Leading up to this, obviously, Zelensky had to say something about the way that they were talking about him. Otherwise, his own citizens weren't going to respect him if he just went in there and allowed Donald Trump and JD Vance to talk that much crap about him. But then once he got there, they didn't have anything to say because they're keyboard warriors. They got a lot to say until he's there face to face with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have had America in our news every morning all my life. We know everything what's going on in US. Basically, whole Scandinavia knows everything what's going on around the world. No matter if it's US, if it's China, if it's Middle East, we have really good coverage of what's going on in the world. And especially now with US and Donald Trump, it's in our face. The first thing I see when I wake up in the morning is that motherfucker. And I'm already so tired, and I can't, like, kind of,
We
I
live
can't,
here. We gotta do it.
yeah. I don't, I can't kind of
We're
comprehend
living.
how it must be for you guys.
It's the
He's your
same.
guy.
He's not my guy. Not my guy.
No, but
Not
no,
my
I know,
president
I know,
either.
I know. But I mean,
Will never be
it's
my
your
president.
it's the president of your country, so I can't even
No,
imagine
I know.
how it is to be an American
Well,
those days.
yeah, it's sad. It's
This
sad
is
right now.
this is what
It's
I was
really
saying
sad.
earlier on that
Oh,
that
president.
Hold on,
most of
Chip.
Europe
Yeah.
doesn't like your president,
Did you see that the
and I think
Well,
WWE
just
burned that movie?
listen. You cannot like you can not like our president. Just don't stop liking us. All right. Know
no,
that
no, we
know
went up
that
like,
know
well,
that we're not
I'm
the
not
enemy, bro.
I'm not coming to America for a long while, but
Shit. I'm
my
looking
other
for
half
to
wants to come
go
to
for a long while.
Disneyland, and I said I'm not going to Disneyland while Trump is in America, so I've refused to do. Actually, I don't want to even go there. I want to go to Yosemite and all that stuff. But she wants to go to Disneyland. I was like, I'm not doing that while Trump is in charge. So Trump has actually made me stop going and spending my money in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same for me too. And
Yeah.
many Norwegians have already threw their Teslas in the garbage. They stopped buying American stuff. It's a very strange
But
to
Doobie, as a
see.
European, don't you
Yeah,
agree that we are just America now is done, and then we will do
yeah.
everything else apart from America? And I don't think Americans realize this. Because Trump will go, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. But in Europe, we're like, nope, we are just sticking to our own and doing our own.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to
But
get
what, guys?
together
I
and
mean, the truth is, the best we to fucking get that fucking guy out.
Well,
There's gonna have.
we was, I mean,
We knew there was gonna be fucking pain over here as soon as he got in. But the American people need to see what he causes. We need.
we was shocked that the American people, the majority of American people, were dumb enough to vote him back in. However, that's why we've now gone right. So, unfortunately, America's going to be done by Europe because we are going to go right. We're not having this, and we can't have this. I'm sure Duty will agree. We can't let you do this, and not you personally, but
No. I got
a
you.
narcissist,
You're not gonna offend
weirdo
me.
man.
I'm sitting here having to watch it, bro.
Yeah, we can't do it.
Everybody I know that watched that shit yesterday was horrified. Was fucking horrified.
That was
absolutely
ridiculous.
terrible.
And then
It
you
was
watch
it
it
was
today with Keir Starmer, completely opposite.
Yeah. Hold on. What did you say? Go ahead. Doobie, did you want to say something?
yeah. Well, it was just so heartbreaking to watch a guy that's been. I mean, he's been out his family for 3 fucking years, trying to govern his land that is in war, and Russia is attacking. Even hospitals and babies, they don't fucking care. They have no rules. They are war criminals. It's so horrible when you know what's going on there and how
It
horrible the
just
Russians are.
Yep.
it just showed how his loyalties lied with America, with Russia.
I don't know.
It was
I don't know
obvious
if I
from
don't know if
him
he
and Pence.
I don't know if he
Not Pence.
owes
What's his
money
name?
to fucking Russia or Russia has some fucking
No, they own
news on him
they
or
own you, Russia. Russia owns you money, and he wants it back.
no.
That's the reason why. Yeah,
Trump Russia don't know.
not Trump, but America. America as a whole. Russia owes you money, and then you want it back. That's why he's going for them.
I don't think
that's why he wants to be friends with them, because he
I
wants
don't
to get
think
that
that
money
has
back.
anything to do with it. I don't think that he cares much about getting
Trump
American money back.
Trump wants
Sorry,
to
go on, Tom.
Trump wants to be a fucking dictator. Trump wants to be on the same level as fucking Putin, whatever, and fucking Xi. He wants people to have to like fucking stand by him and fucking everybody, bow to him and shit. That's what he's looking for. He wants to turn. He wants to turn.
Yeah,
our
but it doesn't mean it's not
He-
going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Trump signed another executive order today.
Oh God, for what now?
It's really stupid.
Can't make
I don't know
fun of me
whether
no
it's
more.
stupid, though. I
Executive
don't know.
order. No.
And he said, "Oh, that sounds good, I guess." And he signs the damn thing. It has to do. But that's what they were saying. Everything should be made like that.
I think every
That was a little
European house is
interesting.
built out of brick.
supposed
So we
to
don't have the
increase lumber
flood
supply,
issue. We don't have
whatever
the.
this is, and curb wood imports. That is the purpose of
Bro,
this
if you have a brick
executive.
house, you still have
Suspects running.
you still have if you have a brick house, you still have wood inside.
Suspect running.
No, we don't. No. All our walls are brick. The only wood is the windows and the doors.
What
about the internal walls?
You live in a
And
fucking.
you still
All the
have
walls are brick.
inside
Yes,
the
all the
house.
walls are brick. We have to
Oh my
drill into them. All the walls are brick.
I'm sorry. I
You don't
keep
have
telling you guys,
wallpaper
stop.
and
You
fucking
can't say
Yeah, we have
anything else
wallpaper,
but
but we
refresh.
have the
If you say
plasterboard.
like
What is
if you
the
send a bunch of
problem?
red faces,
It's
if you
actually
do a
It's a
bunch of
brick
other
wall.
crap
We have
that
the
is not
plasterboard
just
there.
the word refresh, I'm not
You're
going
Are
to
you
say
guys
it.
trying to
Okay.
butter me up to
So when you
ask me
keep
something?
spamming Tom in
Mike.
caps,
Tony,
I'm
There's
looking,
Y'all
no
waiting
making
for
me
you to
want
say
to
something
walls
else.
in our house.
If you're spamming red
Mike.
faces, I'm not waiting for you to say something else.
Goddamn.
And so I keep
What's
looking
going
back,
on?
like, what
I
are
don't
they
know.
doing?
Something's going on
If
over
you're not
at
going to say
Tony's house.
refresh, then
Brick.
I
It's all
have
brick.
no idea what
And
the
then
hell
we
you're doing.
plasterboard it all, and then we have to drill into it.
Slava
None of
Ukraine.
it is wood. The
Even
only
when
thing
we
that's
say
wood
refresh,
is
you
our
don't
loft
see. Yes, I know.
conversion.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
Just say refresh because
how do you
I'll
run?
see it
Wait. How do you
eventually.
run the
But
wires in the wall?
They go
there's
through
not
the
much of an
walls.
option here.
We
The
get
way that I have this
electricians
rigged
to
is
put them
this
through the
is
wall.
the only way
They
I can do TikTok
grout
streams.
out the thing, like drill out the thing, put it in the wall, and then plaster back over it.
Oh, okay.
I think Tom is having a
It's all
adventure up
brick
there with
and
somebody
plaster.
else.
Interesting. Well, I guess it's more expensive for bricks than it is wood. So that's why.
It doesn't blow over when a
But the front of my
wind
mother's
comes
house
along.
was brick, but the inside wasn't brick.
What's up, Pat?
Yeah, the
Welcome
whole
in.
thing is brick.
Okay.
Not the
Oh, you're
inside of my
driving me
mother's
crazy
house.
there,
Yeah,
Seven.
I wasn't the one with yelling in the background though. I had
Yeah,
myself
what
muted
is
the whole time.
what
That
is
was not
up
me.
with the fucking houses? I mean, I feel like I'm listening to the Three Little Pig story, and we're talking about wood,
What are we? What?
fucking brick houses.
I wanted to tell you
we
Bernie
know he's
Sanders is coming this
America's
month.
Dude,
favorite straw, and we
it's
blown
like
out.
I think we're talking about the Three Little Pigs. He's like the one house is like fucking straw, and the other one's wood.
Well,
Why
we
would
know
you make it out of wood?
we
When
know
you
that
can
the
make it out
Americans
of
have been straw
brick,
and blown away.
and when the wolf comes in and goes, little pig,
Before I
little
even
pig,
brought
let
this
me
We're
thing
running
up,
out of ways to complain about Trump, so we
what is it? I
gotta go
bring
to
something up
breaker
and everybody
wood.
goes
And I
nuts.
huffed and puffed and blew the house in.
Hey, X, I want to tell you something my son told me a little while ago.
What's up?
He said that he saw somewhere on here or wherever that there was a a translator that read that whatever watched the blow up and said that what Zelensky was saying was under his breath was "shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch" or something like that when he was muttering to himself.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
I know. Can you?
I know that he probably took every fucking fiber
Every ounce that he had,
to
exactly.
keep to fucking stay. Yeah, I would have been so fired. Did you see the videos that they made on TikTok of Zelensky hitting him over the head and him going backwards and getting knocked out? Shit was fucking hilarious, yo. And they have one that Zelensky reaches over and smacks him on top of the head and he's like, yeah, he starts crying and shit. Shit is pretty funny.
I'm surprised they'd allow that on TikTok. TikTok seems to
Will
be
we fight with or without?
It might be on YouTube.
For the last
Tom, your setting looks very
Bro,
good.
I want to support you, Yarrow, man. We support you just because our president. And I'm fucking picturing a fucking brick house and a fucking wooden house, and I'm like, what is he talking about?
Hey, drop me down so someone else can come up to.
All right, why you were talking to Tony, so I
Yeah,
wanted
what are you
to.
doing, MJ?
Just to sit here listening to this shit.
She did say to UX to drop her down.
No, but
No,
then
I just
Tony
said,
tried
hey,
to say,
MJ.
but then Tony tried to say hello to her.
We
So
said
I
hi.
didn't want to take her opportunity to respond back.
It's
Thank
fine.
you, X. You're so
You know,
kind.
you know what? Fuck it. Bye, MJ.
I said, you're kind.
Yeah, his stream's down. It looks like he's back on my side. TikTok is something else, bro. It says live paused again. Hey, XYF, it says you're paused on my stream. Yeah, I've refreshed it a couple of times and it keeps saying you're paused. Yes.
I like Bernie. I think Bernie needs to get out on the road and keep meeting people and talking, because I think he's a very good, you know,
I think it's because Elon's trying to buy that
communicator.
in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
he's trying to, right, where I live, he's trying to buy the damn election here for our Supreme Court.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to do own Tesla. Companies are not supposed to have their own dealership. Something I read.
I don't know. I've never heard that, but all I
but-
know is that the money that's being poured into this. I mean, this is a guy who held out on having grape tests, grape kits tests. He withheld those. He didn't have them tested. I mean, this guy is like, he's right up there with the classiness and of Ron Johnson and Trump when it comes to women. He's just a piece of shit.
Bro, I can't get fucking brick houses out of my head right now. That guy
Well,
fucking.
All right, I gotta head out.
Rest of the night.
Y'all have a
Have
good
a
one.
good night,
Appreciate it.
Tom.
All right, you have a good night, Tom Foolery. Be safe, brother. Brother, I followed you. Thank you. Tom, have a great night. Everybody give
Appreciate
Tom a follow.
I know. All I keep thinking of was the front of my mother's house was brick too, but the inside wasn't brick.
Ooh, look at this. Breaking news. Head of the federal watchdog agency fired by Trump should
Okay, I'm done with TikTok. Done with TikTok. Can't do it. I am. I'm trying to put all this back. Give me a second. It's gonna keep muting me. All right, I think we got it. Dang, dude. The TikTok is annoying. it's such a fucking shit show, bro. Even the guy's own stream went down, and he didn't even know his own stream was down. He had no idea. And it's not even his fault. I'm not even blaming him, because that's definitely on TikTok for having a system or a setting to where it just doesn't give him a fair warning to where he would know that his stream is down. So yeah, that's just TikTok is an obnoxious platform to try to deal with. I can't deal with it. And my clock is not working. Why isn't my clock working? Well. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about what the reason is for why we build houses out of wood. I've heard a bunch of foreigners recently talking about this, saying dude, you guys always have all these problems with fires and crap, and nobody else in any other countries have the same issues you guys do, because we're not building our houses out of stuff where it's going to catch on fire so easily. So I'm actually not sure about that. Time and available resources. We have a shit ton of wood available. It's quicker and cheaper. Yeah, I figured it had something to do with cost. That's what I would assume. Well, we are at $2, I think, out of 25 for round 1, and I think we have about an hour left, but I'm not sure because my clock is down. Let me check. I've got a second clock up. Yeah, we got 56 minutes left. So if you guys want to donate to keep the stream going, there's a link in the description. If you are a member, super chats on YouTube count full. But if you're not a member, they only count for 2/3 towards the goal, because YouTube takes 1/3 out of it. So, oh, I can't hear.
That is tip $20.
Shit, I can't hear the donos. Todd Pemper donated. Oh wait, thing that is with the $20 dono. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go, boy. So yeah, so Mike Alvarez sent $2 earlier. Thing that is just sent $20. So we now have $22. Thank you, thing that is, with the $20 dono. Let's get some cheers in chat. Hell yeah. What's going on with the technical difficulties tonight? Well, it's not technical difficulties on my side. Everything else that was happening with TikTok, it's just TikTok. TikTok just sucks. It just sucks. And even earlier, so earlier I was going to TikTok on my browser on YouTube, but every time I went to it on YouTube, it would say you can only watch on one browser. So it would say pick either either the phone or the browser, but oh, whoops. I'm not trying to go to TikTok. So yeah, I would say pick either the phone or the browser, but I'm I'm calling in through my phone. You can't call in through the browser. It kind of sucks. But yeah, you're not able to call in on your computer. You can only call in on your phone. So that's why you guys had such a delay, is that I have to call in on my phone and I'm using my earbud for the phone, and then I just pull it up on the browser and then share it on my screen so that you guys can watch it through the stream.
It keeps us in that country, and they're very happy about it. But it's we get our money back. This should have been.
A lot of these websites, or a lot of these channels, they just play old stuff. They'll play like old videos of Trump or Elon, or like they'll play like, press briefings from 2016, and they'll have like 20,000 people watching the entire time. Yeah, they'll have 20,000 people watching an old briefing from back then. It is fucking wild, dude. What the hell is that? Is that a koi? What the hell? That is amazing. Yeah, lots of crappy channels. Dude, that channel that I was just on, that was playing some like old conversation, was from they have 6 million subscribers. So I don't know. Potentially criminal. Yeah, I heard Chud Logic's been calling him a rapist over and over. Yeah, I might jump in on that one, because I don't know, I haven't seen, so I'll say for sure. I have not seen it myself, but I do remember there was about a year ago that a bunch of people kept posting in my Discord that Chud was calling me a rapist over and over, and I've already got another suit that I'm working on for something similar, so might as well throw more in there. Yeah, I changed all of my settings on all of my streams for that, so now I'm still trying to fix everything as well. That's what they call a fish. Yeah, everybody take a second and speed up your streams just a little bit so that you can get caught up, and then also hit the thumbs up while you're at it. I keep getting these in my feed. Apparently there's a bunch of people who are claiming to be Jesus these days, the second coming of Jesus, so Chud is projecting.
Boring TikTok logger? Oh, fuck you. I'm the life of the party, you little shit. If I were on TikTok, I'd be the one making fun of all the basic bitches and their fucking avocado toast.
You see, she could get away with this if she's really hot. Like, this kind of behavior, you can totally get through life as a hot woman and be super successful with that kind of behavior. But you got to be really hot to pull off that attitude.
I think we need like a really hot avatar.
Very hot.
Yeah.
How long before we have an actual sex robot that can talk to you like that?
Probably not long.
Not that
He's
long,
asking
right?
for a friend.
I mean, less than 5 years, probably.
Totally
Really?
asking for a friend.
Will it be warm?
You probably have whatever you want. You can have a cat girl if you want.
Yeah, you probably could,
We
right?
can
You
make
probably
cat
have a
girls
furry.
real.
Yeah, you could have a furry lady that you have sex with.
Yeah.
Like an avatar lady, maybe a big giant blue lady that lives in your house.
Ariana tipped $3. I just noticed that in YouTube Shorts, right-wing lawyer content is very popular while prepared content videos of left-wing, real, lawyer content such as Legal are very popular.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I've talked a lot about like moving to prepared content because like liberal streams just don't do well. They just they don't do well. Like for streaming, you have to like build a community, and building a community is way easier if you have a niche market that you're in. Niche markets are way easier to build communities because these are harder for people to find in the real world. So if you want to do liberal content, well, like that's mainstream. To like just go fucking watch CNN, watch MSNBC, watch, just like mainstream stuff, and you're going to get a much higher quality than of content going to mainstream than you will if you watch regular streams on YouTube. So you have no reason to kind of drop your standards to what a live streamer is going to give you. And then if you're like a communist or a socialist or something like that, well, yeah, now you're in a niche. And so now you're going to have a much easier time getting people into your algorithm, because once they click on one like socialist stream and they watch a good bit of it, well, now they're going to start getting fed tons of other socialist and communist content creators like the Serfs, like Hassan, like Vosh, and yeah, it's going to be way, way easier to start building a community that way. Whereas when you're a liberal, you're like, most people agree with you. Most people have similar ideas to you. And so it's just much harder to get into the algorithm that way. So you gotta struggle a lot more. As like and then yeah, like when I'm like more of like a centrist liberal, there's no market for that whatsoever. Like you're not niche, you're not special, you're not different, you're not exciting, you're not edgy, you're just none of these things, to where yeah, it's going to be way, way harder to build a community and get a market going that way. But thank you, Aryan, for the $3 dono. So now we're at 25, and we have finished round 1. If I could just get my clock to reset, that would be great. But I'll reset the one that I have down here. So it's supposed to end at 11 p.m. So that means that now it's ending at 2 a.m. on the 2nd. Okay. So let's see if we can get it to work now. Oh yeah, there we go. We got a clock up in the house. Ready for World War III? There's no World War III coming. But yeah, that's why I've talked about moving to prepared content for a long time, is that I think that, like, for content creators like me, or in the space that I'm in, yeah, you have to do higher quality content. You have to do something that's better. So, like, which is weird because, yeah, if you're conservative or if you're like a Republican, you can do literally anything. You can do literally anything. There's no like quality standards for them across the board. You just say the things that they want to hear, and that's that. But for lefty content, it is the standards are just so much higher. They're just so much higher across the board. You have to be very articulate. You have to be very well read. You have to be academic. You have to have high quality cameras. You have to have high quality streams. You have to have you have to be very good in just so many different areas to where the competition is out of this world. And it just makes it much, much harder on the left than it is on the right. Whereas, I mean, there's been a couple of streams where literally during the stream, I just started saying right-wing things, and all of a sudden I was just flooding up. And I was literally trying to be as dumb as I could be. So I was trying to say as many contradictory things as I could. I was trying to say as many things that would that literally made no sense, and was just like giving word salads. And the whole time I had people piling into the chat. That's right, brother. MAGA for life. That's right. I just subbed. Thank God for you. I was purposefully trying to contradict myself and say things that just made no sense, and just had people flooding in to support it. So I don't dude, you were ignorant? Well, no, I can literally pull up numerous other content creators who can barely speak. I can pull up tons of content creators who can barely speak a full sentence, who can barely speak fucking English, and they're doing very well all the time. And if you go and go to their channels, they don't even say anything of value, and they're pulling up old videos that are 10 years old, and this is this is fucking crazy. And then they pull it up, and there's just nothing of value there whatsoever. And they do well because all they have to do is virtue signal. That's it. Right wingers just want somebody to virtue signal to them, and then they're on their side. Whereas but that's because everybody on the right, they all have the same talking points. They all say the same things. And so it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you're pushing the right talking points, everybody's going to go watch you because you're just as good as the next guy. You're all the same exact person. Whereas on the left, there's such a diversity of ideas and groups and types of people, where you got your classical liberals, your centrist liberals, your right-wing liberals, your left-wing liberals. You've got your neoliberals. Then you got your progressives. You have your liberal progressives. Then you have your leftist progressives, and then you have your socialists, your communists, and even once you get into socialists and communists, you have postmodernist socialists. You have the Marxist-Leninists, you have the Marxists, you have there's just such a broad and diverse group of people, where that's what it was when I was a conservative. When I was a conservative, the right wing was the more diverse group of people. We had the paleocons, we had the neocons, we had the libertarians, we had the ANCAPs, we had the alt-right. We had just such a diverse group of people who were there. And thank you. Yes, this guy's proving my point. Yes, this is what I'm saying, is that all you have to do is just say something that they disagree with and that they don't like you. Or if you say things that they do agree with, then they like you. That's it. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it. That's all you got to do. Just say something that they don't like, they're done with you. Say something that they do like, they're totally on your jock. But yeah, this one's a great example. A little bit.
Guys, Kristen.
This is this guy right here. That does not mean crime goes down. That is a crime. Make goals are not being held. They're no crimes.
Wasn't that person? Crime A was arrested for crime B earlier that day, or the day before, or the week before that. And it's
this guy's entire response made absolutely no sense. And what's his name again? America First TV. Okay, so let's pull him up real quick. Yeah, so this is him. Nothing he ever says makes any sense whatsoever. It just never makes sense. He has nothing of value to say whatsoever. So this is from 4 months ago, almost 10,000 views.
Yep. Woke Destiny.
I'm going to read our official.
We're about to have a look at a debate between Woke Destiny and Owen Schroyer over there at InfoWars. And before we get into it, real quick, I just want to say that the guys over at InfoWars were one of the inspirations for me to add my voice.
And so it's funny, yeah, like you say like woke Destiny, right? So Destiny is considered somebody who is definitely like farther away from like the progressives and more of like a liberal, even in the like more classical liberal sense of things. Like he's definitely not this like progressive person where he's against like trans people in sports. He's against saying like trans women are women. He's against Medicare for all. Like he's against Bernie Sanders. He's against like just all of this. Like he's nonstop debating socialists and communists and like. But these people, they just see somebody who's on the left and they'll just call them woke because. What does saying woke do? What is that? Is it actually communicating an idea? No, it's just a virtue signal. That's it. You're just virtue signaling to people that you don't like other people on the left. That's all you're doing. You're not communicating like an ideal. You're not communicating a subset of people. You're not communicating some like ideology. You're just virtue signaling to a bunch of people. I don't like the left. Like that's it. That's all it is. And so when this even applies to somebody like Destiny, then yeah, you're too far gone. Like you're way too far gone. But that's all people want. Republicans are just not little bitches about everything. I think literally everything I just said says the opposite about that. I think literally everything I just said is like the exact opposite. That no, like if they're constantly like even my chat, right? So I have my own chat where like my community is, but then I have a separate chat. And the separate chat is the chat that you're in. That's a vertical chat. And in that chat, it is all MAGA. And it's all of them literally fucking soying out all day, every day, just whining and crying about every little thing. And yeah, see, so like Sirquest is like proving my point as I'm saying it. I hadn't even said it yet, and he's already doing it. Where they like immediately go to like personal attacks. They can't actually like contest with your ideas. They can never talk about why you're wrong. They'll never say like actually this is the issue with what you're saying. They'll never have like some sort of historical fact or logical point to make. Never ever. It is them just going, yes, exactly. Thank you, Rain Wizard. Woke, TDS, DEI, it's not fair. I'm a victim. You won't treat me like a victim. It's not fair. Like, that's it. You haven't stated any idea? Really? Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. So it's only an idea if you agree with me. But if you say an idea that disagrees with me, it's not even an idea. It's not even an idea anymore. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I like this is beautiful. Keep talking. Say something else, Sirquest. Say something else. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again, buddy. We're waiting. This is good. Thank you. Like, there are tons of left-wing debaters. Like, they're all over the place, right? Left-wing debaters, people who understand their ideas. They do a ton of research. They understand it in depth. They understand it to its fundamental cores. They get it across the board, right? How many right-wing debaters are there? Like 2, 3, maybe 4? Like, there's no right-wing debaters. Why? Because they're not actually willing to defend their ideas. Because if they start debating people, they look like fucking idiots every single time. They get fucking destroyed every single time. So there's not many of them who will debate. The few who do debate, they have debate tactics that they use. Across the board, I can tell you exactly what each right-winger will do. I can tell you exactly what each one of them will do before I even watch a debate. You can name a right-wing debater. I'll go pull them up right now. And before I even watch it, I'll tell you exactly what they're going to do in that debate and how they're going to debate it every single time. Whereas, like, if we do it with with like, you know, somebody like Destiny, somebody like Vosh, somebody like you know, I don't know, like anybody, me, like you're not going to be able to know what they're going to say before they say it, because there's no way you could. There's no way you could know exactly what they're going to say before they say it. And this is the same thing with right-wingers. When anytime they talk about left-wing ideas, they actually literally have no idea what lefties believe. They have no idea what liberals believe. It's crazy, all these YouTube channels making this clickbait content, LMAO. These dudes don't care about politics. They are doing it for outrage. Correct. Like this is one of the things. Let's see. Somebody just sent me one today. Shit. Mantis, you sent me one earlier. Did you send it to me on... Where did you send it to me? So there's this common thing that you'll see across the board on right-wing channels where they put a caption on their thumbnail that says, "Get the fuck off my show." They do it over and over and over and over and over, and it never happens. It never happens. Nobody ever says, "Get the fuck off my show." They never say it. But it's only a thing that you'll see on the right. It's only a thing that you'll see on the right is where over and over and over they put in their thumbnails, "Get the fuck off my show," and then they do this. And look at these thumbnails. All of them exactly the same on all of the channels. They'll put two guys on there with explosions and fire in the background. One of their faces turned red. And then they'll say, "Woke, DEI, soy boy, cuck, TDS, fucking," you know, just the same thing over and over. That's all they do. It gets destroyed, gets wrecked. Like, it's the same things over and over and over and over and over. And it's never accurate. Like this, "You're a fucking clown." I guarantee you nobody said that in this. I guarantee you nobody said that in this. Like, I highly doubt. And it says, "Oliver Stone crushes Bill Maher live on his podcast." How much you want to bet? This is a 9-minute video. Who wants to bet that it wasn't even like a hardcore debate? Who wants to... He says he crushes him. All right, who wants to bet it's just like a normal casual conversation and they're both agreeing with each other for the most part? Like, that's almost every single time. Almost every time. They just sit there and agree with each other the whole time. And they act, "He got destroyed. He got wrecked." And then you go and click on it and they're just like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Wrecked! Soy boy fucking wrecked! So, yeah. Shit. Yeah, I don't see the, I don't see the thing that I was sent earlier. I don't know where it went. Fuck. Well, yeah, somebody just sent me one like yesterday or this morning saying, "Hey, your favorite thing." And it's like, "Get the fuck off my show." And it's like, that's the title on like all of these thumbnails. You got fucked up. Like, Dave Smith embarrasses Piers Morgan on his own show. As much as I can't stand Piers Morgan and as dumb as he is, he's not half as dumb as Dave Smith. Dave Smith is one of the dumbest people in the world. But if he's on the right, he's able to build an audience because they don't give a fuck how dumb you are. Just say the right things. But I don't know. If you disagree, you can call in and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. There's a phone number right there if you're on the vertical stream, and we'll we can have a conversation about it. Let's see. Actually, let me run to the restroom real quick because I got a potty. And then I'll take calls right after if anybody wants to call in. Okay. Alright then. Shit, 28 missed calls. What the fuck? Alright, yeah, if somebody wants to call in, you guys can call in. But this is what I'm talking about, is that the right wing just doesn't really debate their ideas. I don't think they have confidence in them. Okay. Let me move some of this stuff around.
Yeah. You know?
Whoa.
Whoa.
With the
yeah.
tail?
Yeah, the whole tail. You lock tails. You got to get your own.
They
You
have
got to
like
figure
sex
out
with their tails or something?
Yeah, they link up. They share souls.
Okay.
Something like that. Do you know people got? You remember Avatar depression? It was like a legitimate psychological
the movie
condition.
or the
No. It was, after Avatar, people got depressed because they wanted to live on that fucking planet with those blue people and live free.
They did.
I didn't care so much about the freedom part, but I did, like, after watching it in after watching it in 3D, with how colorful everything was, with how pretty everything was, and like the plants glow and the people are this bright blue, and like the animals are these cool green and neon colors. Everything was just so pretty the whole time. It was really like, that was the thing for me, is like looking at how pretty everything was. It was wild to look at the real world afterwards. But that is kind of similar to how I design my setups afterwards, is to kind of be similar to what Avatar looks like, is that yes, it's going to look very bright blue and bright purple, bright pink, bright, light blue, and all these things. So yeah.
Live pure, yeah.
I didn't hear about this.
Yeah, Avatar depression. It was like a real thing. People were talking to their therapist so much about being depressed, about
there's
wanting
a
to
therapist
live
mode
with it.
too. We can try that.
What's that? Depressed mode?
Yeah, Justin, I would be happy to go through it, but it generally takes like a really long time to do it through text. But I guess we can get into like one or two, I guess, back and forths where I can at least see what what your disagreement is, but yeah, I just don't know how long it's gonna last. Crap. This. There we go. Trump saved America. You're insane.
No, don't do it.
I think there is. Yeah, we've got like we've got unlicensed therapist as a.
When we were talking, when we ran into each other at the church at the inauguration, you were telling me that this is getting better and better so quickly that it's astonishing.
Hey, Ara.
Hey, Alon. How's it going today?
Good. Can you tell me about Avatar depression? Like if you see the movie Avatar, but you can't live there, so you get sad?
That's an interesting concept. Have you ever experienced feeling so connected to a place or a community that the thought of leaving made you feel deeply sad?
So is this the depressed voice?
This is the therapist.
Oh, this is the therapist.
What are some ways you think you could cope with that kind of sadness if it happened to you?
No, I don't have that kind of sadness. Honestly, I thought the movie had some good special effects, but I did not want to live on the planet.
And this is coming from a guy who wants to go to
Well, the phone number is on the short screen, but I can put it on the other one as well.
Mars.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Mars, what do you think about that crazy square? That structure.
I guess there are sort of squarish things on Earth. Planet's a big place, so
yeah. But that one
eventually it's going to be pretty square. No, it's alien.
Cliff Notes is that Zelensky wants the U.S. to back Ukraine being in NATO, but if Ukraine joins NATO, Russia will get super pissed and go crazy. So Trump has to tell Zelensky that America can't just let Ukraine in. Sure, but this is the problem, is that well, there's a ton of problems with it, actually, but one, we don't even have to let them in NATO. We just say they're not in NATO, but we're gonna give them all of the backup that they would have as if they're in NATO. One. Two, all of the other NATO countries need Ukraine to be an independent country. If the NATO countries allow Ukraine to be taken over, then they're all in more danger as well. Three, Russia shouldn't be able to control whether or not Ukraine is in NATO. This is the entire reason that NATO was created in the first place, was to make it to where Russia couldn't control all these countries. And so they created NATO to make it to where they had an alliance to team up against NATO, to team up against other countries if they were getting too strong, to where they would be able to fight back. Russia was in NATO, and they fucking left NATO, and Ukraine was in under Russia's thumb, to where Ukraine had to do whatever it is that Russia commanded, but that's not the case anymore because they fought for their own independence. So it's but even if that was the case, you can't allow Russia to be able to just go and take big swaths of Ukraine. So my question is, should Americans and other NATO countries put boots on the ground to help Ukraine? No, I don't think we can do that. There isn't, well, maybe other NATO countries. I would say other NATO countries possibly could. Not the United States can't. But other NATO countries possibly. It's just that other NATO countries are also afraid to get involved if the United States can't get involved. And so it is the reason that it's gone on this long is because it is just a very difficult situation to where everybody's kind of at a stalemate, where the United States can't become like an aggressor within this, or can't become like a full part of the war. And so the only things we can do is just give some aid to Ukraine to help them. And outside of that, there's not really much else that we're capable of. So yeah. It's not can't. It's Trump won't make Russia the aggressor. I don't know what that means. Russia is the aggressor. What do you mean? Trump won't make Russia the aggressor. What does that mean? Trump is just cucked to Putin like Trumpists are. And because they are afraid to be adults and tell Putin no. Well, I mean, maybe. It's not as if Biden did it either. Like, this is why it is complicated, is because Biden couldn't just go and tell Putin to leave either. Russia was never the aggressor. CG, you have nothing to back that up. You have literally nothing to back that up. I have mountains of evidence to say otherwise. You have literally zero evidence to say otherwise. But CJ, if you wanna, or sorry, CG, if you wanna call in, I'd be happy to go over the facts with you. You have literally nothing to back that up. Russia is objectively the aggressor, not even an opinion. Yes, it's not even an opinion. Like, there's no way you can say anything other than that. I agree with some aid, absolutely, but I think putting America in a role as peace facilitator is how Trump feels he can best deal with Russia. Yes, but again, the problem with being a peace facilitator is that Donald Trump has continuously done what CG's doing, where he's blaming the entire war on Ukraine. Like, he is over and over blaming the whole war on Ukraine and saying it's Ukraine's fault that the war started in the first place. It's Ukraine's fault that the war has continued to happen. It's Ukraine. He keeps talking shit about Zelensky, saying that Zelensky's a coward and Zelensky was it hasn't done what needs to be done in order to get peace, and that he wants his people to die. He's trying to make more people die. Like, it's a disgusting thing to say. While he's obviously being attacked, his people are being genocided, he's sitting there trying to do the best he can to protect them while being a much smaller country at a huge disadvantage, and Trump is standing there making fun of him the whole time and talking shit about him and lying about him. That doesn't sound like a peacekeeper to me, and it makes me like more and more questionable about whether or not Trump actually cares about getting peace, or whether or not he cares about just helping Russia, because all of the peace talks seem to only benefit Russia and no one else. Yeah, he just pushes Russian propaganda. That's it. That's all it is. I think him blaming Ukraine is to make Putin feel better and willing to come to an agreement. If he puts the blame on Putin where it belongs, then it's just Putin on defense. Yes, but that's what I'm saying, is that he could just blame neither side. So this is what a lot of people were saying, is that like, oh, well, if he's, because that's what Trump and Vance were saying yesterday, is like, well, if we just sit and talk a lot of shit about Putin, then we're not going to be able to make a peace deal. And it's like, okay, then why are you allowed to talk shit about Zelensky if you want a peace deal? Like, how does that make sense? What, you expect to talk a whole lot of shit about Zelensky and get a peace deal done, but you don't expect to be able to talk shit about Putin and get a peace deal done? Like, why would Zelensky come to the table if you're going to talk a bunch of shit about him? But you don't think Putin's going to come to the table if you talk shit about him, when it's just factually true that it's him who is responsible for all of this. It just, yeah, if they didn't talk shit about either side, I would believe that. But they aren't just not talking shit about either side. They're talking a lot of shit about Zelensky. So it just doesn't make sense.
Alien civilizations, of course.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what is it?
Sorry.
If an alien civilization did exist, though, and it, what happened, got hit by an asteroid.
Zelensky way overplayed his hand, period. What does that mean? You mean like in the meeting yesterday? You mean like Trump is such a sensitive little baby that if Zelensky corrects him on facts, that Trump will get so upset and say, we pay so much money, you're not allowed to correct us. We're allowed to lie about you as much as we want if we pay for the right to do so. That's what you're saying? Because I think that's insane. I think that's a ridiculous way of thinking about things. But it's obvious that Trump and Vance think that's okay. But, like, Zelensky's correcting them on factual things that they're lying about. And they get upset about it and say that he's overplaying his hand, that he's being disrespectful by correcting them. Like, I'm sorry, but normal people don't think it's okay to just lie about them over and over. Like, normal people don't think it's all right to just sit there and make up shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over, regardless of how much you paid. But yeah, whatever.
Whatever. Oh, she won't shut. She's like the hot lady at the party that interrupts the conversation. So if that was the case, like that thing, that's pretty shocking. Like, especially when you look at
ancient ruins.
You look at like what it looks like when they highlight the actual structure of it. It looks like ancient ruins. And if you had ruins of something made of stone and it got hit by an asteroid millions and millions and millions of years ago, who knows what it would look like right now? True. That just looks oddly created. It looks oddly manufactured.
Well, maybe we should.
Yeah, if you think we don't need Ukraine, you just don't know anything about this conflict. You don't know anything about what's going on. Like, if we have to start at that point to where I have to explain, like, just basic geopolitics to explain why we don't want Russia to take over Ukraine, then we're just starting at too basic of an idea that I don't even want to go back that far.
Should go there and check it out.
Yeah.
And see what it's like.
Is there ways that we can get better photographs? Well, it seems like that's a pretty good photograph, though.
Yeah, I mean, my view is we should move to Mars. Well, not move to Mars. We should have a second planet to preserve civilization.
Right.
Because let's say hypothetically, I mean, maybe those are the ruins of a long dead civilization. That will probably happen to Earth at some point.
I agree with the point that Trump shouldn't be talking crap. But I do agree, Ukraine needs to decide what a peace process looks like so we can sue Russia for peace. Yeah, it depends. The problem is that, like, currently there is a genocide happening on Ukrainians. They're literally being put in concentration camps. They're outlawing their language. They've captured Ukrainians who have been voting in Ukrainian elections, who have been proud Ukrainian patriots, who have been, paying for Ukrainian taxes and paying into Ukrainian, systems for a long time. And now all of their, like, investments into Ukraine are being taken away. All of their, like, history with Ukraine is being taken away. And they're just being captured and kidnapped as entire cities by Russia and saying, yes, we're taking you now and we're keeping you as part of our country now. Like, I'm sorry, but if that happened to my state and my leader just, like, gave up on us and was just like, oh, okay, we want peace. There's another country that wants peace. Another country is upset about this. So we're gonna start to sue for peace. Yeah, I would be furious. I would be furious with that shit.
It's a matter of time before we get hit by an asteroid or...
67% of Americans support Doge. That's just not true. 67% of Americans support an audit. That doesn't mean they support Doge.
Maybe we annihilate ourselves with nuclear war.
Or super volcanoes.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that could happen to us. It's not a bad idea to hedge your bets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Genetically engineered super virus.
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Tax season is already.
Okay. 60% of Americans support Doge. Nearly 6 in 10 6 in 10 voters concerned Musk is using Doge for his own financial benefit. Huh. Interesting. "76% of Americans favor Doge," White House press secretary cites new poll. And what is that poll saying? Levitt said the information comes from the February Harvard Caps Harris poll, with the press secretary describing its very legitimate pollster. She added that the American people overwhelmingly give Trump a very positive remark and said almost all of Trump's policies are getting strong majority support. I'm assuming this is the pollster, but I don't see the poll up on here yet. So yeah, like right here it says 46% to 54% have are on whether or not DEI departments are needed within government. Almost all voters are happy with who they voted for. Okay, here's Doge. 2 in 3 voters say the federal government's debt is unsustainable, and over 4 in 5 say they should work to balance the budget. Overwhelming majority of voters say the government should reduce government expenses. 7 in 10 think the government's expenditures are filled with waste and agree to cutting expenses. Most voters agree with having a government agency dictate to efficacy, and that Doge is making cuts. Okay, yeah. So this one's saying 60% support Doge making cuts. 72% agree that we should have some sort of government efficiency. While half of all voters agree Doge employees should have access to all info on government expenses, most say they should not include sensitive information for all Americans. Yeah, so half of voters believe, which that's what Trump won half of the vote. Trump won half of the electorate. So we're just saying, yeah, Trump voters think that Doge should have access. Kamala voters think that they shouldn't. But yeah, this does not say what you said. This says what I said. So just to be clear, this says what I said. That yes, everybody believes that we should have. Everybody believes that we should have audits. Everybody believes that we should work on spending. Everybody believes that we should be like working on taxes and lowering spending. Everybody thinks this. But every time we talk about Doge, everybody's just like, pummeled with talking points of, oh, I didn't realize you guys were against audits. Since when do you guys not like audits? Like, nobody has problems with auditing. Nobody has problems with lowering spending. It's just that what Trump is doing and what Elon is doing, that's not what they're doing. They're legally not allowed to do what they're doing. So it doesn't matter what they do. None of it's going to go anywhere. They know it's not going to go anywhere. They just, they're just doing my guess is that it's just a propaganda machine. Like, they're just doing something so that they can go and lie about like all the money, because so far almost everything that they've come out with saying this money's going here, that money's going there, every single time we can go look it up and we know they're lying. We can go and look and see for a fact they've lied every single time they've said something about it. But they already have courts saying that they have to stop and that they're not allowed to do what they're doing. So we already know that nothing they're doing is going to go through. We already know nothing they're doing is going to last. Everything will be overturned. And the more important part is that they have the House and the Senate. If they wanted to do this through a legal process, they could. If they actually wanted to get rid of this spending, they could do it easily. They don't have to do this like dictatorial process. They could just do it through the House and the Senate, just like a normal person who's not a fucking fascist, and they would be able to do it easily. But they're not doing it. Why? Because they don't actually want to get rid of the spending. They want to just lie about where the spending's going so that they can get you guys all up in a frenzy who don't know anything about how government works. You're just going to believe what Leave It says and just repeat it in my chat like you just did without ever actually looking at the fucking polls. And yeah, you're just going to run around just repeating the talking points that they give you. Whereas, like, if they actually wanted to make these changes, they could do it easily. They could easily do it. They're just not going to. The survey is a monthly collaboration between the Center for American Political Studies at Harvard and the Harris Poll and Harris X, which said the poll was conducted online in the U.S. from February 19th to February 20th among 2,443 registered voters. Trump's approval rating was 52% during his first month in office, according to the poll, which I know 52% is really low, but for Trump, that is the highest his approval rating has ever been. He's never had an approval rating that high. Throughout his entire presidency, through his first term, it never got that high. I don't think it ever got above 45%. So this is actually like a big bump for him. According to the poll, it noted voters were particularly pleased with his job on immigration, reducing the cost of government, and returning America to its values. By being a fucking dictator, breaking the Constitution, breaking the checks and balances, doing things that his part of government's not allowed to do, he's returning American values back to back to its fascist roots. Thank God. Most voters said they favor Trump's policies on border. It's probably not going to go well.
Call from
Yosh.
Thank you for calling the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hello. I just have a couple questions to like ask about you and like that's okay.
Yep. What's up?
Like I just want to know if you've heard about like the Yosh endorsing scandal. That's been like I've been hearing like some stuff about that online and stuff. Like I just want to know if you've heard about the Yosh endorsements. Like
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. It also noted that voters have concerns about his foreign policies involving tariffs, the Israel-Hamas war, and the war in Ukraine. People are taking a generally positive and wait and see. For Trump, so this is what it says about Trump, is that most Americans are saying that they're waiting to see what actually happens with Doge. So that's what the polling actually said, is that the majority of Americans don't know what to think right now, and they're waiting to see what they do.
Call from
Great.
Thank you for calling the Tom Foolery Show. What's up?
Hey, I just had a quick question.
Hmm?
How did you feel about Zelensky getting embarrassed yesterday?
The what?
Zelensky getting embarrassed yesterday.
You think Zelensky got embarrassed yesterday?
Indeed.
I think the rest of the world disagrees. I think it's pretty obvious the rest of the world disagrees. Half of America disagrees, and then pretty much the entire rest of the world disagrees. But not everyone in the world's in a cult. So, what did you think was embarrassing?
I mean, well, getting kicked out of the White House was pretty embarrassing.
He left.
And then
He said that he left, and Trump said that he could come back whenever he was ready. How did he get kicked out?
That's not what's been reported.
By
They
who?
had a whole
Trump literally said that
from
he
the-
told him he could come back whenever he was ready to sign, and yeah, go ahead.
Correct. He did say that, but from the White House itinerary, they had a lunch to go to, also another meeting to go to. So that did not happen. So and it was reported by many of sources that he was kicked out of the White House, sir.
Okay, yeah, I everything that I saw said that Zelensky left after everything that happened, which he did have like another interview right after on Fox News, and they said, like, we appreciate you making this interview. We thought you might cancel after everything that happened, so thank you for making it. Like, but I haven't seen anything that said he got kicked out, except for the White House saying that.
I mean, I've been watching multiple sources. I mean, and they all say he was pretty much mauled. I mean, that's from LBC UK. You know that's a UK channel, a liberal channel, very huge over there. From BBC. BBC says the same thing. I mean, I watch We Are News. We Are News. We Are the World News. I mean, that's based in India. So I've been watching the world's reaction, and it's pretty much echoing the same thing that I just said, sir.
Yeah, everything that I saw said that Zelensky chose to leave, which makes sense to me because it seemed like Zelensky was the one who was pushing things, and like he was the one who was kind of like showing that he wasn't happy with Trump and JD Vance, and then I think Trump has like a lot riding on whether or not he's actually capable of getting a peace deal done. And so I think that Trump would have been more likely to be the one to say like, yeah, we need you to stay and sign this deal, blah, blah, blah. And Zelensky would have been the one who was more likely to be like, nah, fuck you guys. Like, after everything you just did, like, no shot.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Zelensky was right or wrong to not sign the deal today?
Well, it depends on what's in the deal. So even part of the questions that were being asked at that conference were like, what security guarantees do they have? And we didn't get an answer for that. And Zelensky said that part of the security guarantees is that because they're buying minerals, that this is supposed to give them something to protect for themselves, but that is just one small part of it, and that they need a lot more. And so this was only supposed to be like part of the process. But like, I don't understand how anybody could think that Zelensky was embarrassed there when Donald Trump and JD Vance have been lying about him for like weeks now, that when he got there and started correcting them on their lies, they got offended. And instead of saying, no, actually, you are incorrect on this, they said, how dare you? We've given you so much money. How dare you correct us and tell us that we're lying? We're allowed to lie. If we give you money, we can lie all we want. If we give you money, we paid for the right. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. That's a ridiculous comeback.
Well, when you're a vassal state, I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to beg and scrape to your benefactor. So that's not to be unexpected.
I'm sorry, but the rest of the world doesn't seem to think so. We are not the biggest donators to Ukraine. We are definitely like giving them a lot of things, but the fact that the rest of the world seems to be just fine telling the truth and giving them more money.
That is incorrect. I'm sorry. I have to correct you on that. That is incorrect. We are the biggest benefactors for the Ukraine funding. We have given $183 billion. That is not a drop in the bucket, and that is larger than what all the EU countries have given together. All the NATO countries.
When you include military weapons that we can't use anymore, that are just sitting in warehouses rotting because we can never use them. Sure, that's true. But when it comes to cash that's been given, the United States is pretty far behind the EU. And
okay. Matters is in the military, because I'm an Army veteran. What matters in the military is like not okay. I got a bunch of cash now. I can put in orders for tanks that I'll use in 3 to 4 years, not including the transportation, the logistics of getting them over here. So with that said, so yeah, you need things you can use right now. Tanks you can use that's operational right now that you need in the fight.
Wait, I'm not saying that they don't benefit from it. I'm saying we don't lose a whole lot by giving them things that we were never going to use in the first place. But
no, that's not true, because our stock, our military stock has been depleted because all the ammunitions we give not only to Ukraine but Israel as well.
Well, so, sure, yeah, we're giving. Yes, that is correct. We are giving much higher grade weaponry to Israel than we are to Ukraine. But when it comes to Ukraine, everything that we've given to them is stuff that we cannot use. Like, it's all stuff that, like, so, like, let's say we upgrade our, like, missile system to where it takes, like, a specific type of missile now. Well, all of the other missiles that are still sitting there, those just can't be used anymore. And now we're just giving them to Ukraine because they can still use those. It's stuff like that. Yes, like javelins, like tanks, like all of these different things that are just out of date for our military.
Still in use. I mean, we use everything because we Because I mean, I know being in the army, we use different grades of ammunition, especially like when it comes to training. So the stuff that we don't really use,
We don't
we send
use
it
the
to the very
majority of our stuff. Like, we continue to buy new things. The military is the biggest part of our budget every single year, and we're not even at war. We're not even like using by far the
I
majority
get
of our
that,
shit.
but why continue to constantly spend that? That's the whole point. That's one of the mandates
To
that he
stay
ran
to
on.
stay
One of the policies
to stay up to
is
date.
to cut the
Trump is
military
actually
budget.
the one who taught me about this. He said when he was first in office, he said the reason that even if we're not at war, we still have to spend more on military than anything else because the military is going to be what he said. One, we have to keep all of these businesses in business. So when it comes to like Lockheed or what is it, Raytheon
Lifetime.
or what? Yes, like we
Yeah.
have to keep all of them in business, and so we need to make sure that they're still making money in case a war ever does come. We have to make sure that they're still doing well, so we continue to buy a lot of stuff from them. And then all of the other things, we just give those away to other people because we're not going to use them anymore anyways. Then on top of that, we also have to make sure that while other countries like China and Russia, when they're upgrading all of their stuff and getting better and better technology, well, we have to stay up to date too. Because if a war comes and we're just still sitting with all of this old technology, well, we're going to have problems. So we have to keep upgrading and buying more and more new stuff to replace the old stuff. And so it's just always beneficial to keep buying and keep replacing.
Sir, I get your logic on that, but
I'm
in
saying
the
this is
real
what
world,
Trump said. Was I got that from Trump. I don't know if that's the real reason. I've actually tried looking it up to see if he was correct on that, and I didn't find anything that was like fact checking him. So
see, the thing, not on the left or the right, but I mean, some things you can have to just call out like that's a blatant freaking lie. You're just, I mean, Lockheed Martin going bankrupt. Get out of here. That's not even freaking possible. They can't even pass an audit. Okay, so
Lockheed
like
Martin,
they
you mean the not Lockheed? Lockheed Martin doesn't have a problem passing an audit. The Pentagon can't pass an audit.
I'm sorry. What's their names? Um,
It's the Pentagon.
I know it's black. Yeah,
Yeah.
them. Sorry. But yeah, so these companies, I mean, staying in business, they can't even pass an audit. I mean, clearly been so much embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. I mean, it's not even funny. That's one thing that we need to stop, and one thing that we need to get to the bottom of. I mean, these corrupt generals, get out the military service and then become executives on these defense companies. I mean that's a
Sure, that's a
problem
different issue though,
along with
because it is true that like all of our like stockpiles from like the 80s and the 90s, these are things that we got for the Cold War specifically just to fight Russia, and now Ukraine is fighting Russia, so now we're giving those things to them. But the point is that when it comes to what it is that we're giving them as aid, the majority of it has been old weaponry that we're giving them, and then when it comes to cash that we're giving them, we have given less cash than the EU.
you know what we could have given them, and this could have been really mitigated and nipped in the bud if our stupid former president wouldn't had left our whole arsenal and weaponry in Afghanistan and let the Taliban take it with all the jet fighters and choppers and and all the battle armor. We could have probably gave that to Ukraine and
Yeah,
said good
maybe.
luck on your conflict. Okay.
Yeah, either way. The point is that one, we haven't given as much as the EU. Two, we are we have made like these promises to be like to fund them and to help them and like giving them assurances in order for them to get their their freedom from Russia. And so even if they're not in NATO, like, we have responsibilities to uphold our end. Now, I don't think that lasts forever. Obviously, there's an end to that. They can't go on forever. But there's also just so many other factors that come with allowing, like just logically, we know that it can't last forever. Logically, we know that we can't just give money forever. But logically, we also know that we can't just allow Russia to go into countries and start taking over land either. So, like, there's a lot of problems on both sides.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you, in all seriousness, do you really think they can win this war? The war is already lost. Like, Zelensky already admitted on TV, on national TV, during the little spat, that they're in bad shape. You know, I mean, he all but admitted he was even about to agree with it when he was saying, "I know, I know." He was like when Trump was saying, "You're in bad shape," you know, and JD had already made the points about them conscripting 18-year-olds and can't maintain the manpower and things of that nature. Do you really? I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're in collapse. They're in the stations of they're in the mode of collapse right now. So do you really think, like, giving them more money, giving them more weaponry is going to change the result? I mean, it's going to maybe delay it. You're going to delay basically the inevitable. Like,
I
what are
don't
we
think
talking about?
Zelensky said that they were in a state of collapse. When did that happen?
No. I didn't say he said he was in a state of collapse. When he said President Trump was saying he was you're in bad shape, and he said I know. Like when he was saying I know. When after it was right after he got done saying you've done enough talking, and then he started going in. He started basically laying into the military situation. He said you're in bad shape. He said I know. And then he was like, "You're losing this war." And then he was about to say, "I know," but he stopped before he can really, that would have been the whole end of it. Then, like, you lost this war. You just basically admitted it. What are we pointing you for?
Yeah, sure. Again, there's a lot, like, it's a complicated war. There's not a whole lot that we're able to do to, like, help them, but we also know that we can't allow Russia to just take land from Ukraine. So, like, there's a lot on both sides, but it's not like I'm not gonna just bring up like all of the things that make Ukraine sound better or sound like worse victims and be like, so that's that. Like, no, I know that there are like pluses and minuses on both sides of this argument that make it a hard thing, but the like bottom line is, yeah, we can't just allow Russia to take take over parts of countries and start genociding people, start taking over.
That doesn't. But can they win the war? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't think it's
man.
that simple.
Come on. He all basically told you it's a wrap.
Well, no, because it is true that like Russia obviously depends a lot on the world economy, and there are a number of ways that the world economy can put pressure on them. There's also a number of ways that other NATO countries can start putting a lot more pressure on them. There's also, they've been like sitting at a stalemate for a while where Russia has two major points where that they're holding, and Ukraine is just kind of like hurting them over and over and over and just wearing on them for a while. But
Trump is economic ventures with them, yes.
Sorry?
You did hear him say that, yeah. Economic ventures with Russia. Did you not hear that?
I'm not hearing what you're saying. I am having trouble hearing you right now.
Okay, can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay. All right. Did you not hear when he talked about the economic ventures with Russia?
Trump?
The US and Russia?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's basically like part of the deals is going to basically be really laying off some sanctions. So sanctions are going to be easing on Russia, not getting not adding to.
Right, that's a problem. Yeah, that's the opposite of what we want.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. With that in motion, it's a wrap anyway.
Well, I'm sorry, but that is
Not
part of
doing
the argument. If we're saying, oh, everybody wants Trump to continue supporting Ukraine, and then you're saying, well, with Trump refusing to support Ukraine, it's a wrap
I'm
anyway.
not
Like,
saying
I
you should
guess.
support Ukraine.
Sorry?
I never said you should continue to support Ukraine. I'm asking you questions.
I didn't wait. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm saying that if people are saying that Trump should continue to support Ukraine, but then you're making the argument that, well, Trump's not continuing to support Ukraine, so now it's a wrap. Well, it's like, yeah, that's kind of part of the argument, is that, like, yes, if we were able to continue to support Ukraine, and then yes, I think that they have an ability to continue to push back and eventually get Russia to leave Ukraine.
Okay,
But
but y'all know Trump ain't gonna do that. He just said that. He just illustrated that yesterday. So with that said, can they win this war? No. All right. So
I
what's
guess,
the
yeah,
so
if it's like at like Trump is a fucking bitch and so now they can't win, sure. Like that's that I guess that's that. But I think that we would
which is
expect
effective?
Trump to actually be more of like an American and represent America like an American would, instead of being more about
Technically,
like
he did.
Trump.
Technically, he did actually, because so the majority of people in this country voted him in office. All right, it wasn't even close with him and Kamala. All right, and we
That's
knew
not
his
true.
stance
That is
on.
not true
No, no,
at
no, no,
all.
no. This is true.
That is
Listen,
not
listen.
true
We
at
knew his
all.
stance. We knew
Nothing
his
you just
stance
said was
on
true.
Ukraine before he took office. When he was a candidate, he already said he already had he was saying things about Zelensky, and he said he was going to end the war.
Yes.
He never stated support for Ukraine.
Yeah,
He
well,
never said, like,
he was
Kamala's message was support Ukraine as long as it takes the same as Biden. And then then Trump has the completely opposite, where I'm going to end this war in a day or
Well,
whatever.
yes,
I mean,
no,
that's
he kept saying that he wanted to end the war. He did not say that he was like going to be so supportive of Russia, but that is what he is now. Is he is supportive of Russia in helping Russia just get everything that they want, and then giving Ukraine literally nothing and just taking more from them and expecting more from them in return. So yeah, I do not think that anybody knew that that's what he was going to do. One, two, he won 49% of the vote, is a plurality, not the majority. Three, it was very close. Kamala lost in the Electoral College by only 230,000 votes, and she lost in the popular vote by 2 million. So like it was very close. There was not like a landslide or a huge difference or a huge victory whatsoever.
By 1 o'clock. It was over by 1 p.m. Nevada time, California, Pacific West time, Western.
Sure, I guess it was like 3, 4 a.m. for me, but
it was
I
over
don't know
pretty
that the
quick.
time that it was over makes much of a difference as to whether or not as to how much of the vote he won.
When you look at when you look at the map, it was a lot of red on that map, wasn't it?
Yes, again, that has nothing to do with how much of the country he won. That has nothing to do with it. Like when we're talking, you're saying what you're trying to make it sound like the majority of the country supports this. So much of the country was supporting him, but that's not really the case. Like, yes, he won a plurality, he won the election, but that's not the same as what you were saying.
But for Trump to win the popular vote, come on. Like that was pretty, like that. No Republican has done better in like since in like 30 years or something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean the man.
None of that has anything to do with it. The fact is, you're trying to make it sound like almost everybody is supportive of this, when that's just not really the case. Even in the polling that we just went over, and how many people were supporting what it is that they're doing with Doge.
He won the majority. He won the majority in popular vote and in electoral. So
the plurality, yeah.
There you go. The majority has spoken. So, and
A
if you were
plurality.
paying attention, I don't know if you weren't paying attention. Yeah, I knew his stance on Ukraine already. I knew he wasn't a fan of
I
Zelensky
also
already.
knew that he was a Russian shill, but I know that every time I talked to his own followers about it, they all denied it and they all kept saying that he wasn't a Russian shill. So I don't know. I don't know that they actually believed what it is that you believed.
I wasn't going as far as Russian shield. I mean, see, I don't neither hate him or like him. It's just, I'll just call a spade a spade. I definitely don't like how he's supporting Israel on the genocide, but that's a different story.
Yeah, the point is like if we're talking about like what it is that he's doing versus what it is he ought to do, like sure, he is taking Russia's side more than he is taking Ukraine's side. But what he ought to do is to take Ukraine's side, to live up to America's promises, to stand by American ideals, to stand by American values, and that would be standing by Ukraine. Like when the United States had to fight for independence from the king, we had help from other countries as well.
Even if
And
it
we
costs World War III?
sorry?
Even if World War III is the price you pay, nuclear exchange,
No, but
like
I
mass devastation,
no, but
nuclear
I haven't
destruction.
no, but I haven't seen anything to make me believe that that's a worry right now.
So
Have you?
you realize that they're the number one the number one in nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah, that was the case before the war started as well. So what does that have to do with anything?
Okay. So knowing that we've degraded their army, so right, their military, so all right, and with us and NATO trying to put boots on the ground, if it came down to that, right? Um, they know they can't stand up to that, so they're going pretty much all out, and so it'll be a nuclear exchange.
No, I know
Nothing
we
would be
can't put
left.
boots on the ground. I know we
Do you
can't put
understand
boots
the
on the ground.
devastation and mass
I
death that a nuclear fallout
I am aware that we
would do?
cannot put boots on the ground. I am not advocating for us putting boots on the ground.
Okay, what are you advocating for?
Well,
Because they can't
we
get it
started
done.
off talking about the fact that
I
like the
promise you,
main
if you
thing that
gave
we
them
can
$1 trillion, they couldn't win this war.
yeah, the main thing that we started off talking about is that we would want stricter sanctions on Russia, that we would want to put more pressure on them in, especially with soft power, and that Russia does not have the same backing that Ukraine does, and so Russia likely would run out of firepower and people before Ukraine would, but currently they have been at a standstill for a while, uh, and it's again, yeah, it just doesn't like it makes everything worse for everyone if Russia's able to just go in and take over another country and just take land from them. So this is a
Well,
precedent that the
everybody knows
United
they.
Nations and the United States have stood against for ever since World War II, and now this will be the first time that we've just said like, oh, this is okay, this is fine, this is not a big problem. You're not going to face any repercussions for this, and Trump will be the one who does it. He'll be the first American president who has allowed this to be an okay thing that'll stand.
I mean, if you feel that strongly about it, I mean, sure, that's one way of looking at it. Like, I mean, it was our fault why they got in there in really that predicament, and well, it was his fault too, but it was Zelensky's fault too, but it was really like we helped put him in that predicament, by entertaining the prospect of them joining NATO, and that had already been established. That was the red line. So, I mean, both parties are at fault. All parties are at fault. Them for invading, but at the same time, you have to look at the conflict that was going on in eastern Ukraine long before the war started. With the wanting the western half trying to somewhat purge. It would seem the Eastern Ukrainian. This has been all documented by the ICC. So that was going on. So I mean, they were trying to pretty much get rid of the Eastern speaking, Russian speaking Ukrainian. So what do you want to do?
Why? Russia's doing the same now, though. Like uh, them taking over these cities and making it to where they are literally just Russians now is a lot worse than just saying you can't speak a language anymore. But it's
There are still Ukrainians there. There are still going to be Western Ukrainians there. I mean, as long as they capitulate and go along with what's going over there, meaning you're Eastern Ukrainian, you basically belong to Russia, and you're down with that program. I think you'll be all right. Because I mean, you're basic Russians are Russian. I mean, Ukrainians you are Ukrainian. So
doubtful, but we'll see. I suppose we'll find out.
yeah. So there's nothing to be done now. I mean, the whole thing that you just said is not going to happen. We are going to have better diplomatic ties and economic ties with Russia. Like that's going to be a fact. We are going to lift sanctions on them. That's a fact. He already stated that.
I just
Like
don't know that all
the
of this is gonna like go the way that you're saying. Like I think that Trump is going to start facing more and more pressure from the rest of the world if this is the direction that he keeps heading in. Like there's
at
already
the
tons
same
of
time,
leaders who want to
but at
move
the
on
same
from the
time,
United
you have
States
Britain.
being the world leader and being the world police. The UN has been like listening to us and allowing us to do a bunch of shit that generally we wouldn't get away with if we weren't the world power, but now we're going to have to face consequences for things that we wouldn't normally have to face consequences for. We have NATO and all these other countries doing it what it is that we ask of them. Things like Iraq will never get away with something like that ever again. We're not going to be the ones who have we're not going to be the heads of the world economy anymore. There's just all of the benefits that we get as Americans because of all of the things that we do for the rest of the world. All of that's going to disappear if we're not doing those things anymore. If we're going to become more and more
Well,
isolationist, we're
that's going
going to be
away with BRICS
isolated.
anyway. That's going away with the BRICS nations anyway. I
Well,
mean, they're
it's
basically
not
their
because
whole
you
system is basically to devalue our dollar. So yeah, that's basically you're in the last days of a dying empire. Unfortunately,
I
like
don't.
the rest of the world have caught up to with technology and advancement and building infrastructure for their countries. They're not looking so third world anymore. So it's a new aging thing, and it's a new aging day and era. So they're getting Americanized companies out and building their own industry and companies and taking control of their own natural resources, harvesting their own resources, and then trying to take manufacturing and send out the finished product instead of us them just getting exploited to where they just send out the resource and then we do the whole we take care of the manufacturing and we get paid off such and we get paid off that, but they want independence, and
Well,
so that's why
they
the dollar
don't they
is
can't
inflated.
have independence though if we are continuing to be the world power, if we are the world superpower, if everybody's still running off of fiat currency and they're still having to use the United States dollar to buy oil, none of that matters. But if we're going to become isolationist, then yeah, everything you're saying is probably true. But that doesn't happen if Trump isn't doing the dumb shit that he's doing.
Well, we'll see what happens, I guess. Like, 'cause, I mean, you look at it one way, I'll look at it maybe another way. But I mean, I'm looking. What I'm saying to you is, I just see it how it is. I understood. I've been in the military. I understood how that side works. Being in the private sector, I have a hold an MBA. a master's in business administration. So I've been around and I see things, and I understand business and the world of business, and a lot of it, when you look at it, it's similar to warfare. So I just see things going in a different direction, and it's all terrible for basically us, because I mean, there's nobody getting richer and prospering except the companies, except like who's going to prosper from the Ukraine deal if they do sign over half their freaking minerals? Tesla, I mean, are you going to? Is the consumer going to benefit from that? Probably not. I mean, what Teslas may come down a smidge, but I mean, overall, are we, the American people, are going to benefit from that? No. The richer get richer, the poor stay poor, and that's the problem. We look at the wrong things in this country, and we look at the distraction. Ooh, orange man bad. Like, look who he has around him. Yes, they're all bad. Why? Because neither one of them, we choose candidates who don't stand on any principle, like banning lobbying. You know what I mean? Getting money out of politics. Such things as stopping the insider trading. We don't elect any of those, and because they're not backed by the super PAC. So my thing is, we need to pay attention as Americans. We can say
I
orange
don't want
man
any of
bad.
those things, so I wouldn't vote for any of those things one way or the other. But that's
I
another
mean,
story.
whoever you think about it. Think about it. Whoever the Republicans is puts up as their candidate, they're backed by all these lobbyists. Okay, whoever
Yeah,
the
I don't.
Democrats
I'm
put
just
up,
saying I
it's the
don't have a
same.
problem with any of these things. I don't have a problem with lobbying existing. I don't have a
That's
problem with
terrible.
the with like the only things that we can do is put more regulations
Bureaucracy
on
and
it.
corruption.
And
You don't have a problem with that.
no, that's not the same thing. Like, I don't have a problem with bureaucracy, no, but I have a problem with corruption. But yeah, we can put more like
I stand
regulations on these
corruption.
things to make it to where it like they have to be reported more often, and there's like more investigations into them. But currently, with all of the data and information that we have, like the types of shit that everybody talks about, where like all of these politicians are taking money or are doing insider trading, or what, there's just like no evidence to this whatsoever, and there's just not there's not this
There's
like
no
corruption
evidence
within
of
our
it. So
yeah,
if
no.
hold on. There's no congressmen or senators that came in not rich and then left multimillionaires. How did that happen?
That's
And
not
you only
hold
make
that's not the
five
same
hundred
thing.
thousand a year. You wouldn't be a millionaire. You wouldn't be a multimillionaire. No, you wouldn't.
So like name one, because normally we do know why they made that money, so name one.
There's several. I mean, Nancy Pelosi
Her
when
husband
she
was
first came in.
yeah, her husband was a trader. There wasn't like evidence that they were moving on deals on things that congressmen would have had information on. Um,
Okay,
her
why is this okay and why is it acceptable?
Wait,
Okay,
why
that's
is
not
what
acceptable.
acceptable? I just said nothing bad
Well,
happened, and you're asking
no,
me
no,
why
no,
it's
no, no,
acceptable.
no, 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 no. Like, the evidence is basically there, man. Come on. Like,
What
you don't
evidence?
make that kind of money. Her stock trades, what she's made in stock. Are you
That's not
serious?
her husband.
Without you come on, man.
No, you come on.
She's
You're
done
just saying, "Oh, I
nothing.
feel this way," so it really matters. It shouldn't be allowed. They shouldn't
Oh,
be allowed to make me feel this way. You have to have evidence for things. You can't just like talk
no,
about
you
your
know what?
feelings
You
all the
know
time.
what? You no, you know what? You know what makes sense? If you have to divest yourself from all stocks while you're serving,
Yeah, I don't have
that
a
would
problem with
make
that.
me feel better.
Yeah, I don't have a
Okay,
problem with
that's
that. But
stopping
they
the
also,
insider trading.
well,
Duh.
no,
What do
they
you
all,
think I'm talking about?
but they already do have tons of regulations on insider trading for congressmen. So they
Clearly
like,
they don't.
what
Clearly
do you
they
mean?
don't, sir.
So where's evidence that
Clearly
people
they
insider
that,
traded?
that that's a scam. When you can make the kind of money Nancy Pelosi has made through the stock trade, sir,
Her husband.
and be a member of Congress, sir, I don't care how it looks. I don't care what you're talking about. That shit is unethical and it should be banned. Okay? All Congress, all serving Congress members needs to divest from all their business interests.
Yeah, again, the
That
the
is
things that you keep bringing up with stocks is you're talking about her husband, not her.
okay, okay,
And people
but
have gotten in
that
trouble
all has
for
to do with divesting.
insider trading. Like there are
Yeah.
investigations into
Okay.
these things. There are reports. Yeah, so to act like, oh,
Yeah.
well, they just allow all these things to happen. Well, no, they get in trouble for it. Like it's not just happening all over the place. People are getting in trouble if it
Oh,
happens.
well, 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 I mean that
The main corruption I
to
see
say it
is like when
happened on
Trump
a higher
commits
level.
like, 80 something felonies and then doesn't get any charges for it, or the mayor of New York gets caught with tons and tons of corruption and then Trump comes in and gives him a free pass on all of it. Like these are the biggest
Right.
forms of corruption that I've seen.
I think so too. So, I mean, with that said, like I said, I think taking money out of politics, divesting from all lobbyists and divesting from
Everything that I just
all
said has
jobs.
nothing to do with money and politics. Like everything I just said has literally nothing to do with money and politics and just has to do with people just like never having to face consequences for things that everybody else
Okay,
is
I'm
trying to
talking
get them to
about.
face
I'm referring
consequences
to.
for.
See, that's the thing. You don't give your audience any damn solutions. Like I'm
Well, no,
talking
I
about solutions and systems, sir.
wait.
You're talking about people and what they personally do. Now I'm looking beyond the person and trying to fix the system, sir.
Well, the system is democracy. If people are going to vote for corruption, they're going to keep getting it. Like we don't have laws that say that if somebody is found out to be purely corrupt and you vote for them anyways, that like there's nothing we can do about that. If America wants corruption, they're going to get it. But that is what they voted
Uh,
for.
I believe we're American democracy and we have the power to stop anything we don't want happening. If that's a problem, I think the
Right.
American
And that's what I'm
people
saying is
can
Americans wanted
definitely
them.
have
They
a voice
wanted
to stop
corruption.
it. Sir, nobody voted in corruption, sir.
Yes, they did.
Come
Yes, they
on.
did. Donald Trump literally said that he was going to free the January Sixers. He literally told everybody he was going to do that.
Okay. Okay, you're missing my point, sir.
I'm not. I'm saying though, like if we want to talk about real corruption, people heard him advocating on behalf of corruption and voted for him anyways. So they if they really had problems with corruption, they wouldn't be voting for corruption, outright running on corruption, and they voted for him. So yeah, I don't think anybody actually has problems with corruption.
Oh, okay. If that's really your view, all right. I accept it. I accept what you're saying. Your point of view. I don't agree with it, but I accept it.
All right. Well, I got some other calls. I appreciate you jumping on again.
All right, thank you.
All right, later, man. Yeah, for people who kept saying that I was wrong about the amount of money, so this is again government support to Ukraine by country group in billions of pounds, 132 from EU, 114 from the United States. This is an entire list showing the amounts of money, the percentages and of what we've sent. 64% of what we sent is in military aid.
Call from
Nanny C.
Thank you for calling the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Tom?
What can I do for you?
Hey, so I called last night, but I got to thinking about some things, and I kind of wanted to run through them through you. So I'm still in the thoughts that Zelensky has no room to ask for anything, right?
Okay.
He is pretty much in the mercy of what the U.S. can get him, right? So I feel like he, in a way, almost feels, and let me know what you think about this point, I feel like he feels like fine with starting World War III and actually having World War III happen and getting everything he wants regarding Ukraine, rather than getting what he can through a ceasefire peace deal.
What evidence is
What do
there
you think
that
about
we're
that?
even close to the verge of World War III? Like what signs have there been that World War III is even on the table?
Well, you have Russia, a superpower that will fight to defend. China seems to be very cozy with them. North Korea is already sending troops
Mm-hmm.
to the war, and then you have Iran, who would love to start a war, with us as long as if we got involved. They're itching
I don't
to
think
start.
anybody else has boots on the ground. I don't think anybody except for Russia and Ukrainians have had actual fighters out there so far. And that, like, if there were, then yeah, sure, like this would be like signs of possibly more to come. But this just doesn't seem to be the case
Well,
right now. Like, yeah, both sides, like Ukraine has a lot of allies as well. So does Russia. Both sides are getting funding. Both sides are getting help. But I don't think that this is I don't think that we have to fear a World War II from any of that, just because both sides are getting help and funding.
so this is a European issue, right? Shouldn't Europe lead the way, like Brazil and Mexico and Argentina, Australia? None of these countries are really that invested in this, right? Because it's a European issue.
Well,
Shouldn't
kind of.
NATO take the lead?
The United States has been like the leader of NATO and has been the one who like
Yeah.
made these promises. One, two, we've been like the world superpower, so there haven't really been wars without the United States being involved in one way or the other. But three, as we went over, like as you were calling in, you might not have heard me like going over the numbers, but the EU has donated more money, more like hard cash
Yes.
than the United States. If we include like military equipment, then the United States has donated more. But yeah, as far as like cash goes, the EU has been leading the way in the amount of money that they've sent in aid.
But it looks, so if you're Putin and you're Russia, and let's say Britain and the rest of Europe is giving money to the Ukraine, it looks better. Let's say we gave cash to Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the UK was sending military weapons and stuff. You're directly involving yourself in a war, as opposed to, hey, here's some cash so you don't starve, right?
Well, the UK is also sending weaponry, just not nearly to the extent that we are.
Yeah, they're sending some, yeah, we're sending a ton.
Yeah, again, it's more about like people,
directly
because the resources that each side has is people, right? And this is why everybody's saying that like they want to stop the deaths, is because the people are the resources on both sides. And that is why we keep talking about whether or not there's boots on the ground, is because more people, that is the resource that like is going to make the biggest difference in the war, is whether or not you actually have more people coming from other countries.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. But when you're Zelensky and you don't have anything, you have nothing to stand on. You have literally nothing to stand on. And there is a world superpower that's telling you, hey, listen, you're not going to get everything you want. Like, these guys are wanting to rob you. I'm at least going to perhaps keep them from robbing you completely, taking your cars and money and your house. And maybe we can save your house, right? They're going to take your car, or whatever the situation would be. It seems like Zelensky is going to the car dealership, and all his credit can get him is a minivan, and he wants a brand new Porsche, right?
Yeah, but
It's
this
like,
is
sorry,
part of the
buddy.
problem, though. It's like the people who are like, obviously people like me, who are like, where it's like a line of issues where first we're already like critical of Trump for wanting to back out of these deals and not being as supportive.
Mhm.
And not only that, but he's not only like just not being supportive of Ukraine, but he is being more supportive of Russia, and he's helping Russia. He's giving them everything that they want, and then expecting more of Ukraine as well. And it doesn't make sense. Like, Russia should not be they should not be like rewarded for going and invading a neighboring country and just occupying uh land from their country. Like, that's not something that we should be willing to reward from them, let alone let them get away with at all. Like, but not only are we letting them get away with it, but we are rewarding them for it as well, and punishing Ukraine. Like, the whole thing is kind of insane. The whole thing is insane.
You're absolutely right. However, that may be the only option you have.
Sure,
Because
but you
you're having
understand that,
this
like, from
super,
Zelensky's
yeah.
standpoint, he's already like been made promises and given guarantees from the United States. And now all of a sudden the United States just votes somebody else in, and that person just like backtracks on everything. Like, I see no reason why Zelensky shouldn't fight against that, and he shouldn't demand more from the United States and demand they live up to their end of the deal. Like, it's kind of fucked up
But what
if they
he
just
has
like
nothing to, he has no right to demand anything.
Well,
He has
again, the
nothing.
United States isn't like by themselves here, okay? Like, the EU has been very critical of Trump throughout this and been pretty upset with him. Not just after yesterday, like even before that, in the way that he was talking about Ukraine and kind of blaming them for the war, and blaming Zelensky for like kind of calling him a warmonger and acting like he wanted people to die and shit. Like, the EU has already been more and more upset with Trump. And I know that he has like an isolationist mindset, but that goes against the entire idea of him being some sort of deal maker, because all he's doing is just ruining our relationships with the rest of the world.
Okay, yeah, and that's actually a great point. But like, Trump could back out of the deal and go, hey, why doesn't, if the EU wants to, if they're such great negotiators, let's have them negotiate this deal, right?
Yeah, sure.
Because
And
you're
but
dealing.
the thing is I don't think that any of them like are gonna have nearly the same expectations that Trump has. Trump has like a whole end that he has to live up to because of what he's promised his voters. Whereas those people, they're gonna come in, they're gonna be like, yeah, I don't know. I say that we just continue supporting Ukraine, and if they want to continue fighting and try to keep their people and not just give Russia all of this land, then yeah, we're gonna support them and we're gonna keep helping them. And then like, yeah, and then if after that Trump's like, oh well, no, we're not gonna continue to pay, we're not gonna continue to help, then yeah, we still end up with the same outcome. We still end up with the United States not living up to their end of the deal, and the United States not being the leader, the world leader that they're supposed to be.
Yeah, and I hear you, but like a deal, basically, we're doing a deal to prevent more death, to prevent basically Ukraine from being completely taken over, right? So the deal, you're not going to get what you want.
Well, again,
We're
I think it's
just
been
we're
like 3
basically,
months
yeah.
now that both sides have just been like sitting still. Russia has 2 cities, and they've just been sitting with those 2 cities, occupying them, and Ukraine's just been like kind of needling at them the entire time, just trying to hurt them as much as possible in the meantime. But there hasn't been like a whole lot of changes within the last couple months.
Did Biden ever try to barter a deal with Putin?
I don't know. Again, I don't know if most countries want a deal to be made to where Russia's able to keep this land. I
Got
know
it.
that there were
Hey, and last.
demands from Biden a couple of times, and when Putin didn't respond in the way that they wanted him to,
Yeah.
they just like put more sanctions on him.
Yeah, that's what that's what we're dealing with, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hey, and last thing, because I know you got callers, but thank you so much for your insights. We agree to disagree, but you have some really solid points.
Well, I appreciate it.
what's the what's this? I hear that apparently the prime minister or the MP is calling for impeachment of Zelensky.
I don't know. I haven't actually seen that.
So if you ever get a chance to look that up, it says who is, and I can't say his name, or Krensen Dubinsky, Ukraine MP calls for Zelensky impeachment. So that's if he gets impeached.
Like the Ukrainian parliament's allowed to
within...
call for like new elections. They haven't had elections in years because it's part of their constitution that they're not allowed to have elections during wartime. But like their parliament is allowed to overrule that and make it to where they're gonna have new elections. So
it'd be a hell of a time to do one. But I thought that was really interesting that there's calls for impeachment. Of course, it's probably the other political party, I'm guessing. All right, Tom. Hey, thank you so much for your insight and really enjoy your show.
Appreciate it, man. Later.
Take care. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna take a break from calls for just a little bit. Let's see. The relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Zelensky was enough before the shouting match in the Oval Office. It was bad enough, sorry. President Trump had already called him a dictator and said Ukraine started the war, which is a lie. Now the U.S.-Ukraine alliance, nurtured by Joe Biden, is in pieces. My phone, this is going to drive me nuts. My phone won't stay plugged in. All right, hold on. I got to plug this in. The public breakdown also signals a major crisis looming between European members of NATO and the U.S. There will be many more doubts and questions about the U.S. commitment to European security outside Ukraine. The biggest is whether President Trump would keep the promise his predecessor Harry Truman made in 1949 to treat an attack on NATO ally as an attack on America. Those concerns are based on what appears to be Trump's determination to restore a strong relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. He has put heavy pressure on Ukraine while offering Putin big concessions that would have to be made by Ukrainians. The security of Ukraine is coming a poor second, and Europeans are worrying theirs is too. President Zelensky's refusal to make those concessions has infuriated Trump. It's not just the minerals deal that he refused to sign. Ukrainians believe they are in a war of national survival and that Putin would break any promises to end the war if he is not deterred. That's why Zelensky has asked repeatedly for American security guarantees. The meeting ignited into a shouting match after the intervention by Vice President J.D. Vance. There are suspicions now that the public row was, in the words of Diplomatic Observer, a planned political mugging, either to force Zelensky to do to do America's bidding, or to precipitate a crisis that would allow them to blame him for whatever happens next. If Trump follows the breakdown of talks with a freeze on military aid, Ukraine will fight on. The questions are how effectively and for how long. Pressure will redouble on its European allies to take up the slack. I thought that this would get into it, but it didn't. So let me damn it, dude, I hate the Economic Times. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky found himself in a storm of political fire after the tense meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House. The high-stakes encounter resulted in a public rebuke from Trump, who questioned Zelensky's leadership in Ukraine's reliance on America. On American support. In the aftermath, Ukrainian MP Alexander Dubinsky launched a scathing attack on Zelensky, labeling the meeting a diplomatic failure and the final act of the regime's collapse. The events of the past hours, the public humiliation of Zelensky at the White House, Trump's acknowledgement of Zelensky's diplomatic failure, and Ukraine's loss of unconditional U.S. support have marked the final act of the regime's collapse, Dubinsky wrote on X, formerly Twitter. But Zelensky has not only failed in foreign policy, he has driven the country into a state where anyone who disagrees with his course faces repression. Impeachment demands gain momentum. Dubinsky called for an emergency session of the Ukrainian parliament to initiate impeachment proceedings against Zelensky. He laid out his accusations in blunt terms: foreign policy failure, Ukraine's increasing isolation, and the loss of critical Western support. A lost war, strategic missteps, and poor leadership contributing to Ukraine's ongoing battle struggles. Suppression of dissent, crackdowns on political opponents, and moves towards authoritarian rule. I appeal to all members of Ukrainian parliament: stop wasting time, stop waiting. Zelensky is bankrupt. Zelensky is not Ukraine. It is time to put him on trial. If he cannot offer a real way out of this crisis, then it is up to us to make fateful decisions, Dubinsky declared. Again, this is kind of ridiculous because they can just vote for them to drop the hold on elections and then just allow them to have a new election. If the people vote for Zelensky again, then he stays. If they vote for somebody else, then somebody else comes in. But that seems to be the obvious fix here. Instead of having to impeach him, you just allow them to have elections again. Who is Olander Dubinsky? Dubinsky, a controversial figure in Ukrainian politics, has been a member of the Verkhovna Rada since 2019. So Verkhovna Rada is their parliament. That's what they call it, is Verkhovna Rada. His political career, however, has been marred by allegations of corruptions and ties to Russian influence campaigns. In 2021, the U.S. sanctioned Dubinsky, accusing him of being part of a Russia-linked foreign influence network that attempted to meddle in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. By 2023, he was arrested in Ukraine on suspicion of state treason, with authorities alleging he was involved in spreading Kremlin misinformation. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Shit, just... how does that always tend to be the case? Despite his legal troubles, Dubinsky remains an influential voice among Ukraine's opposition, particularly among those who favor a more conciliatory approach to Russia. The return of pro-Russian politicians. Dubinsky calls for impeachment come at a time when pro-Russian politicians are attempting a resurgence in Ukraine. Many of them, once marginalized after Russia's full-scale invasion, have seized on Trump's criticisms of Zelensky and Moscow's demands for Ukraine's elections as an opportunity to return to relevance. Once banned and scattered, former members of the pro-Russian opposition Platform for Life party are slowly re-emerging. Some, like Dubinsky, are positioning themselves as Trump-aligned pro-peace figures. Others, including exiled politicians, Artem Dmitriuk.
Tom, think it's time to read, Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine.
The United States did not start the shit in Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. There's literally, like, all of the evidence is just, like, very, very, like, small little bits of evidence. But then when you look at everything else that's happened, like, the fact that the EU... So they always say that the EU and the United States were the ones who were pushing for this war to happen, right? When, in reality, the EU and... the EU and the United States both told Yanukovych to sue for peace when the revolution was happening. Like, they were very, very publicly telling Yanukovych that he needed to come to a peace agreement during the revolution. So there's no way that you can think that these people were pushing for this, like, revolution to win when they were telling Yanukovych to settle things and stay in power. So, like, yeah, there's just no way that people can actually believe with these, like, little bits and pieces of evidence that they use over and over as, like, you know, their reasoning for why the United States is actually behind this, that, like, you can ignore all the other fucking mountains of evidence that shows that that's just definitely incorrect. But thank you for the dono. Did I miss
Interview Horton, COL Doug McGregor, Daniel Davies, Jeff Sachs, John Mersheimer. They all think the US is the real culprit. That book has 700 citations.
I mean, I've been over all of this evidence numerous times before. It's just either it's just like a straight lie where they're just pushing Russian propaganda, just whatever Putin says, where there's no evidence to it whatsoever. Stuff like the fact that Ukraine already promised not to join NATO, and they already signed an agreement saying they would never join NATO, which just never happened. It just never happened. There's no agreement. You can't find it. It doesn't exist anywhere. You know, that, or the fact that, like, the CIA was there trying to, like, push the revolution and make it worse, or the fact that the who was it, the prime minister in England was went to Russia and went to Ukraine and, like, forced them to start a war. Like, there's just all of these things are completely bunk. They just have no evidence. Like, all of their citations just aren't real evidence. It's just like little dots that they find, and then they connect them, where they're like, this person was in Ukraine at this time, and this person was in Ukraine at that time. That means that they did this. And it's like, you don't have evidence that they did that. You just have evidence that they were in Ukraine. You don't know that they did any of this. Yes, Boris Johnson. Yes, Boris Johnson. Like, all of this shit, it's all totally stupid. It's all really stupid shit. Like, all of it across the board. It's just stuff that has no real evidence to it. It's all just very, very, very lazy thought processes. But yeah. Yeah, once banned and scattered, former members of the pro-Russian opposition platform for life parties slowly re-emerging. Some, like Dubinsky, are positioning themselves as Trump-aligned pro-peace figures. Others, including exiled politicians, Artem Dmitriuk. Yeah, Dmitryk accused the Ukrainian government of deliberately prolonging the war for political and financial gain. There's no way you can think prolonging the war will give you financial gain. The more and more money you're spending, the more and more you're losing. So much financial gain, dude. So much financial gain.
Interview Horton. He runs anti-war.
I'm not going to be able to get any of these people on for interviews. Like, I appreciate that you think that I'm capable of doing that, but yeah, there's absolutely no way I would be able to interview any of these people. It's really shaping up to look like America will have to learn the hard way, which is through pain and suffering. Yeah, like all of the things that they want us to do with Ukraine just shows that, like, yes, all of these people have no idea how the United States became what it is today. They have absolutely no idea why we are all so privileged and in the positions that we're currently in. They have no idea why they live the fucking comfy lives that they currently live. And they have no idea that they are currently just ruining everything that we have right now. They have no idea what they're doing. It is embarrassing. Political analysts warned that these figures
He's been in Piers Morgan and beat Wesley Clark.
Yeah, that's the fact that he's been on Piers Morgan is more of a reason for why he wouldn't come on my show. That's just more of a reason, yeah. Political analysts warn that these figures are exploiting Ukraine's internal divisions at a time when national unity is critical. The role of pro-Russian politicians is to introduce divisive topics into society, said Ola Sakian, a political analyst at the National Platform for Resilience and Social Cohesion. They aim to create division between groups like veterans and non-veterans, refugees, and those who stayed in Ukraine and pit them against each other, a dangerous distraction for Ukraine. As the war drags on, Ukraine's government faces mounting pressure from both domestic and international actors. Russia has been pushing for a ceasefire followed by elections, a move widely seen as an attempt to weaken Ukraine from within. When the elections cannot be held according to democratic standards, they become a tool in Russia's hands to attack democracy instead of supporting it, Sakian warned. While Dubinsky impeachment demands may not gain immediate traction. They highlight the growing cracks in Ukraine's political landscape. Whether Zelensky can hold his ground in the face of both external aggression and internal dissent remains to be seen. But one thing is clear: the battle for Ukraine's future is being fought on more than just the front lines. Okay, let's see. This is from November 13th, 2023. This is September 16th, 2024. Okay. So this is the new voice of Ukraine. Law enforcement completes investigation into MP Dubinsky's treason case. Law enforcement authorities have completed the parliamentary investigation into Ukrainian MP Olander Dubinsky and 4 others suspected of state treason, according to the State Bureau of Investigations, DBR, on September 16th. While the DBR did not name the suspects, the details of the case clearly indicate that Oleksandr Dubinsky is involved. The DBR, in cooperation with Ukraine's SBU security service, uncovered a criminal organization in November 2023. Following the instructions of Russian intelligence services, the individuals organized activity aimed at discrediting Ukraine's image on the international stage, worsening its relations with the United States, and complicating its integration into the EU and NATO. Dubinsky was charged with state treason and participating in criminal organization. He is currently in custody. The suspects also organized media events spreading false information about Ukrainian government and its Western partners. According to the investigation, the criminal organization was established by Vladimir Alexeyev, the first deputy chief of the main intelligence directorate of Russian General Staff, and his assistant Alexei Savin. Parliamentary reports indicate that Russian intelligence services spent at least $10 million on this organization. The defense has been granted access to the case materials, after which the case will be forwarded to court. Dubinsky's state treason case. On November 13, 2023, the SBU announced that it had gathered evidence to charge Dubinsky with state treason. The investigation alleges that he spread false information about Ukraine's top military political leadership, including claims of alleged interference by high-ranking officials in the 2019 U.S. presidential election. The SBU stated that MP Dubinsky, known by the call sign Baratino, was a member of a criminal organization formed by the main intelligence directorate of the Russian General Staff, GRU. The organization also included former MP Andriy Derkach, who fled abroad before full-scale war, and former prosecutor Konstantin Kolyk, known by the call sign Pichka. Dubinsky faces charges under 2 articles of Ukrainian Criminal Code, Article 111, Part 1, and Article 255, Part 1, state treason and creation, leadership, or participation in a criminal community or organization. On August 3rd, law enforcement conducted searches at Dubinsky's residence and charged him with organizing illegal border crossings. On November 6th, Kiev's Pechursk District Court placed Dubinsky under round-the-clock house arrest. Dubinsky is also suspected of document forgery for traveling abroad. He faces up to 3 years in prison. So did they ever close this case, or is it still open? What is this? EA Daily. Zelensky and his clique are guilty of the death of the head of the Ministry Internal Affairs of Ukraine, Dubinsky. MP Dubinsky entered into the Register of Corrupt Officials, SBI. MP Oleksandr Dubinsky is included in the Register of Corrupt Officials following a court decision on conflict of interest. The decision was confirmed by the Court of Appeals in December of 2024. The People's Deputy Oleksandr Dubinsky, who is suspected of high treason and illegal transportation of persons across the border, was included in the Register of Corrupt Officials. This was reported by the State Bureau of Investigations, UNN reports. A member of the Ukrainian parliament exposed by the State Bureau of Investigations for corruption-related offenses officials. In March 2024, the Pechursk District of Court of Kiev found the current MP guilty of committing an administrative offense related to corruption, Part 2 of Article 177.7 of the Code of Ukraine. In December of 2024, the Court of Appeals upheld the verdict. The SBI does not specify the name of the MP. Notice that parliament elections are also suspended. Dubinsky is only there because there has been no chance for her to be voted out. But why isn't he in jail? Like, why isn't he in fucking prison? Like, what the fuck is happening? He's still waiting for the case. Damn. SBI does not specify, blah, blah, blah. Found guilty, District Court of Kiev based NAPC materials violating requirements established by law for the prevention and settlement of conflicts of interest. Court finds Dubinsky guilty of acting in conditions of conflict of interest. He will be included in the register of corrupt officials, NACP. It is noted that after the decision enters into force, the information about the MP was entered into the Unified State Register of persons who committed corruption or corrupt-related offenses. In November of 2024, the NACP drew up a protocol on the facts of Alexander Dubinsky's exercise of the parliamentary powers in the face of a real conflict of interest. In August of 2023, Dubinsky was notified of suspicion of entering false information into official documents by an official, on the basis of which he traveled abroad allegedly under the pretext of accompanying his father for medical treatment. The investigation established that the MP received permission to leave Ukraine under this pretext and left the country on his own on June 27, 2023. In turn, the MP's father went abroad on his own on June 26, 2023, and then returned to Ukraine on July 11, 2023. The MP himself returned to Ukraine only on July 27, 2023. Huh. So his dad was gone for 2 weeks. And he was gone for 1 day. Yeah. Not even a whole day. Like, he left on the 27th, he came back on the 27th. Law enforcement received information that during his stay abroad, the MP managed... oh, sorry, no, it's a month. Sorry, June to July. My bad. Law enforcement received information that during his stay abroad, the MP managed to visit Italy, Croatia, and Spain twice. An indictment against MP Alexander Dubinsky and his former assistant, who are suspected of smuggling the brother of the MP's common-law wife across the state border, has been sent to court. Parliament plans to consider extension of material law until May 9th, tomorrow, MP. The Verkhovna Rada plans to consider a bill to extend martial law until May 9th. President Zelensky has already submitted the relevant document to Parliament. Tomorrow, the Verkhovna Rada plans to consider an extension of martial law until May 9th. This was reported by the MP Alexei Honkarenko, I don't know, UNN reports. Tomorrow, the Rada plans to consider the extension of martial law until May 9th. Zelensky submitted the relevant bill today, the MP said. Previously, President of Ukraine Vladimir Zelensky has submitted to the Verkhovna Rada draft laws proposing to extend martial law and general mobilization in Ukraine, according to the parliament's website. Recall. I can hear this ad playing. It's super quiet, but I can kind of hear it. MP Alexander Bedienko stated that the demobilization is impossible due to the lack of military personnel. He emphasized the need to introduce a rotational system for military recreation. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't really care what that guy says. Sorry. That I don't think that MP has much to stand on, and I think we've got enough there to know that the MP is not one to listen to, so.
А ви? Ви з камерою? Ви військовозобов'язаний?
Вони іноземці. Я іноземець.
Звідки ви?
Я з Лондона.
З Лондона? В Британії є обов'язкова військова служба? Немає? А якщо Британії доведеться воювати, чоловіки будуть воювати?
А підкажіть, а ви в курсі, що по стандартам НАТО на лінії бойового зіткнення 6 місяців повинен провести боєць?
These women are fed up of seeing able-bodied men in civilian clothes. They want their husbands back.
We're at the bail hearing of a serviceman who publicly left his unit. Here with banners in support of his protest, wives of other soldiers, men who've been defending our country for more than 1,000 days.
Not all women are prepared to wait so long, especially those who went abroad, but also those who stayed. I'm trying to save my family.
The defendant is 25-year-old Serhii Nezdilov, who says he left his unit to draw attention to the need for reform. In particular, for the right to leave the army after a certain period of time. He's allowed out of his cage to speak.
Your Honor, respected citizens, for 5 years I've been defending Ukraine, agreeing to a temporary restriction of my personal freedom because it was necessary, because Russia attacked us. Today it feels like I am on trial not for desertion, but for having the courage to say that soldiers are not slaves. If we carry on fighting like today with exhausted infantrymen, they will end up mobilizing the police inspector too, and the prosecutor. But later, when the Russian army will again be at the gates of Kyiv.
The judge refuses to grant Nezdilov bail. The government has promised to legislate on wartime demobilization. Alyona, together with other soldiers' wives, regularly stages pickets to ask why it still hasn't.
If you've got a printed appeal, we can pass it on.
We gave them our appeal a long time ago. We're waiting.
Yeah, a bunch of people keep coming on talking about the fact that, like, people are fleeing. And so... figured we'd watch something about soldiers leaving their posts.
We're waiting for them to keep their promises.
The protests are authorized despite martial law. But no bill has even been debated.
They say we haven't got enough people, we can't let anyone go, so there won't be demobilization. But this is a vicious circle because today nobody wants to be handed a one-way ticket.
Можна чоловіка спитати.
Patrols hand out military papers in Ukrainian cities on a daily basis. Or try to.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня. Шановний, можна декілька хвилин?
Шановний.
Damn.
In such situations, it's useful if we have police officers with us because they have the right to arrest people. Unfortunately, we don't have that right.
Most of those on the streets of Kharkiv today seem to be ineligible.
A lot of people have got exemption documents. Companies in any field that's deemed important for the country get exemptions for their employees.
Some may have obtained exemptions, medical ones in particular, by paying bribes. In October, more than $5 million in cash was found at the home of one medical official. Meanwhile, social media are awash with videos of draft officers and police packing men into their vehicles or trying to get them out of their own cars.
Dude, $1 million in cash, bro. It's amazing. Like every time there's like this corruption, it's always like anytime I read about corruption of like Ukrainian officials or Ukrainian you know, people in parliament, or you know, the same with Victor Shokin, like they always have like everything in cash, everything in diamonds, everything in gold, everything in like, you know, some sort of like tangible currency to make sure that it's not tracked in any sort of way. But sheesh, dude, for a doctor to have that much just to give people some sort of fake medical papers so that they don't get drafted is fucking wild, bro. You expecting crypto? Yeah, that's what they need to give them. They need to give them a fucking Trump coin, dude.
It's not always clear whether undue force is used, but sometimes it is. Much promoted on Russian-backed channels, the videos and corruption scandals have stoked a climate of hostility towards draft officers.
People often misplace their aggression, which should be directed against those who are undermining the defense of Ukraine and not against those who are trying to strengthen it. Because if it weren't for us, the brigades would not be replenished. And if the brigades were not replenished, this whole scene you see here of apparently peaceful life would not exist.
True. Yeah, so they're saying everybody's getting mad at like the like soldiers who are coming out there trying to recruit them and trying to get them to join, but really it's not their fault. It's the fault of all the corrupt people who are like the doctors, and all of these doctors probably aren't doing this because they just want to make money. They're probably doing it because they're also getting money from Russia to like help stop the amount of Ukrainians who are capable of fighting. And so that like it's very likely that Russia's got a big part to play in keeping a lot of these soldiers out of the war.
It's only thanks to the draft that the front is still holding at all. How else do you think we're going to recruit new soldiers? There's no other way.
Військові, старий, жінка. Я взагалі нікого не бачу, якщо чесно. Це не завжди так.
It's not always like this, you know. I think there are still a lot of people whose position is basically that they won't volunteer to fight, but if they get drafted, then so be it.
When Russia invaded in February 2022, civilians flocked to military enlistment offices in their hundreds of thousands. Among them, Alyona's husband. She says other civilians...
Yeah, if you guys were here earlier, one of the guys who I was on a TikTok panel with, I was doing like TikTok debates at the beginning of stream. And one of the guys who I was on a panel with is an American. I believe he was in the military. and he was seemingly a Trump supporter, and one of the guys who was saying that like that Zelensky, you know, embarrassed himself, that he needs to be willing to try to get peace. But normally for those people, I would be like calling them out and calling them like fucking cowards and shit. This guy literally went to Ukraine and said that he was fighting for Ukraine for a while, for the first like 2 years. That he just went and fought with a militia for 2 years. I think that he was part of the United States military for a while at you know, in some way. I don't remember what part of the military he was part of, but yeah, he was part of the US military, and somebody asked him, they're like, "Why would you do that? Like, why would you go do that?" And he didn't say this exactly, but he also wasn't very good at like getting his ideas across. I think what he was saying is that he like that's just who he is now. Like he like when he was younger, he was taught to be a fighter. He was taught to be in the military. He was taught to like this is what he knows. This is what he's good at. And now he has a wife and family, and so he's not really able to stay over there and continue fighting, but that like this is what he wants to do. This is what he wants to be doing. And that after a while he just had to call it quits. He lied to you, Tom. I wasn't here, but militias don't take foreigners. Only the Foreign Legion. What? First off, we've read tons of stories of like of Americans going and fighting in militias. So I don't like even the guy who shot at Trump was part of some sort of militia, and he was an American. Into the Legion. I don't know what you're not saying anything. I'm sorry. You're just like I don't know what the fuck that means. Okay, so then the guy was fighting for the Legion? Like I don't know. I'm sorry, nothing you're saying is making any sense to me. It sounds like you're contradicting yourself. Nobody can fight if they're foreign. But there's a Foreign Legion that's a foreign militia. So okay, it's not a militia. I don't wait. Okay, fine. It's not a militia. I don't really give a fuck. The group that the guy who the group that the guy who shot Trump he was part of a militia. And then the Ukrainian military actually like signed them to come pay for them, to come fight with them.
Even in Ukraine, still don't fully understand what that meant.
Friends and acquaintances were asking whether he might be home for Christmas. I'd look at them like they're from a different planet. That's not how it works.
It's like he's been deleted from the picture. I've started to miss him a lot.
The family keep in touch, mainly by phone.
Привіт. Так, ну у нас тут такі сьогодні відбувається інтерв'ю.
Привіт.
Так, тут у нас Гулівер.
Fighting in the northeast, he doesn't want to be identified, but is happy to talk.
I find it hard to imagine life after the war. That's a bit frightening. Maybe I should be able to. But we keep on fighting because we have to. We have something to fight for, we have motivation, but we'd like to find some more strength for it somehow.
Today we stood for a long time near the parliament, me and other wives. But from the ruling party, servant of the people, no one came to talk to us. It's an affront.
They ought to communicate openly, if only to say why it's yes to this and no to that, why they are postponing the reform. But there should be communication.
Yes, but they don't. Men will continue to go AWOL. And that doesn't help strengthen the army at all.
Since 2022, Ukraine has recorded 95,000 cases of soldiers deserting or going AWOL. Many are in high...
Did you say 95,000? That's a lot, dude. Because I would bet that they probably don't even have... Like, I would bet that there's tons of desertions that are not even documented. Sheesh.
hiding. Others are working with lawyers, saying the army failed to take into account their health or family problems.
We filed the complaint about that unit violating soldiers' rights.
These men say they want to return to service in non-frontline roles, but the enthusiasm of the early days is gone.
Back then, there was this big sense of unity, patriotism and all that. People really wanted to fight.
Yeah.
Now time has passed, and corruption has influenced people's thinking. They feel like they're being cheated in some way.
Yeah, this is something that we here in the United States know what it's like, at least, to watch a bunch of people get propagandized and convinced into shit that literally makes no sense. Thankfully, we're not at war while this is happening, but we know what it's like to watch people's brains just no longer work and just buy into a bunch of bullshit that makes absolutely no sense.
Numerous public scandals suggest that corruption is affecting not just the draft, but also the purchase of equipment and construction of defensive lines. Investigations often lead to high-profile dismissals, even arrests, but rarely to convictions. Serhii Hnezdilov, himself still on trial for desertion, says that's got to change.
We've got to keep fighting, but without forgetting the internal enemy, because the internal enemy also kills. Corruption kills. Incompetence also kills.
He refutes allegations that his actions could discredit Ukraine and impact international aid.
Our internal...
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. I mean, we've continuously talked about this, is that, like, there really are, like, tons of issues with corruption within Ukraine, and that they're not just, like, it's not just, like, people just being corrupt, but it's with a lot of Russian influence as well. And with tons of people still being faithful to Russia, there are still lots of people within Ukraine who still like Russia and would like Russia to win. And, you know, a lot of their political parties were straight backing Russia, or were completely, like, admitting to being Russian bots, pretty much. And, yeah, they're starting to have a bit of a resurgence, apparently, so it's I wonder, like, when I hear stuff like this, because I don't know much about the Revolutionary War, I wonder a lot when I hear things like this, if the United States had similar problems with, like, people who were still loyal to the king afterwards, and if they had a bunch of problems with people spreading propaganda on behalf of the king, and, you know, if there was just, yeah, like, a lot of English propaganda going on afterwards from loyalists and people like that. Yes, it made Canada. Really? That makes sense. That's why you guys still don't have independence. I'm just kidding. I know that you guys have independence. Independence, yeah. Commonwealth countries.
Problems are not a reason to stop helping us. Europe's security depends on Ukraine's security. It is not the people who are going AWOL who discredit the army, but the fact that we have not worked out a mechanism for solving the problem, because we don't.
Yeah, this is the thing that like all EU was saying yesterday when they all came out with their messages of support for Ukraine yesterday, where they kept saying like the EU security depends on Ukraine's security. And this is, yeah, what I keep trying to explain is that, like, the whole world hurts if Russia's able to just go in and take over Ukraine in this sort of way. If they're able to get away with this with no repercussions, yeah, it's just going to continue to spread throughout Ukraine, and the Russia continuing to gain more and more prominence and gain more and more power within Europe is, yeah, this is a problem for all of Europe. So all of the countries in the EU are definitely needing Ukraine to win here and get their land back. But obviously, this applies to the United States as well. The United States has a lot built into the EU and built into our allyships with all of these countries. And if all of a sudden Russia's able to get away with this, then yeah, we're losing a lot of power as well. Like, the United States just can't be isolationist. Like, we literally cannot be. We have already shaped a world built off the idea that we will not be isolationist. We have already shaped an entire world that is based on the idea that we are going to be there when shit gets rough. And I really cannot imagine what the fuck is going to happen to the rest of the world just because Trump won an election, dude. Like, how bad the whole fucking world is going to hurt because Trump won an election. Shit. Look up Thomas Hutchinson. Okay, well, right now I'm fucking rocking this game, alright? I'm at 45%, so I will try to look him up when I'm not dominating in full beast mode.
Don't have fixed terms of service.
Today, Nestilov remains in detention. He will ultimately be released in late January, having agreed to return to his unit. But would fixed terms of service really help swell the ranks?
This idea that we'd have more people in the army if we set time limits on service, I don't agree with it, no. We would not end up with more people. I think what we need to limit is how long people are directly engaged.
They might have more people for a short period of time. The problem is that if you can't guarantee that you're going to actually end the war in that short period of time, then you're just hurting yourself by doing it at all. But yeah, they probably would have more people for a little while. That's probably true.
Engaged in frontline fighting because people need to rest from battle.
Fatigue is not the only problem. Truant soldiers often complain of incompetent commanders. In November, 2 reforms were introduced. One allowing men who'd gone AWOL to return to service without penalty, another making it easier to change brigades. Within a month, 6,000 came back.
We got no support from my previous commanders. They paid us no attention. I had to go AWOL. It just wasn't possible to serve there. Here, the instructors have got a good attitude. They show us things, they teach us. If it were like this everywhere, I think the army would be a lot more effective.
Тут надо рывок, штурм, то есть динамика. Пошли, пошли, пошли.
Уявіть собі, що
Just imagine, a man is defending some position and every day he sees his comrades getting killed. If no one has properly explained things to him, if no one has worked on his psychological state, that's it, he's off. We're not all born soldiers. Plus, damn it, this is a very, very tough and bloody war, so it's hardly surprising that some guys go AWOL.
Таке явище, як СЗЧ, для мене воно не дивно.
Seaver says proper preparation is key. His approach is to tell it like it is, with a bit of gallows humour.
If they cut off my leg, they'll give me a prosthetic. I'll live on with a prosthetic limb. Sad, but who cares? Won't stop you seeing your kids. It's not the end of the world, but if you learn how to properly pack a wound, then there's a good chance you'll keep your limb.
I can never tell if they're speaking Ukrainian or Russian. That it all just sounds like fucking Russian to me. I can't tell the difference. Can anybody tell the difference? Or any of you guys understand the difference between Ukrainian and Russian? Racist? Yeah. Racist, yeah. That's me. This is me. Zero racist.
The training manuals aren't bad, but we do have to adapt them to our reality because there's never been a war like this one. So if I kick the bucket and you don't, you'll finish that job. Tell them this bit is wrong, damn it. Rewrite it like this, damn it. Got it?
Despite everything, Seaver still believes that Ukraine can turn the tide.
Нам 3 флет white и 1 cappuccino.
51%.
In the trenches, our guys are enduring wave after wave after wave of Russian attacks. I really wouldn't wish it upon anyone to be out there right now. We're losing territory, but we're not about to surrender. It's them who will run out of people, and the job will be ours to finish off.
I'm being given bravery from these Ukrainians to fight on and win this war. Take back my territory.
Everyone interviewed for this report spoke of great hardship and exhaustion. Many voiced serious complaints about Ukraine's military and civilian leadership.
YouTube has been horrible with the UI recently. Like what? What glitches? I haven't really had any issues. Like delays, chats, comments. Oh, yes, I have had that. That's been annoying. Like, I type my chat in, and we're not talking about screen chats. We're talking about just the YouTube chat. You type your chat in, hit enter to send, and it takes like 30 seconds sometimes for it to actually pop up. And you're watching all of these other people's chats pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up. And then yours pops up way later. It's so weird. It's kind of annoying sometimes because there's been a couple of times when I've been in people's chats and they ask a question and I go to answer it because nobody else answered it. And then by the time my chat finally pops up, like 5 other people fucking answered the question. And now I look like I'm just like piling on to look like I'm smart too by copying their fucking answers. Like it's so fucking gay, dude.
But none thought Ukraine could or should give up the fight, let alone that the West should give up on Ukraine.
Yeah. That's rough, dude. This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, I every time I say, like, how privileged we are to not have to deal with this, there's always some, like, Trumpers in chat who are like, privileged? Are you joking? You think we're privileged? Do you know what we have to deal with paying for people's wars? Like, you guys are fucking retarded, dude. You guys, like, go fucking kill yourselves already, dude. This is dumb as fuck. Sitting there whining and crying about the fact that you have to pay money while I'm talking about the fact that you don't have to fight wars in your front yard. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, that just is like a proof of concept, you know?
My source tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
Damn right.
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear.
All the things that led up to this was Donald Trump and Vance talking a whole lot of shit about him over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Like how many of you, once in chat, if you guys actually saw this, like Donald Trump, we went over this on stream last week, where Donald Trump sat there over and over and over just talking a ton of crap about Zelensky. Like, it was ridiculous, dude. It was so ridiculous. He was blaming him for the entire war. He was blaming him for the war starting. He was blaming him for the war continuing. He was calling him a dictator and like all sorts of crap. It was wild, bro. It was actually wild.
Clear, he campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was a very, and should have been a...
Yes, what happened right before 5 days ago? Yeah, what happened? What happened? Donald Trump came out and did a whole lot of shit talking when he wasn't there. And then when he showed up, Donald Trump didn't have nothing to say. Donald Trump and Vance been talking a whole lot of shit when he's not around. But then all of a sudden when he's there, they didn't want to talk that shit anymore. When he says, hey, come say it to my face, they're like, wow, you're being disrespectful. How dare you? How could you? You took money from us. We gave you money. We paid for the right to lie about you. You should be thankful that we paid you to lie about you. Fucking keyboard warriors. That's it. That's all they are. They're just keyboard warriors. They just want to talk a whole lot of shit when they're not in front of you. But Zelensky, the fucking real man, he got up there and he's like, yeah, well, let me show you some pictures about some of the fucking shit you're talking about. How about that? Let me show you what it is that you're talking about that you know nothing about, so that you can start to understand.
very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, you know, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace.
I'm sorry, but dude, the reporters in there were also being very disrespectful. And Trump was not really like doing much to stop them. And it wasn't until Zelensky started getting mad. Like when the dude's like, "Why don't you wear a suit? You're a statesman. You should dress more professionally." Like, or when people are asking him like, "Well, why don't you care about your people?" Like they were being so disrespectful to him. And Trump had nothing to say about that disrespect. He did eventually say, "I like the way he dressed." Like he did eventually say that. And I thought that was a good attempt to kind of like chill things out a little bit. But yeah, like those were that was apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband that said that. Like that's fucking insane, dude. Why is her husband in there? Is he a YouTuber or something? Or it's her boyfriend. Is he a YouTuber? Yes? What the heck? You better run, fucking bitch. I'm coming for you.
Which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
I'm sorry, but this is concern trolling. It really is. This is concern trolling at its worst, bro. When like the actual president of these people, the actual leader, the elected leader of these people is telling you that they don't want to stop fighting and that they don't want the war to be over. And you're sitting there over and over like, "I just want to save lives. I really want the war to be over. We need to care about the people here." Like you sound like a fucking SJW, dude. You're just concern trolling. That's all you're doing. This is really weird when like you're telling the leader of that country that they need to be worried about the lives that are being lost. That is just really fucking weird, bro. That is some weird shit.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look,
I'm sorry. He was not at all that antagonistic. He was complaining about the some of the stuff that's happening in his country. And then JD Vance is the one who heated things up. JD Vance is the one who made things way worse. And then Trump came in to defend his lady's honor and came in, "You cannot come in here and talk to us like that." But there was nothing that Zelensky did or said that was disrespectful. And JD Vance was the one who really heated shit up, dude.
This thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, "Let me ask you a question," to the vice president. "What kind of diplomacy are you talking about?" Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed. Thousands.
Yes, like he just clarified some of the stuff that they were saying that was wrong. Like they were just lying. And so he corrected them on a couple of things. And that's what they found to be so disrespectful, is that he would correct them. So weird, dude.
And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children. All true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands
Russia,
that
Russia,
Putin,
Russia.
no matter how anyone may feel about him personally,
Get over it,
forcing
Russia.
the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people.
Well, okay. So it wasn't disrespect to Vance or disrespect to Trump. It's that It's that he was being disrespectful to Russia. Saying that Russia should pay for the damages that they've caused. Yeah. That's, oh, okay, I gotcha. So yeah, so you can't, there is no slight of Putin will be allowed around Trump or Vance. They will not allow that in their presence. You will only say nice things about the person who's currently murdering and genociding your fucking people. That's a reasonable position there, Rubio. Or is it, wait, not Rubio. Yeah, it's Rubio. Okay, never mind. He just looks so old, dude. I still think of him as this like young whippersnapper up on the stage, but he's a fucking old fart now.
To the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that...
Yeah, see, even when they say stuff like that, when they're like, he wasted our time, he made the meeting end the way it did. Like, if he made the meeting end the way it did, like, this is more evidence to me that he did not get kicked out of the White House. This is more evidence to me that, like, there's no way you can say he got kicked out of the White House if you're going to keep saying that he made the meeting end the way it did. Like, because a bunch of people said that afterwards, after the press conference, you could hear Trump and all of them yelling at each other out from outside the doors. That Trump and Zelensky were screaming and yelling. Vance, all of them were yelling at each other afterwards. So it continued after what we saw on television. So yeah, you can't play this game that he got kicked out.
That President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before.
Trump is trying to make a deal happen to end the war, to end the killing, to end the suffering. Fuck all the haters who can't see that. Frustrating. Nobody disagrees with that. You guys continuing to repeat your fucking retarded talking points like you're a 2-year-old is so obnoxious. Are you not capable of getting past that? Do you guys think that it's ever justified to kill somebody? You guys sound like the fucking leftists who after Kyle Rittenhouse kills people who are trying to kill him. You guys sound like the leftists afterwards who are like, well, it's just always wrong to kill. You should never kill somebody. There's no reason to ever kill someone. That doesn't make sense. I think there are some cases where it's justified to want to stay in a war. I'm sorry, but I'm not some fucking loser leftist who thinks that you should always end wars just because life is sacred or some bullshit. I think sometimes it makes sense to fight. Sorry. And it sounds like Zelensky, the guy who was, again, the elected leader of his people, is the one who says that he wants to continue to fight if they're not going to punish Putin, if they're just going to let him take all of this land, and if they're going to turn around and punish Zelensky for the war and not Putin, then yeah, he wants to continue to fight. And then when you listen to all of the EU leaders who come out afterwards and they say that we have Ukraine's back, that if Ukraine wants to continue to fight, we're here for them and we'll continue paying if Trump's going to puss out. I think everybody else gets it. I don't think anybody else, oh, well, we just want to stop the deaths. We just want to make it to where the people aren't dying anymore. Well, I'm sorry, but like some people just aren't okay with you coming in and stealing their people and stealing their land and taking off with it and acting like you're allowed to just walk around like you're in charge in their fucking country. I think most people wouldn't be okay with that, but I guess you know, if you're not really an American, you don't really have American values, you might not understand that thought process. So, but those of our founding you know, those who were our founding fathers, I think they all understood it.
Or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is based on
years in the first place. And then now when you feel like Russia might start to feel the pain, now when Russia might start to have some, some losses here, now it's all of a sudden bad. Now that like they've been at a stalemate to where Russia doesn't have much of a way to move forward, now it's time to call it quits. Seems a little ridiculous.
Chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But
that mineral rights deal is part of the peace negotiations, you dumb fuck. You fucking loser. That minerals negotiation is part of the peace negotiation. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Did he not read it? Does he not know what he's there to talk about? What the hell? Like, I saw somebody earlier who said, you know, if this guy actually knew what he was talking about when it came to politics, he wouldn't be on fucking YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry, but when we look at the fucking losers who are within MAGA, I think like the actual representatives that are working in Washington, I think that the people who are on YouTube commonly know more than they do.
Again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be I mean, after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no...
He didn't say that. Oh my goodness. Seriously, these people, the problem is that I don't think he is as clueless as he's pretending to be. I think my problem is that he knows that his followers are that clueless to where none of them are going to know how dumb he sounds right now. But the whole point is that Zelensky said that he wants security guarantees. That's what he wants. He wants security guarantees. And that Trump says, oh, well, Putin said he promised. And he's saying, well, yeah, you can't trust anything that Putin says. You have to give the security guarantees. You have to give the security guarantees, Trump. You have to say, well, if Putin does this again, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. If Putin does this again, we're going to do this, that, and the other. Like, we have to be the ones who give those guarantees to them. Putin cannot give the guarantees because, as Zelensky said, he's broken those guarantees 20-something times in the past already, to where there's no reason to trust Putin ever again. He will never live up to an agreement that doesn't have harsh penalties for him.
No need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, you know, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be...
It doesn't sound like he understands the complexities. I don't... He's making it sound like a very simple thing. He's making it sound like it's written in fucking crayon.
Brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care...
The vice president was not right, because he said, We're not going to sit here and talk crap about Putin because we want to do this in a diplomatic way. But the problem with that is that they are being diplomatic with Putin. They're not being diplomatic with Zelensky. You don't get to walk around calling Zelensky a fucking a warmonger and you know, a dictator and you know, somebody who wants his own people to die. You don't get to say all of that about him, but then whine and cry saying, well, no, we have to be nice to Putin because we want him to come to the table. Well, why don't you have to be nice to Zelensky to get him to the table? Why don't you have to say nice things about him? You probably shouldn't be picking sides if you want to do this in the diplomatic way. But if instead you're just doing everything you can to appease Russia and to make Putin happy, but you're still standing there lying about fucking Zelensky the whole time, then I see no reason why he shouldn't call you out on that shit. That doesn't sound diplomatic to me at all.
About life. Are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, I mean, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, you know, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating.
The ultimate deal maker. Yeah, I think we saw some of that ultimate deal making yesterday. We saw some of that great deal making yesterday. What a great negotiator he was, wasn't he? He just he was really trying to get that peace agreement signed, wasn't he? He was just really putting on all the moves. Really proud of all that deal making he did, you know? Just I saw that and I thought, man, I got to read this guy's book on how to do this. This is amazing.
Negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is
they're doing the same thing. Like, oh, you're not supposed to call them names. Oh, you're not supposed to make accusations. Oh, you're not supposed to do literally all the things that we've been doing to Zelensky. You're not supposed to do that. But we've been doing it to Zelensky this whole time. Yeah, we're still doing it right now. Yeah, we're gonna keep doing it.
High-stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that...
Read Rudy's dono. Crap, dude. Why does it do this sometimes where it just doesn't send it through on the TTS? I don't get it. Alright, well, I mean... I need a safe space. I need to find a safe space. Give me a second.
That you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Do you think that meeting was embarrassing for Trump or Zelensky? Both. I've already heard Moron saying it was Trump being strong. Yes. So I definitely think that it was more embarrassing for Trump because obviously this was in like the White House. This was Trump's deal. Trump ran on getting a peace deal. Trump like this was part of his campaign saying that he was going to get a peace deal. He said he was going to get the peace deal on day one. Here we are over a month later and he still hasn't gotten a peace deal. And so this is his failing. This is him not being able to live up to his promises. But I don't think there was anything wrong with what Zelensky did. It was over and over. It was Vance and Trump who made things worse and worse in the ways that they were talking to him and in the ways that they were going after him. I think that they were the ones who kind of like heightened tensions and ramped things up over and over. I don't think Zelensky was out of line at any point. I don't think he was like He wasn't being rude. And when Trump is doing, you don't talk to us like that. You don't do that. You don't do that. Yeah, that's not nice. Like that was just way over the top. Or Vance, I think it's really disgusting that you would litigate this in front of the American people. Like he was the one ramping it up. It was weird, dude.
Yeah, and at this
But thank you, Rudy, for the $10 in the donos. I didn't add the other ones either. I don't know where those went. Let me see. Because, yeah, I missed the other $2 from Don Juan. Based.
this moment as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated. I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents that bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy.
Yes, they applaud it when you're actually able to bring an end to a war that is just. When you can bring an end to a war that is just and fair. But if you go, if Russia and Putin, they invade Ukraine unjustly for no reason, and then just go and start taking over land and killing people, and in the end, you say, hey, you know what I think's a good idea? Let's just give Russia and Putin everything that they want. Let's reward them for their bad behavior. And let's make Ukraine sign a minerals deal to kind of make them pay for being invaded. We gotta make sure we punish Ukraine for being fucking dickheads and getting invaded and getting all of their people killed by letting Putin invade. What jerks. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not justice. That's not a just deal. So just saying an end to a war. I'm sorry, but if in the past, if somebody came and negotiated a peace treaty that stopped the American people for fighting for their freedom, and they stopped the colonies for fighting for their independence from the king, I don't think that anybody would have looked at that as a just end to a war. I don't think that them being a peacekeeper in that case, where they come over and they make it to where America's, hey, you guys will just pay all the taxes that you've missed over the last couple of years from fighting this war instead. You'll just pay all that back to the king, and then he says that you guys can go back to normal. So yeah, everything should be fine. Just pay all your taxes back, and you'll be good. And you gotta pay for the Boston Tea Party. You lost them a lot of tea, and you gotta pay I'm sorry, but that would be fucking bullshit. That would be pure bullshit, and I don't think anybody would have celebrated that person as a peacekeeper. I think they would have looked at that guy like a fucking moron.
That we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that.
Not if they are an American. Not if they're an American. Not if they have American values. Not if they actually value freedom. Not if they actually value independence. Not if there's somebody who's ever celebrated 4th of July and meant it. Those people would not celebrate this shit. Those people would not praise this. That sort of thing should not be lauded by Americans.
Undermined by demands that he call Putin names, or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy.
This never happened. He never demanded that you call Putin names. This is all they're capable of, is just lying. That's all they can do. They're not capable of being real. They're not capable of telling the truth. They have to just lie nonstop.
As the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelensky wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, you guys, this has been going on for 10 days, and to see things in the press.
Not our war. It is our war. We've already agreed to these things. We made promises. We signed agreements. We said we were going to do these things. And now Trump is backing out of America's deals and America's agreements because he's not willing to uphold America's side of a deal. And then the other countries, the EU, who did not make these deals and who did not make these promises, are doing it on our behalf, or really I should say on Trump's behalf, because he's the one who's incapable of just like actually living up to America's not just deals but ideals. He's unwilling to actually have like American values and live up to what it is that America stands for within the world. And so it is our war. It is our responsibility. I don't know who's been teaching you about this fucking war, but have them look into who was it? Truman, and the idea behind NATO, and the fact that if anybody within this region was attacked, that we would treat it as if America was being attacked. That was the promise that was made. And that's why these countries have moved forward in the ways that they have, because they had that promise from America. So if you're saying that, well, no, if it was America and they came and took over Texas and California, then we would just tell them that they could have it. And we would just want peace. And if it was 3 years and a lot of people died, then we would just tell them they could have Texas and California. They could just keep it. Then, okay, I disagree. I don't think that America would do that. I don't think that we would allow them to just kind of take over our shit. I don't think that's an American way of reacting to this at all. So,
saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians. That's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying.
First of all, Trump doesn't want to help California at all. Yeah, I know. When they're already needed aid, Trump said that he wasn't going to help California. But yeah, I guess it should be up to Congress. But Trump has already violated a bunch of agreements in what it is that his office is allowed to do and not allowed to do, and the things that are Congress's responsibility and not his responsibility. He's already violated court orders telling him to stop doing the stuff with U.S. aid. So, I don't know. Who knows anymore? I think at this point, all of MAGA is going to allow Trump to go as far as he wants in being a dictator, and they're not gonna ever want to stop him. So, just more and more evidence that these people don't have America's values and don't have America's interests in heart.
Trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people.
I'm sorry, but that didn't happen. And anything that he did or said, there's no reason that Zelensky talking crap about the person that he's at war with should impede peace talks, because Putin hasn't stopped talking trash about Zelensky. So there's absolutely no reason that we should expect Zelensky to stop talking crap about him. And I guarantee if Putin came in and started talking crap, if Putin was at that meeting instead and started talking a bunch of crap about Zelensky, they would not have done the same thing. I guarantee it, they would not have been like, hold on, sir, you cannot sit here and talk crap about Zelensky in our presence. We're trying to get a peace deal done. This is not okay. I guarantee they would not have done the same thing.
People's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So, look, again, let's hope that this can be salvaged, but I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that this can be, you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelensky and Trump be repaired in your view?
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring.
Yeah, again, Trump is the one who's on the hot seat here. Trump is the one who made promises to end this. Trump made promises to end this, right? Not Zelensky, not Putin, nobody else. Trump made promises that he was going to end this and that this never would have happened if he was in the office in the first place. And so it is on him to make it happen. And if Zelensky wants to play hardball, I say do it.
And lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, okay, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should, for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting, and we were hoping that that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without.
He did say that. He said that he thanks the American people, that Trump wants him to thank him because Trump thinks that our money is his money, but it's not. It is the American people who paid for this. It is the American taxpayers. It is the American representatives in Congress who voted for this shit. It was not Trump. Trump had nothing to do with any of this. Trump just got there. Trump doesn't get any thank yous. There's not a thing that he's done that would make them need to thank him. Thanking the American people is what he did, and that makes sense. And even after Trump said, you haven't even said thank you to me, he's like, I said thank you to the American people. That was the first thing that I said when I got here. But again, Rubio's just going to lie. All of these people, they're just going to keep lying. That's all they're going to do. They're not going to tell the truth on any of this. They're just propagandists.
Without you, we wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide them defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did provide them blankets.
Yeah, and
he
that
did
was
provide
brought
them
up today
humanitarian
during
aid.
that meeting.
And it was brought up, and I was there. In fact, I vividly recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote, and that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying, we don't need more blankets or MREs. We need weapons to defend ourselves, and they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war. And without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelensky took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelensky said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative.
Trump didn't support them anything. Again, he didn't give them anything. In Trump's first term, Congress voted to help support Ukraine and help them stock up on weaponry. Congress voted to do this. Trump took that weaponry and said, hey, I'm not going to give you this unless you go and find some dirt on Joe Biden. There's no reason that Zelensky should be thanking this guy. Trump didn't do anything for him. This is fucking bullshit.
That was the official position, okay, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that was their assessment at the time. And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in its stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been.
it is true that like it was surprising. I think everybody thought that it was this war was going to take like a week before it was over, and it was very surprising that they continued to last longer than that. And a lot of it is because the United States gave them a lot of support. A lot of it's because the EU gave them a lot of support. They've had a lot of support from everybody, but this time, yeah, it was a little bit different than the time in Crimea, and not that that was okay, but yeah, the things are a bit different now, so it's I don't know. It's there isn't like a good position here to have, but I can guarantee that the one that Trump is taking is the wrong one. Like there's some that are just worse than others. That's pretty much it. It's like there isn't a good one, but there are some that are worse than others.
I've been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump. There's news reports out there from NBC News, at least is one of the places I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelensky for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those.
Well, it's unique that Trump had it in front of the press. That part is unique. I can't think of a time we've ever seen anything like this with anyone. And it was Trump and Vance who kept heating everything up the entire time.
Frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right, but obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelensky was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelensky was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out of that meeting is what happens next year? I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant?
I feel like she's asked the same question like 4 different times. I feel like she keeps asking the same question over and over and over because maybe it's because every answer that she's getting is I don't know, but she's asked like, you know, is there a possibility that that Trump and Zelensky will salvage this relationship? Is there a possibility that we're going to get a peace deal done? What kind of peace deal could we possibly see going forward? Like she is kind of asking, I think she's asked the same question like 4 different times now at this point.
President Trump, he said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit?
Hey, they've been saying this for a while, bro. They've been saying this since the last time Trump got into office. If you're going to have an isolationist as the leader of the world, then they're not willing to be the world leader. They're straight up saying, yes, if they're saying they're an isolationist, they're saying they're not willing to be a world leader. Like, they're straight up saying they don't want to be a leader of the world. So yeah, like, as long as Trump is in power and as long as people continue to vote him in, the rest of the world has to look to somebody else. It's not, this is not a new thing that just happened yesterday. They've all been saying this for a minute now, and it's because Trump does not understand how geopolitics works. He thinks it's the same as doing business.
Strategy. What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it, and we should be helping him to achieve it. And so do I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelensky either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelensky needs to resign?
Well, that's Lindsey's feeling because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is today this is not going to be productive any further. When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then, and that's when we'll re-engage with them. And what he means by that is when he understands.
And how will you measure that?
Well, I think it's everything I've said already, and that is how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace. You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions.
Then don't do it. Don't call them names. Nobody said you had to call them names. Nobody said this. Why do they do this? Like, who? Never mind. I was going to say, who is dumb enough to believe this? But I already know who's dumb enough to believe this. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
Resolutions, you can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate. House members can do it. Commentators can do it. And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way...
Countries that don't have real skin in it. We're talking about Zelensky is the one who did it. We're talking about a bunch of other EU countries have done it. What are you talking about, countries who don't have skin in the game? What country that doesn't have skin in the game are you talking about? Where are these countries? Where's a country that's talking shit about Putin that doesn't have skin in the game? Where is this country?
Way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk.
Most EU countries? What do you mean most EU countries? The EU, again, has spent more money than the United States in cash. Like, they have given more than the United States. And they are all still backing Zelensky. So, I don't know where you're getting this from. Like, we've gone over the numbers like 10 times tonight. Like, and we went over them over and over yesterday. You can look it up. Yes, I did look it up. We've gone over it many times. I think I have it like right here. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Europe, 132.3 billion pounds. United States, 114. And most of these countries have actually spent a larger portion of their GDP as well. We don't trade in pounds, sir? Yes, I know. They Please tell me that's a fucking joke, dude. Damn. He's right. I forgot about that. We don't trade in pounds. Fuck. I fucked up. I don't know why I thought that made sense. Yeah, there's another part that's like a what is it? Is it another website that had the percentage of, or no, it's up at the top. Oh no, it's not here either. Yeah, government allocated percentage of GDP. Last we checked, there were some countries that were at 2%. But I guess maybe they've gone down. So yeah, so the I guess it doesn't have the percentage of GDP on this website, but I don't. Yeah, I don't see where it went then. It might have been on. Oh, wait, is this it? Yeah, here it is. Government support to Ukraine by donor country GDP. Estonia is at 2.2%. Denmark 2.2%. Lithuania 1.8%, Latvia 1.5%, Finland, Sweden, Poland, Netherlands, Slovakia, Croatia, Chechnya, Norway, Romania, Germany, Belgium, Bulgaria, and then the United States at 0.5%. So all of those countries have given larger percentages than us. Wrestler and their viewers have joined. How's it going, guys? Appreciate the raid, Wrestler. My eyes are burning. Yeah, that's why I made it to where we're not adding time, is because very early on my eyes started burning. I was like, damn. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Yeah, we have to keep going over this because because Trump keeps saying that the United States is the only one that's giving money, or that the United States is given way more than everybody else, or that nobody else is doing their part. We have to keep going over the numbers over and over so that people can see that none of that is true and it's just a lie. Not only that, but we went over yesterday the fact that when Trump was saying to Macron that they get their money back and we don't, that's not true. Like, the United States has given loans, so has the EU, and then they've also given hard cash, so have we, and it's about the same percentages across the board for both. So, like, we've both done loans, grants, and guarantees, and like, it's pretty even across the board. The only difference is they've given more money than we have. And like, the reason that this is split up between Europe and the United States, not just EU and the United States, is because a lot of these have done it twice. So, like, this is the EU Commission and Council that's given 46.4%, 46.4%. No, sorry, 46.4 billion just in cash and aid. But then Germany has given more outside of that. United Kingdom has given more outside of that. Denmark, Netherlands, Sweden, France, Poland, Norway, Finland, Italy, Belgium, Spain, like Romania, Czechia, Lithuania, Australia, Switzerland, like, all these other countries are also giving just as countries on top of that. And so, yeah, this is, they're not just giving through the EU, but they're also giving as countries as a second time. So that's why this is splitting it up as Europe and the United States, because the EU and these countries are all kind of separate things. Now, to be fair, I would expect Europe to give a little bit more than the United States, because Europe as a continent has maybe a little bit more than the United States, but this is why when we look at fuck, my screen's lagging out. This is why when we look at the share of GDP, the UK and the United States are both at 0.5. So yeah, I think like even though they've given more money, it evens out and about like what you would expect them to give based on their positions. To where we've given about even amounts. So like while they have given more money, it is about the same as to like in proportionalities to what you'd expect.
And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing, and not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelensky has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week. President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said. That doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that.
This is yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. When I say Trump has absolutely no idea what he's talking about or what he's doing, this is like just verified proof that he has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Can anybody, like just so that I'm not just sitting here talking about it, can anybody else in chat, because I feel like everybody knows, why is it weird for Trump to say we have to get a peace deal signed before we can get security guarantees? Can anybody else tell me why this is just like verifiable proof that Trump knows absolutely nothing about what he's talking about? Anybody at all? Just Trump knows what he's doing, idiot. Great. Good argument. You did it. Dude, you were just fucking lying about the numbers. The U.S. has given more money than any other country. I wasn't lying. I was reading the Ukrainian aid tracker. I didn't lie. I'm literally reading the Ukrainian aid tracker. Unless you're saying what I said is not what's on there. You wanna say that what I said is not what's on there? Then that would be a lie, sure. So yeah, the problem is that it's impossible for them to sign a peace deal if they don't have security guarantees. They're never going to say, yes, we're going to sign a deal to stop fighting just so that Russia can start fighting us as soon as we send everybody home. Like, we're going to sign a deal that says, yes, we'll stop fighting, we'll send everybody home, and then Russia is just going to tell everybody to wait. And then as soon as we're all back home, they're going to start moving again. And most of the arms we gave them stimulated our economy. I don't know about that one. I haven't heard that one. Look at my reply, Tom. I don't see anything else. I'm posting out as right and wrong. US as a billion and it's isn't more than everyone else combined. Like Billions. Oh, no, no, no. When we're talking, hold on. When we're talking about, like, if we include the amount of money that's spent on, like, military equipment, then yeah, like, I've mentioned that numerous times. That, like, we're talking about, like, cash uh, and military equipment. But right then, I was talking about the argument between Trump and Macron and the fact that when Trump is acting like we've spent way more than them in cash and that Macron was wrong, and that when Macron said that the United States and the EU both have given like grants and loans, that's what I was going and pulling up. Not just like, yeah, the military aid that we've given obviously is way more than anybody else. Way more. But yeah, if you're talking about the military aid, I wasn't lying. That wasn't part of the argument. Elaborate ruse. Well, my timer's about to run out. If you want to come back tomorrow, I might be down. But I'm probably getting off in about 20 minutes or so. I had like 10 debates on it today though. So yeah, earlier, if you guys just got here, we had a couple. I was on a couple of panels about it on TikTok. But TikTok was annoying because the audio and video keeps going out every once in a while. But then I also then took call-ins and had a bunch of calls about the same topic. I don't remember how many we went through, maybe 4 or 5. And then same yesterday. I think it was yesterday where I had about 5 or 6 debates about the same topic yesterday as well. No, it was more than 6. Yeah, there were like 10 debates yesterday as well on the same topic. So yeah, if you guys are looking to watch some of that stuff, it's on yesterday's VOD and at the beginning of today's.
Negotiation, but you have to have an agreement to what peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict? What
so
do
you're
the
saying it would
Ukrainians
happen
need?
as part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs? What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to...
But yeah, anyways, the point is that yes, they can't sign a peace deal if they don't have security guarantees. That, like, for them to keep saying, well, we have to get a peace deal signed first before we can talk about security guarantees. No, that is the peace deal. That is the entire peace deal, is the security guarantees. That's the whole thing. That's the entire thing. So for you to say one comes after the other, that makes absolutely no sense. You just lose all credibility when you say something like that, because even Zelensky has made it clear he cannot sign a peace deal without security guarantees. He's said this over and over, and Trump and his fucking minions have said we're not giving them security guarantees. They've said over and over, we will not give them security guarantees. So it's obvious that he is not going to sign a fucking thing until he has security guarantees. And why would he? There's no reason for him to. Even if he loses all U.S. aid, which Trump doesn't decide, but even if he did, and Congress decided not to fund him anymore, I doubt he would just stop fighting without security guarantees. They would still continue without the U.S.'s help.
Stop fighting. And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again? That it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested in a 1-year ceasefire. I don't think he's interested in a 6-month ceasefire. He wants to...
Well, then that's why you have to have security guarantees. That's why you have to have some sort of because A security guarantee is where you're saying, if Putin does this again, then we're going to do X, Y, and Z, right? There isn't much that we can guarantee in this, which is why it's kind of like weird to act like we could get a peace deal without, when you know that there isn't much we can do in terms of a security guarantee. Like, what are we going to do? Invade fucking Russia? Like, there's not anything we can do. So, outside of sanctions, but already Trump has been talking about rolling back sanctions on Russia. So, like, we're just kind of fucked where there isn't much of an option here. And there isn't much we can do for them except for just continue to fund them, which sucks, obviously, because nobody wants a never-ending war. But this is kind of where we're at right now. I got it. Leave me alone.
Thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again, he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation.
Again, nobody is saying this. They can continue just arguing these fucking straw men, but nobody is saying that he needed to be out here talking shit about Putin. They're just saying, if you're gonna talk a bunch of shit about Ukraine and Zelensky, you can't make the excuse that you're not talking shit about Putin because you want to make a deal. Because obviously, your shit talking about Zelensky is also hurting your ability to make a deal. Obviously. So maybe don't pick sides. Maybe stop picking one side over the other. And that's what Trump said. He kept saying, well, I'm not going to pick sides here. But then he did. He did pick sides. He did talk shit about one side and not the other. So it doesn't make sense. They're just going to continue like what is it? It's like a Mott and Bailey where they're continuing to like talk a ton of shit about Zelensky, but then afterwards they're like, why? They're trying to force us to talk shit about Putin. No, they're not. Nobody said this. Literally nobody. I haven't heard a single person, not Zelensky, not the Democrats. Nobody has said he needs to be talking shit about Putin. I haven't heard a single person say this, but this is what he said. Like every 5 minutes, he's like, they all want us to talk crap about Putin. It's not right. We can't do it. We can't do a peace deal if they're going to make us talk crap about Putin. Nobody is doing this. Nobody is saying you have to talk crap about Putin.
Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance at peace,
it's not something I would brag about, honestly. The fact that you're super cool with the fucking dictator. Like, so that's something, if I was them, I would keep, like, throwing out there all the time. Like, hey, he's friends with Putin, guys. Nobody else is as friendly with Putin as he is. Like, he's the only one who's good buds with the fucking dictator. He's the only one who's really good friends with this guy. I wouldn't keep bringing that up over and over. I don't think that's a smart idea for them. But whatever, do you, homie?
He's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelensky, and President Trump?
There's the question again. There's the question again. Just ask it 10 more times. Why don't you? Just same question. Let's keep asking it. Let's see if eventually he gives a different answer than, oh, I don't know. We'll see.
Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's,
Whoa, I didn't know that they knew that. That's crazy. Because they did the fucking press conference.
It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd. That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president wants to end this war. He wants to explore whether there's a possibility to do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to when he says these things, he doesn't just say them, he means them, and he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long.
So would you say right now he's failing on that campaign promise, maybe? Would you say right now he is not looking good on that campaign promise, maybe? Would you say he's maybe bit off more than he could chew on this campaign promise just a little bit?
Long time in American politics.
Secretary Marco Rubio, thank you for your time tonight and joining us on such a historic day. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
On such a historic day. That's so fucking good, dude. That's fucking good shit. On such a historic day, the first time we've ever had two world leaders go at it in front of the media for no good reason outside of the fact that Trump and his VP are just a bunch of fucking poontang. Well, I'm only at like 22%, dude, and I've got literally everybody attacking me already. It's like all these people are in a VC just like, hey, let's go after the fucking pizza guy. Hey, let's all go after that fucking guy who makes pizza like a fucking linguist. Let's go after that guy who looks like he learned how to make fucking pizzas as a fucking linguist, bro. Like, what is going on here? Why are they all ganging up on little old me? Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I lost a huge chunk of my territory. Oh, my goodness. I thought I had more than that. I was wondering. I was like, wait a second. Wait, wasn't my shit more than that? Okay. I had something else. Let me see if I can find it.
Tonight, chaos at a cheerleading competition in Dallas. The panic at the Dallas Convention Center. Young girls in cheer uniforms and parents run for their lives.
Wait, what happened? Was there like a shooting or something? That pizza's getting annexed? Yeah. Yeah, where's Trump with my fucking pizza deal? Get it? Instead of a peace deal, it's a pizza deal. Because, like, anytime you go to, like, Domino's or some shit, they got deals on all their pizzas. So it's a pizza deal. Get it? I thought it was pretty good. Anytime you tell, like, super cheesy jokes like that, You gotta see which one of the chicks laugh. Tell the fucking corniest jokes you've ever told in your life, and then see which one of the girls laugh. Whichever ones laugh, you know you're in. That is a surefire sign you're in. Who are you talking about? Well, not you. Not you, Rudy. Everybody else except for you. Give me just a second. Pull this back up.
Did MAGA vote for China to be able to buy up more American real estate or American companies?
Bro, she is a fucking babe, dude. I love Trump's lawyer. I love his lawyer. I would totally go MAGA. Just look at her.
Companies, they ask.
Is that really a question? Really? That's what we're doing now? The spin? That's the spin?
There's been some pushback among Trump cabinet officials in regard to what Elon Musk is doing.
It sounds rather tyrannical and stupid. There's no reason to do that sort of stuff.
We have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of...
Oh my goodness, dude. They will not just, like, they are not capable of telling the truth, are they? They have to lie. They have to just non-stop make shit up, bro. What the fuck, dude? This is wild, dude. They just keep making shit up. Like, what was the thing last week? On the same day that he was, like, talking a bunch of shit about Zelensky, he went off on, like, a long fucking ramble about all of the, like, different ages of people that were still getting benefits from the government, and that some of them were, like, 150 years old and shit like that. Do you guys remember that? They keep coming up with, like, all of these, like, fake schemes that are supposedly happening that they have zero evidence for, but they're just gonna keep, like, making these claims. And most of it's, like, just, like, errors in the system where it doesn't even sound like anything crazy going on. It's like nobody's getting money. They're just still in the system for some reason and haven't been, like, taken out. But they're not even getting money. But Trump and Elon keep talking about them like they're getting paid every month on and, like, getting some benefits and shit.
Of our government were run by, and especially by this last group.
President Donald Trump took a moment to defend Elon Musk during a press conference with French President Emmanuel Macron. And that defense came in light of an email that Musk and Doge sent to federal workers, essentially demanding that they justify their positions and the work that they're doing in the federal government. And if they fail to do so, they will likely be terminated. Now, there's been some pushback among Trump cabinet officials in regard to what Elon Musk is doing. Right, Cenk?
Yes, in fact.
You don't need no man to back you up. Anna, you tell them. You don't need no man to say whether or not that's right. You tell them yourself. This is a new day, Anna Kasparian. You can do this all on your own. We know this ever since Anchorman. Ever since Tits McGee took the air as the first female anchor.
The pushback has resulted in something that just happened that kind of resolves the issue on fired or semi-fired, as Donald Trump just said. We'll get to that in a second.
So this all started over the weekend when Musk posted this on X. Consistent with President Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. I gotta say, this is the kind of corporate culture that makes everyone insane, usually in private sector jobs. And it's awesome that now it's being implemented in public sector jobs as well. Awesome micromanaging, but nonetheless.
This is like one of the problems with Trump is that he does a lot of micromanaging with other people, but then with some people, but then with others, he doesn't. And it's normally, it seems to be based on like optics, like with Elon Musk, when people say like, so do you know what Elon did this week? He's like, no, I don't really keep up with him. Like he does whatever he wants to do. I trust him. So he'll just, he'll get stuff done. And that's that. Like, and yeah, everybody says like, oh, he doesn't really like micromanage. He doesn't really like have anything to do with what I'm doing. Like he just tells me to do my job and I just go do it. Like I know what he wants, and so I just kind of just go do the things that I think he wants me to do. And hopefully he'll say that I did a good job. Like, but then yeah, in other areas where we would find, like those are the areas where we would find it like normal for you to micromanage a bit, right? When it comes to your DOJ, when it comes to like special, what do you call it? Like special positions that you've assigned to somebody like Elon, like shit like that. Yeah, we would totally understand if you're like micromanaging that sort of thing. But then Hitler was a socialist globalist. He wasn't a globalist, but he was a socialist. He was a imperialist socialist. Like being an imperialist is not the same thing as being a globalist. Globalism has nothing to do with imperialism. But yeah, it's like only in the areas where like it would make total sense if he was micromanaging. Those are the times when he's not micromanaging. Like it's super, what the fuck? There's no way. It's crazy to me how many Americans cheer on Trump destroying your democracy. But meanwhile, here in Germany, the far-right populism is on the rise too. Yeah, it's just like it's probably, I think that like in history, we kind of go through waves of things, right? Everybody likes to feel like they're enlightened. Everybody likes to feel like they're enlightened and like they know better than everybody else, right? When in reality, we kind of like should move like in your thought process, right? We should move in like a linear progress moving up, but we don't really. We kind of move up a little bit. Like we'll move up 3 steps, down 2 steps, up 3 steps, down 2 steps, up 3 steps, down 2 steps. And so it just kind of like does this all the time. And right now we are in a down 2 steps swing where, like, we have great enlightenment periods where everybody's becoming more democratic. They're becoming more liberal. The United States gets their constitution and they're creating a whole new world where everybody can play a part in their democracy and play a part in their government structures, and they can have freedoms and rights, and, they just build this liberal utopia that now everybody else is saying, oh, this kind of works. Okay, well, maybe we'll start moving in that direction too. That looks like a good idea. And then you get the fucking Nazis, and you get Italy, you get even the far right was having a big comeback within the United States. This is something that a lot of people don't know. The United States banned Jews from traveling to the United States between World War I and World War II. And like there were Jewish lynchings. There was like, Hollywood putting out Jewish propaganda about them, being all of the elites and having too much money and being in banking, and like Hollywood was very anti-Jews at the time. And yeah, it's had its ups and downs over and over, where we kind of go towards liberalism, but then we have a swing back, because once you start making changes and it starts to become normalized culturally, you have a pushback to that. And so the pushback will always be, like I said, it's like two steps, right? So where we have globalism is the modern extension of imperialism, where economic dominance and cultural influence replace military conquest. I would not say that. No, not at all. I would say that globalism is like countries working together with economic means as part of like a more economic like evolution. But anyways, right now we have like a trans rights. Trans people become more and more normalized, and like LGBTQ stuff becomes more and more normalized. Gay people can get married, and now you have this pushback where there's some people who are saying gay people never should have been allowed to get married. That never should have been allowed in the first place. We need to get rid of that. And then you have, but I would say the majority of people who are within that like MAGA movement, they'll say something like, oh no, I don't hate trans people. I don't have a problem with trans people, actually. I just don't want to be forced to use their pronouns or something like that, right? Like, it's a totally like inconsequential position, that where they have a feeling like something bad's going on, but they don't know what it is and they can't rationalize it. So they take like a rebellious position that kind of says that they're not fully on board with this trans stuff, but they actually are. Like, nobody's trying to force them to use all of these pronouns, right? Nobody's forcing them to use anyone's pronouns and to do anything. But yeah, they'll take this position that is just totally inconsequential, doesn't really mean anything, and doesn't actually stop anything or anyone. That's probably the majority of MAGA right now, who will say something like that. But even the sentiment in and of itself that says, oh, I'm not against trans people, but that's this building sentiment that kind of has this like, but I'm not really with all that shit, right? Where there's some sort of rebellious feeling there that makes them feel like they need to push back. They feel like they need to have some sort of dissidence there against what they believe is like a normalization of something happening, right? That's the majority of them. And so that's why we get the 3 steps forward and only 2 steps back, because the 2 steps is like, we got this like 30% that's full on like trans people should not be here. Trans people need to like just be normal people. They just need to quit. And if they're around kids, it's automatically grooming because they're influencing those kids just by standing there and looking like a man, or like they're like they're ruining our culture and our norms, and they're like those people are getting some sort of credence by the other people, by the majority, saying like, oh no, I don't have a problem with trans people. Like, I don't care. Like, I'll use somebody's pronouns. I don't mind using their preferred pronouns. And I feel bad, you know, like trans people are obviously going through something rough, and it's like a mental illness that seems to be like a real hardship. And so I feel bad for them, and I have no problem using their pronouns. But I don't want to be forced. You know, those people are still, yeah, it kind of like lends credence to those other people who are full on like ready to genocide the transes. So, it's, yeah, it's always with the 3 steps forwards, 2 steps back, and MAGA is 2 steps back right now. That is what they are. And you can see that in almost like every call that I have, right? The people who call in, almost every caller, they say something like, no, man, I'm totally on Ukraine's side. I'm totally on Ukraine's side. I'm not like, I don't really like the way that Trump was talking about Ukraine and everything. I just don't feel like the war can go on forever, you know? I feel like it's got to stop somewhere. And so why not now? You know, it might as well. And peace is good, right? Peace is always a good thing. Like, those are the people who are kind of equivocating and lending credence to the more extreme positions. And then you have the same thing with, like, you know, the January 6ers, like, oh no, yeah, I think what happened on January 6th, that's obviously terrorism. That was a horribly embarrassing day. Horrible day. It was disgusting. Like, it was just such a horrible thing that happened, and I'm glad those people got locked up if they were violent. But, you know, I just don't think it makes sense for people to still be sitting waiting for a court date if they never, you know, if non-violent people who all they did is just walk inside the building, and now they're still sitting and waiting for a court date. Like, that just doesn't seem right. Like, they should have a court date. It's like, that never happened. That literally didn't. Nobody was still waiting for a court date except for one person whose lawyer kept saying, we're not ready for court yet. We're not ready for trial. We need to delay. We need to delay. We need to delay. That is the only person, one person. But like, everybody kept getting fed this bullshit that there's like thousands of people or hundreds of people who just were never getting court dates, or that people were being charged really harshly just for walking inside the building, which never happened. Just never happened. And so, yeah, it's, there's always the people who kind of like equivocate, who buy into some form of like propaganda. And so they're kind of helping a little bit by taking the, you know, equivocating position. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad that it's happening now. It's sad that it's happening within my lifetime, and that Ukrainians are the ones who have to suffer because of it, and possibly the entire world. And this is likely the end of the United States' reign as the superpower. But we'll see. Did I miss a super chat? Auditron? Oh, you're saying you didn't send a super chat. Okay. Sometimes my TTS doesn't go through, and I don't know why, so I thought maybe I missed one. You liked and smashed. All right, well, yeah, everybody take a second and hit the like button. Just like Auditron. Hit that thumbs upsies for me. It's free today. I won't even charge you. Just free thumbs upsies for everybody. I'm feeling generous.
Then an email was sent late Saturday by the Office of Personnel Management with the subject line, What did you do last week? In it, it reads, please reply to this email with approximately 5 bullets of what you accomplished last week and CC your manager, the email said. Please do not send any classified information, links, or attachments. Now, federal workers were also told in that email to justify their jobs by midnight tonight, or risk getting fired. And so when someone responded to his post with an accusation that he's running the Twitter playbook on the government, Musk basically confirmed, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. In fact, he argued, yeah, this works. Trump seems to agree with Elon Musk, as you heard in the video that we showed you earlier in this segment. In fact, Musk's post came hours after the president expressed that he wants Elon Musk to get even more aggressive with what he's doing. He wrote in a Truth Social post, all caps, Elon is doing a great job, but I would like to see him get more aggressive. Remember, we have a country to save, but ultimately to make greater than ever before. And he ends it with MAGA. But not everyone agrees, and that includes top officials in several federal agencies and departments. We're talking about cabinet officials. We're talking about people who were nominated by Donald Trump, confirmed by the Senate. They're basically telling their employees, their staff in these federal agencies, don't respond to this email. I'll tell you who in just a moment. But Cenk, any thoughts so far?
Yeah, so breaking news, like I said in a sec here.
I wonder if like some of these people said, well, I don't want Elon to decide who is or is, they probably said this to Trump, right? I don't want Elon to decide who is or isn't within my department. I want to decide that for myself. And so I'm going to tell them not to reply. And then some of these people go and tell the press, yeah, dude, they sent us that thing, but he told us not to even reply. And now they're taking it as like, oh, he's going against Trump and Elon now. He's fighting back. Like, I don't know, like Kash Patel says, like, you know, yeah, when it comes to the FBI, I need to be able to decide who is or isn't working for me. I don't want Elon to have anything to do with this. So I'm gonna decide that for myself, and I will yeah, I don't want Elon to have any part in this. And Trump said, oh yeah, okay, makes sense, no problem. And then yeah, now they're just getting like out of context wind of it.
But when we did the poll for this story, which is in the live chat, check it out now, vote if you can. We asked who's right, Kash Patel or Elon Musk, because Kash Patel was drawing the line.
It was Kash Patel. Fuck. I knew it. So yeah, so I don't think Kash Patel did this without permission. Because even when Trump talked about the fact that people said that they were not doing this, Trump didn't seem to care. Trump did not seem to care that they were like saying that they weren't going to respond to the emails, or that they told their employees not to respond to the emails. He didn't seem to be upset about it at all from what I saw. So I felt like, yeah, I didn't know what the whole story was at the time. I was confused because I thought it was probably some like liberal person who was like totally bucking them. And I was like, why isn't he more upset about this? Like, this is like a full on like rejection of what Trump's doing and saying. Like, why isn't he pissed about this? But now it makes sense.
Here, and I'm curious about it for left wing, right wing. I mean, and I did a poll on it on X, and it's about 2/3 saying Kash Patel, and now Pete Hegseth, who joined him next, are right, and Elon Musk is wrong. It's not scientific, but it's just an interesting way of telling where folks are going. So, well, even though Trump sent that note saying, hey, be more aggressive, then Elon took that as a green light to do this type of thing. And he seemed to be backing him with that fired or semi-fired comment. By the way, how is anyone semi-fired? Yeah, okay, well, we'll maybe find out on another day, because the Office of Personnel and Management is called OPM, and they just came out with this. This afternoon, OPM, during a Chief Human Capital Officers Council's meeting, informed agencies that employee responses to the OPM email is voluntary. OPM also clarified that non-response to the email does not equate to a resignation. So apparently Elon walked back, and we will not be able to do this. And now, look, we're in the business of credit where credit is due. I did not have Kash Patel standing up to anyone and doing the right thing on any bingo card I have ever had in my life.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that Kash Patel did the right thing here. I don't know that Kash Patel did the right thing. I think that Kash Patel probably has the power and has the ability to tell Trump that he doesn't want Elon deciding who does or doesn't work for him and saying, yeah, I'm not okay with this. Like, if I'm supposed to run my department, if I'm supposed to run my my people, then I want to do that myself. I'm already doing my own analysis of who I want to fire and don't want to fire. I'm already going through everything. If you guys remember, when Kash Patel was being confirmed, there was a big scandal over the fact that he was supposedly already firing people before he even got confirmed. And so, yeah, I think that he was already doing this himself. So he likely said, like, yeah, you guys don't have to respond to that. We're already doing our own thing. So don't worry about this. So yeah, I think TYT might be reading into this a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, does anybody know? One's in chat if you've heard like more on this to where they've gotten more evidence. Two's in chat if you think that is like a fair analysis and you think that makes sense, because I haven't really looked into this at all. I kept hearing about the supposed, like, you know, don't respond to the email things, but I never actually looked into it. So I could be totally clueless here.
But here, Kash Patel did the right thing. It led to a domino effect, and now Elon Musk has walked back on this absurd idea. And I'll tell you why I think it's absurd in a second. Back to you, Anna.
So several officials have basically told their staff members to avoid responding to that email. That broke prior to what Cenk just described. So for instance, for now, please pause any response, a top Pentagon official told employees this weekend, adding that the Defense Department will conduct any review in accordance with its own procedures. Others who sent out similar messages, yes, include FBI Director Kash Patel, who wrote that FBI personnel may have received an email from OPM requesting information. The FBI, through the office of the director, is in charge of all of our review processes and will conduct reviews in accordance with FBI procedures.
Yes, I was gonna say FBI literally has procedures on how they conduct reviews, and this was a big part of Kash Patel's process to get confirmed. Is they asked him over and over and over, are you sure you are going to follow the standard protocol for for FBI analysis on agents? And he kept saying every time, yes, I will follow the standard protocol. I promise I will follow the standard protocol. And so, yeah, if he allowed Musk to do this, then yeah, he would have gotten some big shit coming after him. He may have gotten impeached. I don't know. Like he could have gotten in a lot of trouble if he had allowed something like this to go through. So, yeah, I think that my thought process on this is likely the correct analysis here, because yeah, this is there's a lot more context to this that I'm assuming. There's a lot more context that they seem to be missing, and so yeah, I'm assuming that they're just they're missing parts of the story that say that yeah, Kash Patel is probably not bucking on Trump. Kash Patel would never buck on Trump. He wouldn't. That guy is one of the most loyalist types within MAGA, which is why he got the job. He is not going to buck on Trump, especially not this early. No fucking shot is he bucking on Trump this early.
When and if further information is required, we will coordinate the responses. For now, please pause any responses. Other agencies telling their employees to essentially hold off on responding to Elon Musk's email included DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard, the State Department, National Security Agency, the Defense Information Systems Agency, the National Science Foundation, which is a division
It's wild that they ever thought that they could do this within like these other divisions. It's wild to think that Elon Musk thought that he could just go do some sort of like analysis on who could or couldn't be an FBI agent, or who could or couldn't be you know, within these departments. Like, that is just insane that he ever thought that he would be a good judge on whether or not these people deserve their jobs. This is actually fucking insane. This is clinical, bro. This is ridiculous. Like, these people will run our country into the ground if they're able to get away with shit like this. Like, we have processes for this type of shit for a reason.
Of the Air Force, the Director's Office of the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts, which manages the federal judiciary staff, NASA, and the CDC. So several federal government agencies or top officials within these agencies told their staff, just hold off on responding to Elon Musk's message.
Ridiculous.
Now, many agency leaders are tired of having to justify specific intricacies of agency policy and having to scramble to address unforeseen controversies raised by Musk, especially after.
Well, Trump and Musk afterwards kept saying, oh no, everybody knew this was coming. Everybody knew this was coming. We told everybody well ahead of time. They were all well aware that we were doing this, and nobody knew. Nobody fucking knew. Nobody had a clue that this was happening. So it's kind of fucking retarded for them to afterwards try to play like no, it's all just part of the plan, guys. It's all just part of the plan. Everybody knew. Normal. Totally normal. Nobody's surprised.
After the billionaire's so-called Department of Government Efficiency gained unprecedented access to government systems. There is an exception here, though, and that exception is RFK Jr., who is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He told his staff to respond to Elon Musk's email. I'm unclear on whether they will continue to do so now that a directive has been, issued by the Office of Personnel Management, basically telling people this is voluntary. But the Bulwark Sam Stein, prior to that breaking news story, obtained an email from HHS, again, with RFK Jr. ordering staff to essentially respond to Elon Musk's message, which is unfortunate to say the least. Now, I like the fact that there's dissent within the administration. I think that's a good thing. Up until now, Elon Musk has been able to basically act with absolutely no.
These people are so cringe, dude. They get like, this is what I'm talking about, is a lot of times people just get like a little bit of evidence and then they start connecting dots that aren't necessarily there. This is exactly what like both the far left and the far right do, is they just consistently kind of connect dots, or not even far left and far right, but like just populists in general. Populists are always connecting dots that aren't necessarily there. These are not dots. Like, these are not fucking dots. These are just conclusions that you're jumping to.
No checks, no balances, no one to pump the brakes. And, the thing that doesn't really inspire much confidence is the inaccurate statements he's posting on X day in and day out without providing receipts for it. And the fact that important employees, federal workers, had been fired and then had to be.
We laid off 50 employees on Friday due to the federal funding freeze. The Trump administration isn't complying with the restraining order. We're a nonprofit that provides transport for dialysis patients. Damn, dude. That is insane, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have been frozen that just seem so unnecessary. Like, it just seems ridiculous. It seems like it has to be like computers doing this shit, that there's no way like humans are making these decisions, because the way that this shit's going down just over and over feels like it just has to be like computer errors or something. But no, Elon is just a fucking computer. That's all it is.
Rehired, or their firing had been rescinded because it turns out, they have important roles like protect.
He did a really good job at like tricking everybody by saying that AI in the future was going to be very dangerous. He was trying to throw everybody off by trying to pretend that he wasn't AI. He was trying to make everybody think that he wasn't actually just a fucking bot the entire time.
protecting our nuclear arsenal, or working on the bird flu, which is, of course, wiping out birds and lowering our supply of eggs and things like that. And it's now also transferring over as an illness for humans. So there needs to be a better method moving forward in deciding or determining, where the waste actually is, because again, treating the federal government as if it's Twitter is not really the right way to go about it.
Yeah, so couldn't agree more. When he did this to Twitter, if you remember, there was a whole bunch of glitches. The site would go down for a while. You couldn't get response to this or that. And a lot of those glitches continue. And by the way, thing that people don't talk much about is that when he did that, all sorts of terrible content got onto Twitter, including terrorist propaganda, child porn, etc. They're like, less guardrails, so what? Okay, now.
The Tesla truck looks cool. I saw it. Yeah, we have a bunch of them around here. I've seen them for, I feel like a year now, maybe. Maybe it's been like 6 months, but there's a lot of them here. I see them every day. Every time I drive down the road, they're very cool. They look like those cars. I forget. I feel like they look like something that was driven on like Mars or maybe the moon. Is it from like a movie, or was there really like a moon car or something like that? Like a car that was being driven on the moon. What am I thinking of? It looks like something that I've seen before, but I can't think of exactly what it is. Looks like 12-sided dice.
Now that's your company. You want to do that. You want to devalue your company. That's your problem, not my problem, right? That's a private company. But when you do it in the government and people are worried about losing their social security checks, etc., that is not going to play well. The government is not the same as your private company. So, in fact, real quick, a couple of.
Why aren't you happy that they ended Ebola? I heard Elon say it. They canceled it. They just went into the computer and hit the delete button on Ebola, so that something like COVID doesn't ever happen again. Why wouldn't you be happy about that, Shank?
Viewers here, Kelly K said, if Crazy Cash Patel is telling his employees not to follow this, you know it's gone too far. And so look, by the way, become a member either through the join button below or tyt.com. And be part of this show and be part of the live polls too at 6 o'clock Eastern every day. Dirge wrote in, the real reason they wanted those emails is to scan them for words they don't like, such as diverse or women, so they know who to fire. By the way, there's some truth, potential truth to that.
Maybe.
Because
that's actually
Speaker Johnson was talking about how Elon Musk is running algorithms on the information he's getting on federal workers right now.
It's actually a
algorithms to do what? And probably to find words like diversity so they can fire anyone that's involved in it. It's insanity. So, and that's leading to these results. Good graphic 8, 58% of respondents are worried that programs like students, financial aid, and social security payments could face delays. So a lot of MAGA thinks that they're the entire country just because they won the election. No, that's 58% of the country saying.
Yes, they are. Over and over, I've heard people say, the whole country voted for this. Like, no, the whole country did not vote for this, you dumb fuck. That's not how elections work. I don't know who taught you about our election system, but they were wrong. That's not how it works.
Tap the brakes. We're super worried. 42% say that they support the advisory group, while 53% say they do not. So Doge is underwater.
Well, and then we had the caller just a little while ago as well, who kept saying the majority of the country voted for this. The majority of the country didn't vote for Trump. It's a plurality. Technically, it's like 49.8% or something like that. So it's almost half, but it was, yeah, it was not like wasn't even half the country that voted for Trump. It was 49.8%, and it like people keep saying it was a landslide. It was a massive beatdown. It wasn't. Kamala lost by 200,000 votes. 200,000 in electoral college. 200,000. but all they see are like graphics of colors. That's how they see things. So every time they'll say, did you not see all of the red? Did you not see the sea of red? Like, sorry, when we're talking about votes, I don't see a fucking like things based on how they colored it. I look at numbers. I'm not 5 years old, okay? I don't look at a fucking coloring book to see who won an election. I'm looking at data. But yeah, it was 230,000 votes difference for electoral college. That's how much she lost by in electoral college, and then 2 million in the popular vote. So it wasn't this massive difference by millions and millions and millions like they try to tell you. That's not what it was. We literally ran the numbers here tons of times, live on stream. It was 230,000 votes. That's it.
This is a Reuters Ipsos poll. And finally, 62% disagreed with the notion that the president is authorized to terminate federal employees who do not align with his views or agenda. About 23% said he should be entitled to make that decision. Super quick clarification there. It's one thing to have a political appointment. It's another thing to fire somebody at the post office because you don't agree with their political views. That ain't got nothing to do with anything. So the president gets to make political appointments. He doesn't get to randomly fire people who disagree with him.
And a lot of these firings are impacting individuals who voted for Donald Trump. A lot of individuals who are actually veterans. About 30% of the federal government workforce consists of veterans. And so it's easy to.
Yeah, but again, Trump did campaign on taking away aid from veterans. So MAGA is just anti-veterans. Like, they just are. The Republicans have been voting against veteran shit ever since Trump came around in 2016. And it has been Democrats who have been the ones voting for more veteran aid, to keep veteran aid, to reinstate veteran aid. It has been Democrats over and over and over trying to protect veterans. And it has been Republicans over and over and over trying to get rid of everything. Econo boy! You want to come teach me about naked shorts?
Understand how these seemingly indiscriminate firings are leading to some souring, certainly on Elon Musk, but at this point, also in regard to Donald Trump and the performance he's putting out as president.
A little murmuring in MAGA land about the comments about China today. Did MAGA vote for China to be able to buy up more American real estate or American companies, they ask?
Is that really a question? Really? That's what we're doing now? The spin? That's the spin?
Last night, Laura Ingraham and Alina Habba had a heated back and forth on the issue of Chinese investments in America. Now, let me just preface this by
I don't know what naked shorts are, but the Democrats should become socialist and win 49 states in 2028. Yeah, so earlier I was talking about the like ups and downs that we get, 2 steps backwards, 3 steps forwards. This is what happened in 2020. Is like Republicans were sick of Donald Trump. They were tired of him. They were sick of his antics, his nonstop drama, always with some new bullshit that he was pushing, and always something crazy that he was saying. And, it was just always something that they had to defend, that they were all just kind of like sick of it at that point. And that led to Joe Biden winning the presidency. I like, after the 1 month of having Trump here, I'm sure they'll be sick of him the next time, but don't take that as some like good sign for the future, because I don't see like the country moving in a better direction once Trump is gone. I've said this for a while. I think that he is just the beginning of like Christian nationalism moving into the country more and more. Kind of like a paleoconic Christian nationalism that's a bit more fascistic even than Trump is, more of like a Andrew Wilson sort of fascism, and or a sort of like Christian nationalism. And so yeah, this is not the Trump winning is, once or twice is not the 2 steps backwards. This is the 2 steps backwards will be much bigger leaps than that. So we'll have a lot to fight against, and a lot coming up in the future. So don't get comfortable if a Democrat wins the next election, because there's gonna be another pushback from that as well, and it will likely be worse than the last couple.
Saying, I can't believe how much I agree with Laura Ingraham on this matter, but I do agree with Laura Ingraham on this matter, and I also agree with anyone else who thinks it's a crazy idea to allow foreign countries and foreign businesses to buy American real estate, American land. You get the picture. But nonetheless, yesterday Trump said that he would actually welcome those investments, but Ingraham, not a big fan of his comments.
I see so many things saying that we don't want China in this country. That's not right. We want them to invest in the United States. That's good. There's a lot of money coming in, and we'll invest in China.
Oh, okay, but China's.
This is something that I actually agree with. This is I have said for a long time. Everybody complaining about investments from China, they're just kind of ridiculous. Like, China getting more and more investments in the United States is beneficial to the United States. The amount that China is like dependent on our economy is probably more and more beneficial for us and our dollar and our economy. That's at least what I hear, what I understand. I don't know. I'm all of a sudden realizing I got a counter boy in the chat. Maybe I'm talking out my ass. So Land value tax would solve this. Maybe.
Already bought up American companies, agricultural interests, and huge swaths of land and properties, including some that we've documented here on The Angle near our military bases. But did MAGA turn out for Trump because they wanted more of that? Or they want thousands of more foreign workers here to drive down wages and opportunities for Americans? A fine line must be walked. Americans first, always, no matter what the donors want.
Damn right.
This is damn right. Shut the fuck up. This is one of the problems that I have with everybody. So when I was on some of those panels earlier, arguing about Ukraine and Russia, there's a bunch of people in chat who just kept saying, like, that's not our problem. I'm not sending my money to Ukraine. America first. Well, first off, your money going to Ukraine is America first. But secondly, America first has stopped meaning America first. It is used all the time as America only. Isolationism is not just America first. I am America first. I want to put America's values first. I want to put America's priorities first. I want to put our needs first. I want to make sure that we're taken care of first. But that doesn't mean just America. That means that we take care of us first. We take care of our needs first. And then there's a lot that comes afterwards. Ukraine is just money laundering to Jews. Yeah, okay. Anyways, there are benefits for us with Ukraine, and not just with Ukraine doing better and with Ukraine winning the war, but obviously with Russia losing, with Russia doing worse, with Russia losing the war. And it's the same with like China. Like the isolationists are just like children when it comes to what America benefits from being the global power and what it is that we get from having so much power over everybody's economies, over the the fiat dollar, over oil production, over trade, over everything. And not only that, but from all the countries liking that we're the ones in power, from all of them liking the United States, from all of them liking that we're the ones taking care of everybody and that we're the sugar daddies. But if we stop being those things, other countries will go out and become that for us. China will go and do it. Russia will go and do it. Other people that we don't want to gain allies will go and gain those allies instead, and we will lose our positions, and not just positions as being superpowers, but our privilege of being safe, our privilege of not having wars fought in our front yards, and our privilege of not being Ukraine right now. There's so many benefits that we get that I don't think any of these fucks even recognize anymore, because they're too busy whining and crying about a couple of cents that come out of their paycheck to go to Ukraine. Just so you guys know, we can stop paying Ukraine and Israel and get rid of US aid. We can get rid of all of those things. Your taxes won't change whatsoever. Not one fucking dollar. You will not see a bit of change within your paychecks whatsoever. You're just you're only hurting people. You are not benefiting anybody, not even yourselves. So raise taxes, do socialism. Great idea. Great. So good.
Wow.
No, I agree with her. I totally agree with her. In fact, I got a lot of heat because, and by the way, this isn't just a China thing.
Because you're a fucking idiot?
I don't think any foreign country should be buying up American land or American real estate, period. Okay, by the way, you want to talk about China? You want to talk about China? Let's go to downtown Los Angeles, where there is a massive abandoned high-rise that a Chinese firm started building. They run out of money, they go bankrupt, and that's it.
She sounds more and more like Lauren Southern literally every fucking day, dude. She really does. Her and Lauren Southern would be best buds. They really would be. She really needs to go hook up with Lauren Southern. She is pushing every fucking talking point that I've heard from Lauren Southern over the last 10 years, dude. She is Lauren Southern. I just think that Lauren Southern at this point is smarter than her. I think that she sounds like Lauren Southern from 10 years ago. I think Lauren Southern's moved past a lot of this dumb shit, but maybe that's where she's getting all of this from. She's been watching all of Lauren Southern's videos from back in the day. Let's find out what hey Anna, how you feel about Islam? How you feel about the Muslims in the Middle East?
They take off. And that building is, it's just covered in graffiti. It is because
Americans scared of China is laughable, LOL.
Well, I don't know what do you mean scared of China? I don't know what that means.
Become a complete utter disaster. It's right next to the Staples Center. That's been renamed Crypto, whatever, but Staples Center.
Yeah. So look at Laura Ingraham calling out the donors, let alone every.
I meant to look today and I totally forgot. Melania Trump had her crypto coin, and I believe it had a 30-day, I don't remember what they call it, but like a 30-day no sale guarantee from the majority investors. So has she sold yet? I meant to look into this today and I totally forgot. Has anybody looked into this? Has anybody started selling yet?
Everything else.
Yeah, I like it.
And what donor is she talking about? Because there is one donor that has a lot of deals with China, and his name rhymes with Telon. So
selling what? Melania coin, the Melania meme coin. Okay, Google. What is Melania meme coin selling at right now?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay. They really need to get a male version of Google, dude. I don't feel like she listens to me ever. She doesn't listen to anything I say. It's fucking feminism that's doing this too.
So that was an interesting call out there. And so for everyone on the left who said, no, there'll never be any lack of unity on the right, that everyone in right-wing media and everyone in Trump voters will never break with him and they'll justify
none of this is breaking, dude. None of this is breaking with him. I'm sorry, but none of this. The first thing that they brought up was the thing with Kash Patel. There's no way Kash Patel broke. I don't believe it at all. These dumb fucks are like just connecting dots all over the place that aren't connected. Laura Ingraham has always been somebody that's been a bit more critical of Trump. She's always been like obviously a fucking cum guzzler, but she's also been like willing to be critical of him in the past. This isn't something new for Laura Ingraham. She's been critical of Trump in the past. This isn't the first time she's ever criticized him. This isn't the first time she's ever had a disagreement with him. But the whole thing that they had with Kash Patel earlier is just their own conspiracy theory. Like, they're not Kash Patel telling people not to answer the emails was not him breaking rank or stepping out of line. There's no way. There's no way that's what it was. This is a fucking stupid thing for them to be saying. I cannot stand these people, dude. And I know that for like lots of the lefties in chat, you guys feel like this is something new from TYT. For me, this is the same thing it's always been. This isn't something new. This isn't different. I remember when a lot of people were talking about the fact that like, what's her name? Anna Kasparian. She's starting to become more rational. She's starting to make sense. She's starting to get outside of her bubble. And I kept saying, no, she's not. Like, if you listen to her explain her ideas, even though she's coming to the right positions now, she's still coming to the position in the wrong way. Like, all of her logic is still broken. It's all still flawed all the way across the board. Like, she's still completely wrong on everything that she's saying, or she's using like fallacious thought processes to come to her conclusions. She is not becoming more rational. She's not she didn't figure it out. She's just like, I don't know, virtue signaling to a new group, but that's all it's ever been for her, is just virtue signaling. It's all just like where they're talking about the fact that like, Trumpers are never going to step out of line. They're never going to stop like agreeing with their daddy. That's what she's done for a very long time, is just agreed with one side and just made sure to virtue signal to the right side. That's all it ever was. And now, yeah, like she is just kind of choosing a different side and virtue signaling to them, but none of her positions make sense. None of it is like logic. All of this is the same way that they've always thought about things, the same way they've always talked about things. They're just, they're just being wrong in a different direction now. Like, that's all it is. They're just wrong in a different direction. That's all.
Every single thing he does. There's Fox News and Laura Ingraham. By the way, this is just one of like 3 stories today where they're in open rebellion.
Well, look,
right?
I think people, look, I don't know what percentage, we haven't run a study or a poll on it, but I think at least some people who voted for Trump and believed in his message are now starting to wake up to the fact that the MAGA movement has completely been co-opted.
This is literally every day, just so you guys know. This is literally every single day from every single lefty. If you guys don't watch any of these lefty people, especially the progressives, every single one of them, whether it's Kyle Kulinski, whether it's TYT, whether it's like Crystal Ball, whether like whoever I watch, all of them every single day come on and start saying, oh, the MAGA's finally waking up. They regret their votes now. Haha, we knew it. We told you they'd do it. Like, and every time, whatever it is that they say, it's like, it's never the evidence that they're claiming it is. It's never like, it never brings me to the conclusion that they're coming to. But every single day, I got to listen to these people say the same thing. Oh, MAGA finally figured out that they're wrong and that Donald Trump's bad. They're all leaving in droves. Every day.
Opted by tech billionaires and corporate interests. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. It's like you can see it, and you can see how much Trump has like.
The movement didn't get co-opted. That's what it's been from the beginning. It didn't get co-opted. In order for it to get co-opted, it would have had to have been something other than that from the beginning. It was always Donald Trump, a fucking billionaire, and a ton of other lobbyists and billionaires. Trump's first administration set the record for the most lobbyists in a single cabinet ever. His first administration, he set the record for the most billionaires in a single cabinet ever. And this presidency, he beat both of those records by far, more than quadrupled both of those records. The first time he set those records, he set those records by like 20-30%. Like no other administration had ever been anywhere close to the amount of lobbyists that he had within his administration. Nowhere close. So he's not just like setting records by like 1 or 2 or anything like that. He is demolishing these records and then coming back and demolishing them a second and third and fourth time. He is going to continue to break his own records on these things. Nobody else is this brazen. Nobody else is this shameless. And nobody else thinks that they can just do shit like this and get away with it. Only Trump. Only Trump's followers will allow him to do stuff that is so corrupt to the point where he's freeing January 6ers, or to the point where he does January 6th in the first place and gets away with it. Like, nobody else would put up with this shit from any of their politicians except for MAGA. Only them. They are the only ones who will continue to allow this much corrupt. This many corrupt activities from somebody that they're willing to vote for again and again and again and again.
Like flip-flopped on some of his core messaging, right? I mean, think about it. I remember Greg Abbott in Texas and Ron DeSantis.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, for MAGA is anti-lobbying. MAGA is against lobbying. I'm not against lobbying. I don't care about lobbying, and I don't care if you have lobbyists in your cabinet. But MAGA does. Trump does. Trump has been very anti-lobbyist. Trump has talked a lot about the fact that he doesn't like lobbyists, that he thinks lobbying is corrupt within government, that people who are, going through the revolving doors are all corrupt. Yet he hires all of the revolving doors and the fucking buildings that they're going into. Like, he hires the fucking CEOs of the people who are hiring all the fucking, lobbyists going into the revolving doors. So it's exactly what all of these populists have said that they're against from day one, is all of the lobbyists within government and all of them, all the money within government. And then Donald Trump literally just went. So we had this politician in New York. He was a Democrat, by the way, a Democrat who went and got in trouble with the DOJ, got federal charges for corruption. And I'm blanking on his name. Eric Adams, right? Eric Adams. So Eric Adams got in trouble for taking bribes from foreign politicians and from taking foreign bribes in general. He was like given cash. He was given tons of like really nice hotels to stay in. He was given all sorts of like jewelry and all sorts of shit, right? And so he got arrested on corruption charges. And I kept using this as a great example of like, look, guys, see, our government's not corrupt. Everybody doesn't get away with whatever they want, right? You can go and see billionaires, millionaires, politicians, like just because they're part of like this class of people who have a lot of power doesn't mean that they get away with everything. Donald Trump has 80-something federal charges right now. Epstein got arrested and was facing charges. P. Diddy arrested, facing charges. Eric Adams, another one. We have like a whole, all of these. What I forget the other. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, like all these people who are either powerful people or connected to powerful people, they're all having to face the music and they're having to pay for their crimes and pay for these consequences. And then outside of, Hunter Biden and P. Diddy, Donald Trump gave Eric Adams a pass. And then Donald Trump also got a pass on all of his shit, except for the Fulton County charges. The ones in Georgia seem to still be going. So hopefully they'll be the ones to get Trump on those charges. But yeah, like all of these, Trump has been the most corrupt out of all of them, giving Eric Adams a pass, and then also he gets a pass on all of the shit that he did as well. Like these are. Donald Trump has become like by far the most corrupt person ever. And meanwhile, I had been arguing this whole time that this isn't a real thing, that people aren't always getting away with things just because they're rich and just because they're powerful or just because they're politicians. And Donald Trump has made sure that I feel like a fucking idiot and that I look totally wrong for ever arguing that there's not this much corruption. And then not only did Donald Trump give Eric Adams a pardon on this, but then Donald Trump went and made it legal to take foreign bribes. So he just literally legalized fucking bribes and put more money in politics. And so, yeah, this is... This is just the exact opposite of everything that MAGA had ever said that they stood for, but it's not a surprise to anybody like me because I've always known they didn't actually stand for anything except for Trump. That's it. They just stand for Trump. Just Daddy Trump. Whatever Trump wants. Just do that.
DeSantis in Florida got a lot of flack from the left because they banned Chinese investment in residential real estate, near military bases. They banned China from being able to buy land in their states. And I thought, no, I think this is the right course of action, especially when it comes to residential real estate.
Quickly. Wait, Trevor, have you been drinking? Don't lie to me. Yes? Okay. I'm sorry, Trevor. I can't do it. I love you, buddy. I'm happy to talk to you whenever. But right now, I am getting ready to get off soon. And I know that if you've been drinking, this will turn into the longest conversation of all time. 2 questions. All right, fine. But I'm putting a time limit on this, okay? We got 5 minutes. It's 3:17 right now, so I'll say at 3:23, okay? So I gotta set up my mic now too. Hello? What are you calling?
Hey, how's it going, bub?
What's up, man?
How's it going? That's the first question. How's it going, Bubba? How you been?
Yeah, we're one down. All right, what's the second question?
The second question is, do you agree that Elon Musk finding all this waste in our government is a good thing or a bad thing?
What waste has he found?
This the only. I can't ask you another question, Bubba. I already asked two.
I asked you a question. What waste has he
Okay,
found?
so $55 billion thus far, and
No,
USAID
money
and
is not waste. What waste?
I don't know, transgender studies in Venezuela.
Is that what makes it
I don't
waste?
think
Is
that's
what it's being
country.
spent on?
Well, I mean, why do we need? Why do? Okay, all right. Reframing of the question: why do we need to fund Sesame Street in Iraq?
Well,
I don't.
I
I
don't
think
know.
that's a
So
little bit
that
wasteful.
would be part, if somebody was doing an audit, that would be the part that they're supposed to tell us is why they're doing it, right? If he's not telling us
Right,
why they're
right.
doing it, then he's not really telling us anything.
Well, I said two questions. I really didn't want to like I said. I've been drinking, and
We've got
I'm
time.
not trying to
What
drag
is
this
your
conversation out.
we got time. What
Okay. So if we're spending money, the 40 million or 20 million, I can't remember the exact number of this. But if we're spending this kind of money, why isn't that going towards finding homeless shelters or funding homeless
What's wrong with
shelters
the
or
amount of money
maybe I
that's
don't
already
know.
going to those? Do you not feel like they are adequately funded already?
Absolutely not, because look at California. They've had a homeless problem from 2008 and they haven't done anything about it.
Why do they have a homeless problem?
I don't know. I'm not in California politics, but I can tell you that that $40 million probably could have
That would
funded
be
a couple of
important if we're
homeless
gonna.
shelters.
Yeah, they have homeless
I
shelters. They
it
have enough homeless shelters. They don't need more homeless shelters. That's not an issue.
then why do they have such a homeless problem?
Because homeless
If
shelters do
they
not
have
fix
enough,
homelessness.
that is correct. But if we had this money that was being spent on pointless shit, why can't we have it funded towards our states and funded towards one of the biggest problems in America right now, which is homelessness.
Again,
Why can't we have that
you keep
money be
saying that.
funded
I'm
towards it?
asking you why you have an issue with funding that's going towards homelessness. You haven't given me any issues with funding
Whoa,
towards
whoa, whoa, no, no,
homelessness.
no. You said you had a problem with me asking why funding was going towards Sesame Street in Iraq.
No, I asked you why. I
Okay.
said what problems do you have with the funding for homelessness that's going there right now? And you said, well, California has a bunch of homelessness. And I said,
New
yeah,
York
but
too.
why are they homeless? And you said, I don't know. And then I said, well, just getting homeless shelters doesn't fix homelessness. So, like, the problem is that homeless shelters normally have some sort of like a necessity for you to like pass drug tests or something, right? And so in order for you to go into a homeless shelter, you have to be able to follow the rules, and you have to be able to like make sure that you're not endangering anybody else, and you have to be able to make sure that you're
Right.
passing drug tests, right? Most people
Correct. Yeah.
either will not be able to pass drug tests, or the reason that they're homeless in the first place is because they're probably mentally ill. So like mental illness and drug addiction are the two biggest causes to homelessness. And I'm talking about like 95% of homeless people are homeless because either they have some sort of like big mental illness that makes it to where they're not able to cope at a job, or they have a drug addiction, which is just another type of mental illness. So pretty much all homeless people
Okay.
are there because of some sort of mental illness. But once they get into a homeless shelter, normally they also have like jobs programs to where they help them fill out applications and get jobs if they don't have like IDs or social security numbers or birth certificates or anything like that. They'll help them get those. they'll work with them to get stuff for like veterans assistance if they're a veteran.
Yeah,
Like they do
right,
all sorts of
right,
things to
right.
help people in these scenarios, but those people often don't even go to the homeless shelters because they don't want to get drug tested.
Oh, okay, Tom. But listen, I love talking to you, Bubba. But have you looked up the U.S. debt clock recently?
Not recently, no, but I know what it is.
Okay. You should
That
really
like
check
30
that out
trillion, I
because
believe.
yeah, it's 36 trillion. But if you notice something about the U.S. debt clock, they have added something new to it. It's called the Doge clock, and
Okay.
that has saved us $153 billion.
It hasn't saved us anything.
Don't you think that if there is a homeless problem that we have in our country, that we have $153 billion to throw at, that we might be able to fix this problem? And I agree with you
First off, I'm telling
100%.
you, they haven't fixed anything. When I say this, I'm saying
I-
there's
I-
already
I-
been courts that have
I-
told them that what they're doing is unlawful, unconstitutional, and that they have to stop. And they've continued doing it anyways, which means that everything that they do is just bullshit, and that it will all be undone as soon as they're done. So, and they know
Hold
that.
on.
They know
And
it
then-
will all be undone.
Hold on, Tom. An injunction is not a stop. An injunction means it goes to a higher court.
No,
That
you
doesn't
have
mean that
to.
they
No,
lost.
no. Hold on. You have to
Mm-hmm.
appeal to do that, to go to a higher court. I don't know if they've appealed, actually. I haven't heard anything about them appealing.
They
But I
have.
do know that
They have.
until you win your appeal, you have to stop. An
Mhm.
injunction does mean that you have to stop until you've won your appeal. You cannot just defy a court order and continue going. So everything that they're doing right now will be overturned, not just because of that court order, but because literally everybody knows that, like, that's taken just like a kindergartner civics class, that that this isn't legal, and that they're not allowed to just go and decide that everything that Congress decided is just undone because they said so. Everybody knows that's not allowed.
Hold on, Tom. I want to ask you something, and I want to ask you something serious. Why are you so afraid of making America something good again?
Who said I was afraid of it?
I don't. I never said. I just asked why you're afraid of it.
Obviously, there's an implication. If you're asking me why, if I say why, when did you stop beating your wife? There's an implication that you were beating your wife.
Whoa! Hold on. That is unfair, sir. That is unfair. That is not a just. That's not okay. That is completely that is wrong, Tom. Come on now. Don't paint me in that light. Don't do that. That's rude. I asked, are you afraid of making America great? What is so wrong with making America something that you can be proud of? What's wrong with that? Is there something wrong
I've
with
been
that?
asking everybody who voted for Trump that.
Okay, so when I ask you if we found $153 billion that we can use to help our country, if we can use that to help our country, why shouldn't we?
I would
love.
Again, hold on. You're ignoring what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead.
If
Go
I
ahead.
say that's not that we didn't actually find that money, that we didn't actually stop that money from going anywhere, and that that's all against the law, and it's all going to be put right back. You asking me, well, why is this? It's not my decision. This is like just any American who's actually in favor of like rule of law. It's their like just obvious position that they don't think people should just be able to break the law and get away with it. But I don't know. Why are you
Who's
against
broken the
rule of
law? Who's broken the law?
Well, I just
What
said
law
that
have they broken?
What Doge is doing, where they're shutting down payments that has been congressionally voted on to
You
go
mean the
to
ones?
these places.
You mean the ones that
This
have
is
funded
not-
ISIS?
I.
Because that was the thing that was found.
Okay, why can't you engage with what I'm saying? This is illegal. This money will not stand.
I'm engaging.
Okay, no, okay, well then don't bring up some stupid shit again. We're talking about the fact that this is illegal, okay? I don't care that like Luigi
What?
killed somebody that he thinks is bad. I care that it's illegal to fucking kill people. So if in the end all the lefties think it's okay to kill the fucking CEO, I still don't care. It's still illegal. Just the same as with fucking Doge.
It
If
is
they're still
illegal.
doing
You
something
shouldn't kill
illegal,
somebody.
they still have to put the money back, and like, you know, we have to have a rule of law. So
hold on. What have they done that is illegal? That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
What have they done that is illegal?
The president does not have the ability to stop what Congress votes on. The Congress is like at least when it comes to funding.
Does
well,
he
does
can veto
within
it?
the process.
He can veto
Yes,
it.
exactly, within the process. This is not part of the process. Yes.
Okay, what process has he violated?
What you just said. So yeah, so if they pass a bill that says that like funding is going here, or they're you know, they vote on a budget or something like that, then yes, in that case, like the president can veto those or decline them or whatever. But
right. So what law has he broken?
Part of that process. This is not that. These bills were already signed by a president, and that these were already congressionally funded, and so he cannot just go afterwards and say, oh, well, now I'm vetoing something that was already signed into law.
Hold on. Time out. Just quick time out. Tom, you know I love you. I just want to know if something is signed into Congress and the executive branch has sway over Congress, which I don't think I'm wrong in saying that.
No, you're not.
I know I'm wrong,
which is why we know that they're bullshitting.
So,
is because if they
when
could,
the top,
if they wanted to, they could just get the fucking Congress and the Senate when they have the majority in the House and in the Senate. They could just get them to vote all of this stuff and get rid of all of this funding if they wanted to. But they're not doing that. They are taking a process. They're taking a road where they know all of this will get overturned. So you tell why the fuck would they do that?
It won't.
It will.
Because, listen, an injunction does not mean an overture.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I know that. I know. I'm getting to a bigger point. I'm getting to a bigger point, Tom. My point is that the executive branch has sway over Congress. When Congress signs a bill into law, whether it being U.S. aid or whatever the hell it is that Congress signs into law, the executive branch, the head of the executive branch, can say, no, we are not going to do that anymore. So when USAID got cut...
No, they cannot.
Yes, they can.
No, they
yes,
cannot.
Yes, they absolutely can.
No,
yes,
they cannot.
Okay, where in the Constitution does it say that they can't?
It says... it doesn't say that they can't.
Where?
It says that Congress has power of the budget and of over money, and the president has the power of the veto. This is not a veto. Once it's signed into law, only Congress has the power to undo what has already been approved. It cannot be a veto. Once it's already signed in,
you're correct.
That's it.
You are correct, Tom. You are correct. But can it be audited?
Well, yes, it can be audited, but that's kind of the point.
By whom?
Well, whoever.
Exactly. And who did President Trump hire to do the auditing?
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't want to get off topic. If we're talking about whether or not this is legal,
we're
talking
still
about
on the same topic.
No, we're not.
It is legal to have.
No, don't do that. Because you were saying that they've already gotten rid of all this money, and I'm saying no, they didn't get rid of that money. I'm saying all of that money will go right back.
They haven't gotten rid of it. They're reappropriating it.
Yes, I'm saying they
haven't gotten rid of it. We agree on that. They have reappropriated it.
I'm saying they cannot reappropriate it.
Why?
Because as we just went over, once something is signed, it cannot be undone except by Congress.
and the president can veto it.
Yes, we've already
which
went
is
over that.
completely
This is not a
constitutional.
veto. This is not a veto. You know it's not a veto, so stop bringing that up.
Okay, well, fine, that's fine. But I guarantee you, in about 3 months, when the injunctions go to the Supreme Court, they're not going to find anything wrong with it.
I
They're just
guarantee you
not.
they will.
And you can say that they will, and I that's fine. You can say that they will, but I'm telling you right now, they're not going to find anything wrong with it, and they're going to rule it constitutional.
You think that they're going to allow them to reappropriate funds
Yes.
that Congress
Yes.
voted on? You think they're going to go against the
Yes.
Constitution?
They're not going against the Constitution. They're
Okay,
going to rule.
Okay, so show.
They're going to
when
rule
we
the
both-
funding
you can't-
unconstitutional.
No, you can't. How? They can't. How the hell can they rule the funding is unconstitutional? Congress voted on it.
Very
it's the
easily.
most constitutional
They
thing
have
that can be.
No, just because it goes through Congress doesn't mean it's constitutional.
Well, it's funding.
There could be multiple violations.
So what in the
there could
Constitution
be-
says that they can't send funding to any of these things?
if it doesn't help the United States citizen or the United States taxpayer. I would
Okay.
say that would be a good constitutional grounding.
I
If it doesn't benefit
don't
our
know that the
homeland,
Constitution
why are we
says that.
funding it?
Yeah, that's
I'm-
not in the Constitution.
I'm pretty sure that there is a line in the Constitution that says it will go to the taxpayer if we're funding something. I don't remember where or what line it is, but I'm pretty sure in the Constitution it says all funding can go towards United States military or the homeland. Not towards fucking transgender studies in Venezuela.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm pretty fucking sure.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, you're wrong.
But you can look it up. Okay, I can be wrong, but in 3 months, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be wrong.
Well, you're wrong now, and you'll still be wrong in 3 months. But
I don't know why you hate Trump so much. I don't
it
get
has
it.
nothing to do with hating Trump, bro. It has nothing to do with hating Trump. I have no issue with an audit.
Okay,
I have
why-
no issue with them, fixing spending issues within the government. I have no issue with any of these things happening. This has nothing to do
Then
with
why are
Trump.
you against auditing our own government?
We just went over this. I never had an issue with us auditing our own government. I never had an issue.
So if
with
we find money that is being wasted,
then Congress
if we
needs to
find
vote
money
on
that's
whether
being
or not they
wasted,
want to get rid of it. But wasting is subjective. Whether or not something is waste is based on what we get out of it.
okay. So, would you agree with funding? I don't know, $60 million towards ISIS? Would you agree with that? You're okay with your tax money going towards ISIS?
Well, if it depends.
Are you okay?
If
Are
we're
you
talking
okay with that?
about at the point before they were a terrorist organization, then yeah, of course.
You're okay with funding a terrorist organization?
I just
somebody
said
who
if it was
would
before
behead
they
you.
were a terrorist organization, then yes.
Before when the hell was that?
Well, when were they decided to be a terrorist organization?
The moment they decided to start beheading people in public.
Yeah, it was I think around 2009, I believe.
1995.
Wait, 1995?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay.
That's when they were still in their early stages.
Yeah, maybe.
Still in
I'm
their
saying-
early stages.
Maybe I'm getting different groups.
But no, I think you
up,
were
but-
correct. The first time that it started getting talked about was like 2005.
Well, I'm
But
talking about
yeah,
when
yeah,
there
I would
became
say
a, like,
your taxpayer
on
dollars
the
going
terrorist
towards them
watch
in
list, not,
2019.
Yes, I'm talking about when
How about we just not fund terrorist organizations? Is that not okay to you? How about we just not do that? It sounds good to me.
maybe.
How about not sending $50 million in condoms to Gaza? Who the fuck needs $50 million in condoms? Who needs
we
that?
didn't do that. This is part of the issue right
yes,
now.
we did.
Literally no, we didn't. Literally everything that that Elon and them have said happened. Literally none of it happened. None of it. Nothing that they said
happened. None of it.
Literally
None.
zero.
No.
Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. Literally zero of the things that they have said that they took money from. Zero of it happened. So like with the condoms that went to Hamas, right? They said that they sent $40 million of condoms to Hamas. You want to take a guess
50.
at what that really was?
What was it?
It was.
I don't want to take a guess. I don't think our money should be going anywhere near there.
Well,
I think it should be going towards us.
Well, that's stupid. But
how is it stupid to be going towards us? I want your life to be better. I want my life to be better. I want everyone's life to be better. How is that stupid? It's stupid to argue the other way.
No, that's stupid. But the problem is that
how is it stupid? Mama, I want you to have a better life. I want me to have a better life.
Trevor,
I want to be able to go to work.
Trevor, this is like the
I want to
third
be able
time
to
I'm
take a
trying to answer
train.
this. Chill. The
ahead,
money that was sent, it was for stuff like soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, like shampoo, condoms, birth control, tampons. Like it was just things for like cleanliness for a country that is currently in fucking shambles and that has a lot of issues with getting any of these things there. And we are not the only ones who did that. Tons of countries in Europe and Australia, tons of countries sent these sorts of things over to them. And we didn't send it to Hamas. We sent it to Palestine, and we did airdrops to try to make sure that the Hamas, it didn't go through Hamas first to make it to where they didn't get to pick and choose what they took out of it first.
Tom, why the fuck are we sending anything to anyone without taking care of our own people?
We are taking care of our own people.
No, we're not. We're sending money for dumb shit across fucking worlds.
No, don't bring that up. Hold on. That doesn't mean we're not taking care of our own people. How are we not taking care of our own people?
Are you fucking kidding me? We have 200,000 homeless veterans.
Bro, don't.
You don't think that $50 million could be fucking properly appropriated towards that?
No, we're already taking care of them.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Why are they homeless, Tom?
You tell me. I've already told you why they're homeless. We've already gone over this. There is no more money that we can put into that will fix this issue. Nothing.
Bullshit.
Money will not. No, it's not. It's not bullshit.
36 trillion reasons I can think of the.
Yes, well, you have no idea what you're talking about. Money will not fix that issue.
There's 36 trillion reasons I can think they're still homeless. 36 trillion.
Yeah, well, you're wrong.
There's no reason for them to be homeless. There's no reason
that's correct.
whatsoever.
Yes, correct. That's what I'm saying. Is there's no reason for them to be homeless. We already have money.
36
put into all
trillion
these
reasons.
Programs. So how much money do we currently put into those programs?
Not enough.
How much?
Not $36 trillion. That's for damn sure.
You want us to put $36 trillion into homelessness?
I want us to put $36 trillion into our own infrastructure. I would love to have a high-speed rail from New York to fucking Los Angeles.
And
that's what I would like. I would like... What do you mean, where are we going to put it? We're going to put it from New York to Los Angeles.
This isn't a cartoon, bro. You can't just, build it like it's the Jetsons.
You're right. It's not a cartoon. You're not supposed to spend your fucking money where you ain't supposed to spend it. If you had $20, would you go to fucking... Would you go to a restaurant and order $40 fucking of food? No, you wouldn't, because you only got $20. We're $36 trillion in debt because of fucking stupid
country
spending.
In the world.
Like $40 million in transgenderism in Venezuela. Why the fuck are we putting that towards our own citizens? And you're sitting here trying to argue with me, trying to tell me, no, we fucking did not.
Yes, we did. Yes,
no, we didn't. We put it toward transgenderism in fucking Venezuela.
Yes, but that doesn't mean we didn't put money towards our people first. You're just lying. We did put the money towards our people first.
No.
Do you know what America first means?
What?
It means that there is a first and there's a second. It's not America only. It's America first. We put America first. We take care of Americans first. Then we take care of others afterwards. We spend way more on our own country. We spend way more on just our military than we do on any of these other things all combined.
You're right. And when it comes to defensive spending,
all of this shit. Yes, not just defense, but when it comes to our education, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to
yeah. And what's our rank? What's our rank in defensive spending? What's our rank in education? 35th in the world.
Well, defensive
35th.
Spending is first.
That's where our money went.
Was it first in defensive spending? But
yes, we are first. We spend more than 26 other countries combined. But when it comes to education, we're ranked what, 37th?
I think in 37th? Proportionality, we're pretty far up there. I think
we're fucking stupid compared to the rest of the world.
Well, yes, because of people like you. It's you guys
who
because
don't
know
people
what
like
the fuck
me.
you're talking about. Yes, you are coming on here and just repeating propaganda talking points that are not true, that don't make sense. You have no idea what you're talking about, but you're coming and pushing it anyways as though you know what you're talking about, and then acting like anybody else who actually does know what they're talking about and wants to actually make things better is the fucking crazy person.
Hey, go wakarimasu.
What?
Hey, go wakarimasu. That's Japanese. Do you speak English? Don't fucking call me stupid. I can learn multiple languages. Don't fucking say I'm stupid, Tom. Don't insult me personally. Don't say I'm coming on your show fucking propagating propaganda. We're wasting money for no fucking reason. And you're defending it. And I don't know why. I do not understand why you would defend this shit.
I've tried explaining it, but you're not listening, so.
I am listening to you, Tom. And yet you want to take the stance that you're on some sort of fucking high horse. I don't understand that. I will listen to you, Tom. I've listened to you multiple times.
What is the reason that I gave?
For what?
For why
reason that you gave for what? I don't know. And neither do you. But I cannot try to justify $40 million in transgender surgeries or transgender studies in some other fucking country. That doesn't make sense to me, Tom. It just doesn't. Okay? And if you were going to try to defend that, I'm on the opposite side of you. I'm going to say, nope, you're on the 20%, I'm on the 80 side. And yes, that is a propaganda point that I will use. And it's not even propaganda. Because every decision that the Democrats decide to do is 20%. And when 80% of the population decides they want to agree with that, you guys take the other fucking stance. And I'm not saying you because I know that you're not
Where are you getting
on
this
the
from?
left.
20 and 80. That is just propaganda. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit.
Did I not just say that, Tom? Did I not just say that?
You did
I just
say
said
it, and
it
then
was.
you immediately said it wasn't right afterwards, but okay.
I didn't say that. It's what the...
Even right now, we have polling on whether or not people agree with what it is that Doge is doing. And it's about like 60% that want it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did ask 2 questions. I did. And I already admitted that I've been drinking. I already admitted that, bub. I already did. It wasn't supposed to turn into a heated debate. It wasn't supposed to turn into anything. I just wanted to ask you how you been. I just wanted to ask you how you been doing, and I wanted to ask you what you thought about things, and that's it.
All right.
But now we've turned this whole thing into a fucking tsunami of I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about anymore. Do you know what the fuck we're talking about?
Yes, but I'm not drunk. Maybe later.
And you are correct. I am drunk. But you can continue on, and I'm more than happy to listen to you.
No,
I'm tired of arguing with you because...
Yeah, I gotta go soon. I gotta get off pretty quick.
Yeah. But I would love to have a private conversation with you if possible.
Yeah, I'm happy to get into it any
If possible.
I'm not, I think I'll be back on tomorrow. Just hit me up.
No, you're good, brother. I just want to know, no, seriously, in all honesty, how you doing, bub? Are you doing okay? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm doing
like, is life treating you okay?
Yep.
Because life's been kicking my ass recently, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
I want to do my own ass kicking.
I know that there's like this is the way that I feel generally, is when like a lot of people start turning towards MAGA. It feels like the way that MAGA like uses their platform is to take whatever issue that anybody has in their life and then take their solutions to be the thing that'll fix it. When in reality, it doesn't. Like if we get rid of all of the money that's going to Ukraine, all the money that's going to Israel, all the money that's going to USAID, it won't actually change anybody's life. It won't take pennies out of their taxes. It won't do anything for anyone. But this is generally the way that they like use things is to make it sound like it's DEI that's the problem with planes crashing, or it's, you know, socialism that's causing you not to have money, or it's like, you know, there's always some sort of thing that they think is the issue, and it'll fix whatever problem is in whoever's life. And it is the way that this works. Is if people are going through a rough time, it's easy to
What if it does? What if it does change it for the better? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that would be great.
What if everything that's happening? What if everything that's happening right now?
Have you
What if
heard
it is
Vivek
legal?
Ramaswamy talk about why he left Doge?
No.
Hey,
I haven't. I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
He says he wanted to do it the legal route. He wanted them to do it through the legal system. He wanted them to do it through Congress and through the Senate, and that's what he was there to do. And when he found out that they were trying to do this in a completely different way, and that they were using algorithms to decide how to do this, and then they were just going to decide to get rid of it, that he stepped down.
Okay. How much of that was? Oh, sorry. I just burped like a motherfucker. Whew. How much of that was what's the word for it? Not actually his statement.
No, it
was
hypothetical. No, it is his statement. So
I'll look it up. I'll take your word on it.
I have a video on it. It's one of my, I think my second to last video that I published, maybe the third to last, but there's a video about, like, it says why Vivek Ramaswamy left Doge. And yes, he straight up says that, like, he left because he wanted to do this through the legal route, and that they decided to do this through bots or in like algorithms and stuff like that. And so he stepped down.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of our, here we go again. There's a lot of our system that is, you know, it is computer based. So I mean, the most efficient way to actually look at everything would be through software. And there is a lot of our system, like for instance, I didn't know that our fucking Social Security was being stored in limestone fucking mines. I didn't know that. That fucking blew my mind. I was like, I thought that all was digitized. No, it's still all on paper. That's fucking nuts. I don't think that that's very efficient. I think that maybe we should probably look at that and go, hey, you guys think we should probably digitize this shit and make it more efficient? I think we can both agree on that.
Yeah, there are some things that are in mines. I think it's just like old paperwork that wasn't being used anymore. All of our Social Security information and stuff like that is digitized. They just have paper copies that they keep in mines that is supposed to withstand like bombings and shit like that they put underground.
But if it's on software, it's already immune to bombs. We got it. You got your shit on the cloud. It's all satellites. We can do better than paper in a fucking limestone mine. I think we could.
You understand that clouds don't just exist. You know that clouds are not like a thing.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that, Tom. But I think we can do better.
Well,
is what I'm saying.
There have to be hard copies somewhere. And that, like, if,
yes,
so, like, let's say somebody just bombs, like, because technically the cloud is just a server somewhere, right? So most of it's, like, Amazon servers. And then we just upload it to the server on Amazon, and then we can access it through the internet, right? That's what a cloud is. So somebody just bombs the Amazon server warehouse or their server farms, And that shit's just gone, right? So having hard copies of everything is necessary, especially when it comes to stuff as important as our like social security information. Like, yes, we need something somewhere that is like a real hard copy.
Why don't we just put a cloud server underground in the limestone mine that we already have? Why don't we just do that?
Yeah, but it's just about having backups. Like there might even be like literally, truly, I'm not even joking right now. I'm not even joking right now. There might actually be like satellites that literally carry this information as well. There might be stores on the fucking space station as well storing information. Like we probably want copies of these things in a bunch of different places and even in different countries so that we know that like if things happen, there's places that we can go to get backups.
Right. And I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I mean, I think that maybe we should digitize all this stuff and maybe,
we have digitized it though. That's kind of the point though. And that's why when Donald Trump talks about this, he is just lying when he says that this is the real stuff, that this is it. This is the real stuff, because no, we have digitized it. And it is like it is all on computers. He's just trying to take something that is true and then exaggerating it, not just to the point that it's just a little bit different, but that it is insanely different. Like where he says, oh, it's not even digitized. It's still on papers. It's just sitting in mines. That's where we still store them today. These are just lies. He is just lying about this shit.
I don't know about that. I'm not
when Elon says that we're sending 40 million in condoms to Hamas. This is just a lie. It's getting sent to Palestinians. It's not just all condoms. Condoms are a small part of it. That's maybe like a couple $100,000.
Why are we sending it?
Either way, even if you're unhappy with that, the point is that they are just lying about it, right? They just keep lying about every single thing that they come out with. They totally just lie about it and make it up. The fact that there's still people that are 130 years old who are still getting Social Security checks. It's a lie. It's just a lie. That never happened. But he says that there's hundreds of thousands of people that are 130 years old still getting Social Security checks. It's just a lie. But they just keep lying over and over and over and over. They're just making shit up.
Hey, hang on a second there, bud. Hang on. Like, I'm not trying to disagree with you, but at the same time, I'm not one to just sit there and say, yeah, everything Tom says is correct. I'm not going to do that.
As I said,
that would make
I don't
me
have a
goddamn
problem.
Fool.
Sure, I don't have a problem with auditing. I don't have a problem with like trying to fix our how much we pay. I don't have a problem with like, fixing like how much we send to other countries in aid. I don't have a problem trying to make things more efficient. I like all of these ideas. I love it. I wish we would do this stuff. Just currently, we're not actually doing it. That's not what we're doing. And the more they lie, the more I feel like they are just doing something else. That this is either just a propaganda idea just to make it look like Democrats did some horrible, evil stuff that'll justify something else later on down the line or whatever. But
I never said Democrats.
No, I know you didn't. I'm saying they are. I think that like even when this gets overturned by the courts, I think that they'll use this just to say that the deep state is trying to stop them from being able to audit because they're doing a bunch of illegal money laundering, and that the deep state has stopped them now, and now this justifies a war with the deep state, and then this will justify something more extreme down the line that'll give them the ability to do something even crazier.
So what's your fear? What's your fear? You think this is going to turn like World War II Nazi pre-Nazi Germany? Is that what you're getting at? Like what's the fear here? Like I honestly, dude, I think we should audit our government. And I think that we the people, as the Constitution fucking says, we the people should have the power, and I think we the people should be able to audit our government whenever the fuck we want to.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't see a single issue with that.
That's what I'm saying. Again, you can't keep arguing with something that's like not like relevant. Like nobody is saying we shouldn't audit the government. Literally nobody. When I say literally, I mean literally. I haven't heard a single person who's against that. I think everybody is in favor of that. Even like Democratic politicians have been coming out saying, no, we would love it if this was a real thing. That would be great. Like that would be awesome to do this. It's just that that's not what they're doing.
No, I just want to know who, because I've seen, I don't know how many fucking reports from Democrats being like, oh my God, what Elon Musk is doing is unconstitutional. It's a constitutional crisis.
Yes, again, that's not
And
what
I'm
they're
like,
doing. They are not, exactly.
why?
They are doing something
How?
illegal. They are not doing an audit. It's not an audit that is illegal. It is them saying that they are no longer allowed to send payments. That is illegal, one. And then two, it's illegal for them to break a court order. These two things are illegal. Whereas if they did an audit and instead brought this to the American people, which is what Vivek Ramaswamy wanted to do, is get all the information and then bring it to the American people, show them everything, and say, look at where your money's going. You need to call your congressman and tell them that you don't want your money going here, and then we're going to hold votes pretty soon to overturn some of this stuff and get rid of some of these payments. We want you guys to go put the pressure on your congressman. And Democrats and Republicans all would have probably gotten on board to try to stop a lot of this stuff from going through, but they're not doing that. Instead, what they're doing is going and doing this stuff by themselves and then coming and lying to us about what it is that they're stopping, and then they are stopping payments from going forward, and then when the court order tells them they're not allowed to do it anymore, and then they go appeal, they are still doing it before they've even gotten the appeal.
Should I send you a quick facts on government benefits fraud offenses? You want me to send you that?
What is it?
The quick facts on government benefits fraud, like Social Security, stuff like that.
No, I'm aware that there is fraud. Again, you're not, like, you keep doing this. What they are doing is illegal. What they are doing is not an audit. What they are doing is lying to us over and over. But again, that I am not against going and auditing these things. So you keep arguing as though I think there's no problems with the money right now. That's not the case.
Tom, I want to reiterate this. I'm not trying to argue with you. I honestly, there could be something that is illegal, but I don't see anything that is illegal, because President Trump has the executive order over every fucking thing that is happening. Okay,
They don't.
everything in the executive branch, if he wants to audit it, he can hire an outside consultant. There's nothing in our Constitution that says you can't.
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that. So
I know that you didn't. I know
so-
that you didn't. I know that you didn't. So if he wants to hire Elon Musk to come in and audit our government, there is nothing that is illegal about that.
Yeah, I didn't say anything
I can't
about
find
that.
a single fucking thing. Okay, I
didn't
can't
say
find a
anything
single
about
fucking
that.
thing in our Constitution. Okay, so he comes in, he audits, and he finds fraud, and he finds waste, and he finds I'm just gonna say corruption.
And then he has
I
to
don't know
take
if
it to
you've
Congress, and
seen.
Congress can overturn it, but he cannot.
No,
and that is what
he has to
he's
take
doing.
it to the courts. He has to take it to the courts.
No, again, the courts cannot decide whether or not that money can go through. Only Congress can do that.
It has. If it's unconstitutional, it has to go through the
Again,
courts.
they have not made that argument for any of this. They have not made an argument that any of it is unconstitutional. They have just, like everything that they've come out with, they've lied about, and then,
But
and then
it's
said that
a
it shouldn't be going.
constitutional crisis.
But every time we go and look at it, it turns out that the money is always financial aid for somebody, or it's like something that we're doing to build relations with a country that we need to build relations with, or it's some sort of like project that we're doing for, you know,
We
some
don't
sort
need
of
to build
nonprofit.
relations with anybody.
Well, we do.
I don't
actually.
think we
That's-
need to build
We are
relations.
the world's
Why?
superpower. We are all safe because
the
we build
entire-
relations with
okay,
everybody. But I don't have time
if
to explain like basic geopolitics for a world power. Like we have to have all the
No,
other
you're
countries
fine.
like us in
You
order
don't
to be
need
the world
to.
power.
You don't need to. But all I'm saying is that the executive power that Trump has, he can hire whoever the hell he wants to audit, and he's finding shit. All I'm saying is that, you know, if these courts want to try to injunction or try to stop, fine, by all means do. You have that right. You can do that. But when it turns out in 3 months that everything that he's doing is constitutional, I don't know what we're going to be talking about then.
Okay, yeah, they won't though. I know that they won't. This is basic, this is basic shit. It's super basic. Basic, yes, it's basic. Everybody knows the Congress has the power of the budget. That is basic shit. Like everybody knows this. Once they vote for something, if the president signs it through, that's it. It is in there. It is going there. That's it. And only Congress can stop it.
No. The president can veto and.
Again, I just said once the president signs it through. So when the president goes to
once he signs it through, it's done.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But all of this shit is already signed off on. It's already gone through the processes.
Yeah,
once it's gone through that process, and the president signs it, it has to be taken away by Congress. They are the only ones who can do it. Once
this president didn't sign off on that, so
it doesn't matter. He cannot.
He can veto it. Yes,
no,
it does.
He cannot. No, he cannot.
Yes, he can.
Okay.
Just like Gulf of Mexico, it's no longer.
No, you're trolling. That is insane. That's actually insane. You don't think that's true. You don't think that if Donald Trump signs, he can overturn executive orders. He can overturn executive orders. But if Congress signs a law into law, Congress votes on a law and it gets signed into law. The president is the one who signs it in. That is the moment that he gets to veto it. Once it is signed, that is it. Only Congress can change that. This is basic. I'm telling you, this is basic shit. Only once it's signed by the president, that is it.
So can a president overturn another president?
What does that mean? Overturn another president?
Can a president overturn another president's ruling?
No. Unless it's an executive order. Yes, I'm positive. That there's a reason why we have a legislative branch, because they are in charge of legislation. So they make those decisions. The president is a check on that branch, so he can veto it if it gets to him. But once the president signs it in, that doesn't mean that any new president who comes in can just unilaterally decide that all of what Congress did and what that other president did is just washed away. There's no way. That is insane. There's no precedent for that. That's never happened.
Yeah, a president can't undo executive orders from another president. That is 100% true. But can a president overturn?
No, I'm saying they can. They can overturn executive orders. An executive order is from a president. An executive can overturn an executive order, which is what both like Trump, when he went into office, overturned a bunch of stuff that Obama did. Then Biden came into office and overturned a bunch of stuff that Trump did. And then Trump came back in and overturned a bunch of stuff that Biden did and put back into place all the stuff that he did. But those are all executive order things. When it comes to what Congress votes on, presidents can't do that.
That's not. That's not what I'm arguing, Tom. What I'm saying is that if a president comes in and signs executive orders to bring all of this money into another country, yeah, you're damn right. A president can come in and go, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, sure. If it's under an executive order, yes, they can do that. Yep.
Okay, so you're killing me here, dude.
Well, no, what we're talking about
say,
again is congressionally appropriated aid, and so this is
yeah,
like
and
this is not stuff that was voted on
Congression
by.
gets together, and when Congression gets together and they decide that U.S. aid should not be spending $40 million on transgender studies in Venezuela or $50 million in fucking Iran for Sesame Street.
I think the Congression should do that. I would be totally in favor of the Congression doing that. And that's what I'm saying. That Vivek wanted as well was for the Congression to get together and vote on these things. And so, yes, we need Congression to be the ones to vote on this, but Elon Musk or Donald Trump cannot
Congression
unilaterally
is
decide
us, bub. Congression is us. That's us. That's the people. The people decided that it wasn't Congression, it was us. It was the people that decided that's not the way this shit's gonna go down.
Okay. Again, only that we are the ones who vote on congressional leaders, and so that is still us in Congress. It's just that the president does not have that power. But I do have to move on.
I think honestly, man. No, you're good, Bubba. I honestly, I think the power is coming back to the people, and people don't like how it feels. I that's how I feel.
Okay. Well, I feel
I like it.
People want to have a fucking dictator and an authoritarian who doesn't have to abide by the Constitution, and I think that the people who are in favor of the Constitution are. Again, we just went over this. I'm not going through it with you again. I'm not going through it with you again. We just went over this.
No, you're fine. You're fine, but I don't see how. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Okay, learn about the separations of power. Congress is in charge of where money goes. Simple. It's very simple.
Bubba, I already know that. I already fucking know that. I don't see how he's a dictator. How is he a dictator?
By continuously breaking the law and doing things against the law, like
what law? And I asked you this. What law?
Again,
what law is he breaking?
Went over this. I just went over this with you. We literally just spent the last 30 minutes going over.
You have not stated a single code or a single law that he has broken. Not one.
I'm talking about the Constitution.
You said a lot of words, but you haven't stated a code. You have not stated a legislative, and you have not stated shit. You've only said he's breaking the law. State the code. What code has he broken?
I gotta go.
Yeah, I figured you do. Have a good night, Tom.
See ya. What code? What code? No shot. No shot. I literally lost like half my fucking viewers in the conversation, but it's alright because I'm getting off anyways. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining, and if you haven't yet, make sure you hit the subscribe button as well. I will be back on tomorrow. I stream every day, pretty late around these times, degenerate hours. And you can join the community by joining the Discord. There's a link in the description. There's tons of conservatives, tons of liberals, progressives, socialists, communists, alt-righters, neo-Nazis. Everybody's in there. We're all hanging out, having conversations. So join the Discord. The link is in the description. And follow me on the Twitter. I am saving America one tweet at a time, and you want to make sure that you're part of this movement. So make sure you follow me on Twitter. I post videos on there pretty much daily, and or sorry, not daily, but I post a bunch of videos on there. I post a bunch of videos on TikTok. I post a bunch of videos on Instagram. All my links are in the description. I have 2 streams going right now on YouTube. One of them is in vertical format, where it's like this on a phone. And then the other one is in horizontal format, landscape like this for a computer. And so we can, you can join either one of those chats. But real quick, we're going to honor all of our members. You can join the membership super cheap. Starts at $1.99. We want to make sure that all of these cool emotes that everybody gets is super easy to get if you want them to. So they cost $1.99 to get a membership. But you can also start at the $4.99 one, which is also super cheap, especially when you consider how much I stream. About 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Super cheap. Super de-duper cheap. Man, if you got the $20 one, you would still be paying less than $1 a day per stream. Sheesh, girl. But for right now, I gotta go to sleep. So I will, I'll probably be back on around like 8 tomorrow, I believe. But if you'll take a minute after we honor our members, we're going to go through all the credits, showing all the names of all of our members and how long they've been a member for. And then once that's over, if you'll just hit the refresh button and then leave a comment, let us know what you thought about the stream. Let me know if you agreed with me, disagreed with me, if you thought one of the callers was based, if you thought they were a fucking stupid idiot, if you thought that something I said was stupid, whatever you want. Leave a comment. Let us know what you thought. It always helps us get into the algorithm when you leave a comment. So just hang out for a little bit. Let us finish the stream real quick. And then we'll get right on that. But till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time.
Formerly Rudy says.
Later, fools.
Later, fool.
Later, fools.
Michael Jones says. We are a global power. You have to. Says. The dumbest Americans we have support your views, Tom. Welch and Den says. Later, fools. Joe Blow says. What if America swings back the other way so hard our next president is trans? Formerly Rudy says. Tom broke the bro code. Salem Black says. Did him go away?
Make sure you leave a comment,
Michael
hang
Jones
out for a
says,
minute, or watch the
our
beginning of
president is
stream.
Trans. Infallible Foul says. That would be so based. Flower Power says.
We had a bunch of debates at the beginning of stream too, so go back and watch those too. Those were fun.
Says, make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoyed.
True, Botrix,
Formerly
true.
Rudy says. Dick and balls. Salem Black says. Trump was a ass yesterday. Says. Joe Blow not happening. Blue at Arts won't win another election for a long time. Joe Romero says. I was just pretending to be stupid, guys, I swear, but where's the code? Michael Jones says. Congress. Mantis says. TikTok on the clock but the party don't stop. Formerly Rudy says. Your mom is the code.
Based.
Jetta says. Fuck your YouTube, you desperate fucking groomer.
Leave a comment.
Says. Michael Jones uses